anybody even use an enemy. Brutally awake and quiet undertaking, did not do nothing wrong. Life isn't easy, why did you leave me here to get drunk alone? And I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I know I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up, there's gotta be another way past this. If I am so wrong and so gone, miserable, won't you stick around just for some, be visible? But you don't know, you don't care, leave me to suffer, erase all the doubt, pouring Jack in my mouth, in a love with enough of the pain and the drugs to be present for now. But I'm right now, I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I know I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up, there's gotta be another way past this. Carpe diem, I know I got only one life. Don't wanna spend it, listen to you bitch and whine. It's a little mean, I know, well, apologies. But my New Year resolutions and my honesty, trust me, it ain't nobody, nobody business. It ain't nobody, nobody business. It ain't none of my business. It ain't none of your business. Nobody, nobody business. Nobody, nobody business. It ain't none of my business. It ain't none of your business. Okay, stuck on the same excuses. I think it's getting old. I ain't your therapist, I ain't your match. Hey, oh, can't really tell you anything you don't already know. No one said it was easy. Don't even bother, cause I'm in insecure location. I turned off my phone and my patience. I wanna help you, but you ain't even trying. You made your own bed, now you gotta fucking lie. Ain't nobody, nobody business. Ain't nobody, nobody business. It ain't none of my business. It ain't none of my business. Nobody, nobody business. Nobody, nobody business. It ain't none of my business. It ain't none of your Nobody, nobody business. It ain't nobody, nobody business. It ain't none of my business. It ain't none of my business.
Look into your eyes, I see the colors of your soul, and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock. We are two hearts that beat in time, and the tide was looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise. Look into my past and I count the numbers of the dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. I'll take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise. Take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise.
Seeing the stars reminds me of you. Oh, oh, oh. You left me with scars, but I know that one day you'll see it through. You give me air to breathe, you give me light to see. Oh, when things are out of reach, you bring them back to me. Back to me. You see it through. You see it through. You see it through. You see it through. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control. You give me air to breathe. You give me light to see. Oh, when things are out of reach, you bring them back to me. Back to me. You see it through. You see it through. You see it through. You see
I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hear none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. And you know the flow, got him coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aight.
Live until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move. 3, 2, bringing summer to you.
Oh, ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round. Yo, hold up, let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone would show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide in with the rhymes that make the dimes all close their eyes and fantasize. I'm divine calling their phone number. No, you know I love you. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats on stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young, black, successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Live until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move. 3, 2, bringing summer to you.
Oh, ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round again.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice!
Victory!
I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar! Pulapan lagi nyawa Nando dan into the infernal bomb dan Curry. Solar Blade. Fokus pada seorang saja untuk matikan. Bobo sudah jatuh. Pilihan cantik. Engkol mega infernal bomb. Damage yang dilakukan. Tizi sekarang diperlahankan. Tizi akan menerima damage. Ada kali berjaya mendapatkan triple kill. Mencari yang keempat. Dan quadra kill.
What is up, Summoners? This is the League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series for Malaysia fall season. Today's the last chance qualifiers, all brought to you by ESL Mobile Open, where we have 4 teams, but only one will get the chance to make it to the playoffs for the final slot. My name is Husky, and of course joined at the broadcast by Hound.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Hope you guys are ready for this last chance qualifiers here, single elimination best of 5, and who will go up to move into that final slot into the playoffs. We'll have to wait and see, because we have 4 teams going up against each other. It's going to be a gauntlet, so to speak, for all 4 of these teams going up. And I think that this is where all of the chips are down for them. It's all the last chance for each and every one of these teams, and I feel that this is going to be all or nothing for those of you guys who are ready for some of the action-packed plays that are going to come here at the ESL Mobile Open 2021 fall season.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that being said, for the last chance qualifiers, if you guys are wondering who are the teams competing today, it will be the teams that unfortunately ended the group stage at the bottom 4. INSOMNIAX, Geek Fam, Silent Killer, and Assassin Academy. They will be paired up against each other in the single elimination best of 5, and only one team by the end of the evening will be able to join the other 4 teams in the playoffs. So Berjaya Dragons, Saudaga E-Blaze, Underrank, and Semnai are comfortably waiting for their playoffs to happen in 2 weeks' time. They can sit back, relax, get some trainings in, whereas these other 4 teams will have to battle it out. And before we move on, just a quick correction from what we said on Monday. There will be no tiebreaker at all. The first 4 position has been already determined. Berjaya Dragons first place, followed by Saudaga E-Blaze is second, Underrank plays third, and Semnai will be fourth. So that playoff seat has already been set for the future 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's going to be great. The tiebreakers were definitely not needed to determine who will be seated at their respective positions, and I feel that's going to be conducive towards creating a little bit more leeway in terms of these teams making the preparations or final preparations heading into the playoffs. And I can't wait to actually see how that's going to pan out for a lot of these teams here, Husky, because more time to prepare means more time to make all the necessary adjustments heading into the playoffs, and I feel that's going to be one of the plus points for a lot of these teams that are already comfortable in their relegated in their positions that have been determined already. However, for these last 4 teams, it has been a bit of an up and down here. We did see, I think 2 days ago, between these 2 teams from INSOMNIAX and Assassin Academy, as well as Silent Killer and Geek Fam. All these teams, had quite a bit of a turbulent ride leading up to the last chance qualifiers here. And for those of you who are not in the know, INSOMNIAX are going to go up against Assassin Academy. Winner of that particular match is going to go to the qualifying match, and Silent Killer as well as Geek Fam going to go up against each other. Winner from that particular match at match 2 are going to go into the qualifying match. Whoever wins that qualifying match will qualify to the playoffs. So that last chance to be the spoiler is definitely going to be the case here. I'm going to give quite a bit of early predictions across the board here. I think INSOMNIAX is going to win it big for all, but don't count Geek Fam as well as Silent Killer and Assassin Academy. But looking at INSOMNIAX, I'm thinking that at this last chance qualifiers, I'm thinking that they are pretty much the strongest amongst them all. But we have seen crazier things happen though, Husky, haven't we?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think INSOMNIAX, they've come a pretty long way, and being the first team to kick off this best of 5 against Assassin Academy, they have a lot to prove. They missed out on playoffs for Summer Icon Series, and they had to play through the entire close qualifiers to even make it to fall season. So this is going to be the judgment day for the team. Raph, Linus, Mix, Ceres, and Evolution will make up the lineup for INSOMNIAX going into this first series.
What's really important to note is the fact that champions such as Renekton, Braum, Kaisa, Ari, and J4 being some of our highest picked, statistically highest picked champions across the board, may actually be making their appearances again today. I'm not going to count out Lucian. Whether it's going to be picked or banned, whether it's going to be banned or picked is going to be seen during the pick phases. But let's take a look at Assassin Academy here. Fuse, All Seeing Eye, Nash, Zen, and Support No Flash. These teams as well, Assassin Academy, have been a little bit more of how to say, an not to say uncounted, but more like a little bit of a wild card here. They have been having quite a bit of a turbulent ride across the board, facing up against some of the top tier teams, have been rather detrimental towards Assassin Academy and their overall dreams of hitting it big. However, here is going to be where it is all for nothing for a lot of these teams. Whoever loses this best of 5 will be booted home. So I'm thinking that this is going to be all or nothing for either of these teams, which is INSOMNIAX as well as Assassin Academy, Husky.
Yeah, and to add on top of that, Assassin Academy, they were one of the few teams that brought out more rare picks, right? We saw them being the only team that played the Z mid in the entire fall season from the close qualifier onwards. They had to qualify, playing probably one of the harder brackets in the gauntlet. And right now in the group stage, they have yet to get a single win off of any team. So their record is pretty much 0-14 by the end of Monday. So hopefully today they'll be able to at least leave a mark. Whether they can take out INSOMNIAX, that's a question that they have to answer with their own gameplay. But I'm looking forward to what Assassin Academy has in store. Have they ran out of tricks to show us yet?
I'm thinking that maybe for Splat Zone INSOMNIAX, I do think that there is going to be a little bit of, I would think, a certain pattern that they played through, and I feel that's going to be basically one of their keys to victory here, sticking to that pattern, sticking to what they know and executing it well. However, Assassin Academy, I'm thinking for them, it's rather simple. Just pick your comfort picks, make sure that you're impactful across the map, and basically give your level best. Because looking at Assassin Academy, they do draft wildly, not to say off meta, but I would like to say wildly different compositions across the board here. We did see, I think, a Malphite and Annie in the mid lane as well, and I think a lot of that really revolves around the coordination that they need to actually have in order for them to be able to get some of those impactful plays. And that's, I think, going to be the determining factor for the side of Assassin Academy if they want to actually be relevant and move towards the next qualifying match.
Yeah, and I feel like for Assassin Academy, I definitely don't find any issue with them drafting unorthodox champions. Obviously, innovation is required in dire times. It's just we have not seen them execute these kind of drafts in a perfect manner, and it's not easy to find an opening when you're up against other teams who are equally experienced. So, like you said, Assassin Academy, just go back to the comfort picks. I don't mind if Nash brings out his Akali or his Zed. Whatever it takes to give Assassin Academy the comfort that they need to play the game, I think would be the best way to approach this best of 5.
Well, looking at it here, we are going to be... I'm just going to go take a look at this overall statistics off the screen. I'm looking at Assassin Academy. They have been picking up Renekton at least 4 times and Kaisa 4 times. As you can see already that there is going to be quite a bit of a number for Assassin Academy in terms of the Renekton pick, the Kaisa pick, and the Braum pick as well. Not too much in their favor, however, because they have lost all of their games thus far leading up to it. We do see that for the side of Splat Zone, if I'm not mistaken, they were also one of the teams that were picking up Kaisa really effectively as well, going 3-4 in terms of the 7-time pick that they picked up for Kaisa, and I think that's going to be something that we might actually see. Lucian also has been one of the most highly contested picks in my opinion. When it's not banned out, we do see it going to be picked out on the first pick, considering that it's very flex. It can go into the Baron lane, it can go into the Dragon lane, or it can go into mid lane, and I feel that's going to be the case for a lot of these teams. We did see it picked out at least 5 times for the side of Silent Killer. Only 1 victory for them, excuse me, not Silent Killer, excuse me, for Splat Zone. It's gone 3 times picked, 3 for nothing in terms of their overall win rate when Lucian is picked up. So maybe that could be a signifier that when Splat Zone picks up Lucian, there could be a win on the horizon for them.
Yeah, that very much could be a factor, allowing Spazone to kind of take the victory. And it also brought a pretty good point because I think Assassin Academy hasn't been really adapting as much as the other teams to the current meta. We haven't seen them really prioritize the Senna Lucian at all, and they are. I'm not saying this is a bad thing, but sometimes they are kind of, trying to just give their own flair to the game. And that kind of creates a bubble, right? A vacuum that Silent Academy has been comfortably sitting in. I have no issue with that. But it would be nice to see them to pick up on what other teams are doing. Maybe that could be the edge that they need to elevate, that to elevate their gameplay and give them some victories. But enough of that. Let's find out if Assassin Academy has more tricks up their sleeves. This is going to be the drafting phase between them and INSOMNIAX.
All right, the drafting phase brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup. Get your super spicy cup of hot noodles here with the Maggie Hot Cup. So I don't know about you, Assassin's Academy will be the one with the first pick and the first ban. It is going to be Lee Sin being banned out for the side of Assassin's Academy onto its INSOMNIAX. INSOMNIAX going to reply most likely with the Camille. I think these are going to be very strong jungle and top lane and Baron lane picks here, in terms of the Baron lane bans across the board for Assassin Academy as well as INSOMNIAX with a bit of targeted bans. Yeah, I'm thinking Akali as well as Gragas is going to be targeted towards All Seeing Eye as well as Inez. I do see that they were able to play it quite a bit across the board. Twisted Fate, I think that's going to be going towards Mix D because because the Mix definitely did pick up the Twisted Fate at least a total of 5 times across the board with only 1 victory thus far. So maybe that ban may not be something that they want to be considering, but Destiny definitely going to be one of those how to say this off the wall pickups here. I mean, there's a lot of global presence with Twisted Fate, and look at that immediately for the side of Assassin Academy. You're gonna be picking up the Braum, most likely denying it from the side of Evolution.
It's kind of okay if they decide to go for the Braum, but I feel like when you have the first pick advantage, you generally want to go for champions that they can be flexed, that has a very strong opening. We talked about this, right? Renekton, Darius, Galio, all these champions that you can just open up the draft with and it solidifies one of your lane. Braum does not do that, unfortunately, and INSOMNIAX, they immediately pick up the Renekton. It's kind of a free steal for INSOMNIAX at this point, and now they can look at kind of a support to start drafting the lanes around the side lanes, and Rakan is going to be the choice.
I'm thinking what Assassin's Academy is trying to do is they're trying to open up the counter pick onto its Wrath, and I'm thinking that maybe they're going for the Darius could be a good idea here. Not entirely sure. I'm thinking that there is going to be a little bit more of an advantage onto its Wrath compared to Fuse. I think that when you regard the Renekton going up against a Darius head-to-head, there is going to be a little bit of a skill matchup here, depending on the certain phases of the game. I feel that with Wrath on the Renekton, it could be a hard time for Fuse to be able to come online. What's really important, though, is a Mix actually picking up the Graves for Linez. So I said it again, right, Husky? When you pick up the Graves, there could be a lot of missed opportunities here, because if you're not able to pop off in the early stages of the game, then you're going to be playing the whole game, the whole catch-up game for the entirety of the match.
Yeah, and INSOMNIAX, they do have very short range as well for both Graves and Lucian. So that it could be indicated that INSOMNIAX wants to fight you more head-on, and it can prove to be an issue when they want to get onto this Corki, right? Because this Corki has decent range, also has the Valkyrie to reposition himself in fight, and it has a very beefy front line. Galio, Braum, Darius, these are all champions that can just stand in front and become a brick wall. The Olaf as well. What these two teams have in common is definitely a very strong jungler. Graves can jungle solo, no problem. Same with the Olaf, great self-sustain, great objective taking. So it really comes down to what you pointed out early on. Which jungler has the better early game? Olaf does have longer longevity because of the champion kit itself, whereas Graves, you need to get off to a good start.
Yeah, I feel that's going to be something that INSOMNIAX has to actually play around in terms of Linez here. I do like the fact that for Assassin Academy, they do have, I think, quite a bit of range here with Zen. Not entirely in terms of the damage that can be thrown out here, because as you look at it, right, all of them are melee except for Zen. And for INSOMNIAX, the short range could actually play into the fact that Assassin Academy are all melee champions with the exception of Zen. And if Zen is not able to actually get ahead in terms of the overall damage output, then it could be a huge problem for the side of INSOMNIAX when for the side of Assassin Academy, if INSOMNIAX decides to close the distance and drop some massive damage onto his Assassin Academy. However, prolonged fights could benefit Assassin Academy in more ways than one here. So I think it's going to be a relatively balanced out game across the board.
It definitely feels like so. Although, you look at the Baron lane and the first thing that comes to mind is that both Darius and Renekton are very strong individual lanes. So this is most likely a skill matchup. You get the Ari against Galio. Looking at the level 5, level 5 is what you are looking at if you're Assassin Academy. When Galio gets his hero's entrance and All-Seeing Eye has the Ragnarok, he's going to look for a lane, use the Ragnarok, run in with the Galio and try to secure the lane. So when you have such a strong dive comp, you want to cripple one of the enemy side lanes and just push that advantage, get the tier 1 as fast as possible. In this case, I feel like Assassin Academy can really make an impact in that Baron lane against Renekton if they get the chance.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing here, but looking at Assassin Academy as well as INSOMNIAX, relatively even across the board for now. But over to the top side though, could it be an apprehend for Wrath? No, it's going to be on cooldown. Linez now gonna go for a little bit of that ward clearing, as we're going to be seeing here. Smoke bomb being dropped down. No one is going to be in danger here. Linez as Mix are in play. Nash could actually catch out a Mix here with a little bit of the taunt. Gonna get a little bit of that Winds of War damage off, as well as Assassin Academy are going to try to jostle for position. Could be an opportunity for them to try to pop off the fight, but that window has closed, as INSOMNIAX will be like returning back to their positions and continue the laning phases.
Unfortunately for Assassin Academy, they weren't in the position to take that fight. INSOMNIAX, they brought 4 members, and I was thinking maybe Nash didn't need to join. He could have just stayed in lane, get the level 5, and try to force a fight, because INSOMNIAX, they were never ever going to get a single kill there with that dive. It was because both the Dragon lanes of Assassin Academy already backed off, so it's not really a bad call, but it's more like it was slightly unnecessary for Assassin Academy. Either way, no casualties were resulted from that rotation at all, so we kind of get a full reset for both teams.
Yeah, a full reset across the board for both teams. I'm thinking that this could actually turn it up. Not to say turn it up, sorry. In terms of both these teams, actually just reset everything, and everything's just going to come back to its natural progression. We do see that a little bit of priority here starting to build up for the side of INSOMNIAX onto the bot side as well as the mid side. I'm thinking that's going to be great for INSOMNIAX here. Assassin's Academy got to at least give a little bit more priority here, like attention onto the top lane. Don't want Wrath to be able to actually get too ahead here, but Zen, first blood.
What?
For the side of Ceres here, the culling comes out, and it seems that Zen was just had his flash, had his barrier, decided not to use it. Very strange decision making for the side of Assassin Academy, as we do see that INSOMNIAX Ceres is gonna bring out first blood for them.
That was actually not good at all for Assassin Academy. Not only did Zen did not use his barrier or flash, support no flash, he stood there. Guy stood there, recalled while his ADC was getting gone on. That is, I mean, if this was a normal game, support no flash would have been reported instantly. Like he failed to do his job. That should not have happened at all. That first blood was one of those kills that no way in any parallel universe should it have ever happened. Thankfully, INSOMNIAX were not able to convert that into a dragon. Wow, that's stupid.
And that's the thing I wanted to add on here for the side of support no flash, with the fact that he does have the stand behind me as I was unbreakable. It was rather weird coming in from Assassin Academy, maybe a lapse of judgment, but we do see there a bit of a fight there, slice and dice over the wall. We do see the hero's entrance going to come out. We're going to be seeing a very good steal there coming in from the side of Assassin Academy, as we're going to be seeing a fight being popped off here. It seems that INSOMNIAX will be able to lose out at least one member here, but it seems that bigger and bigger wins are going to come for the side of INSOMNIAX. Quadra kill for the side of Wrath. Rampaging ahead is going to be the Crocodile.
And all of that happened because Zen got killed, because Ceres got the first blood. If Zen did not die, he would have been able to go for a full reset. Ceres wouldn't have had that much resources, as he had. And that reset could have allowed Zen to have a better position in the Dragon Pit. So, you know, it's a butterfly effect. Assassin Academy made one critical mistake. They stole the Drake, but it's like, whatever, right? INSOMNIAX, they still got an ace off of that, and now they're gonna try to contest the Rift Herald. The shield is pop out, and Linus, he's gonna steal the Rift Herald in return. INSOMNIAX looking for a fight as Zen comes in with the Valkyrie. They will get the kill onto Evolution. The fight's gonna be split up into two parts. Linus does have a concussive blast, and one more right click, one more auto attack is gonna stun him, and yes, the Winter Spice will connect, and Linus is gonna go down. Decent trade from Assassin Academy. They lose fields in the process, but they also lost the Rift Herald.
Very interesting here coming in from Assassin Academy as Linus was able to dash over the wall with the quick draw, getting the Smite steal on towards the Shelly. So that's going to be a big win for the side of INSOMNIAX, though, despite the fact that Assassin Academy were able to steal very early on the Drake, the Earth Drake. And I think that's going to give them a lot more defensive capabilities. Oh, Dominance has been popped up here. All-Seeing Eye is going to be hit with the steal, with the stun, as well as the Cult Meek. We're going to be seeing an interesting one as Apprehend comes out, but we're going to be seeing Wrath right now in assistance from the side of Ceres, as we do see Ardent Blaze is going to pop up, as we're going to be seeing another opportunity for the side of Wrath to be able to score another kill. More priority being pushed up for the side of INSOMNIAX, and it seems that Assassin Academy slowly losing out the plot.
Renekton is way too strong. You look at his net worth, almost 7,000. It's now 7,000 net worth after the tier 1. He is way ahead of everyone else. Fuse is his net worth is twice the net worth of this Darius. So Assassin Academy, they essentially can't really kill this Renekton unless they gang out on him, like 3-on-1 maybe. You know, with their ultimates, with their spells. Wrath is now going to be the strongest champion on the map. And Assassin Academy, again, one first blood has put them in this very uncomfortable position. The net worth lead for INSOMNIAX is a jarring 8,000 gold. So it's hard for Assassin Academy to contest any objective when Wrath is around. They just have to take it slow and try to catch up in isolated members from the side of INSOMNIAX.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing more opportunities for the side of INSOMNIAX there to double their lead. Thinking this could be a strong opportunity there from the side of Linus to give a little bit of pressure onto All-Seeing Eye, but we do see all other three members from the side of Assassin Academy are going to go for the support pickup here. Nice killing spree going to go over towards the side of Zen. Zen is going to try his level best to get into a very good position to drop off those ultimates there with his missiles. I do think that coming in from the side of INSOMNIAX, they are going to at least throw out the culling here to push members of Assassin Academy back, as we're going to be seeing Wrath now. Very much so, living up to his name, dropping in a little bit of Wrath and priority on towards the top lane.
The sad thing about Assassin Academy right now is that someone has to constantly respond to Wrath. Someone has to constantly handle this Renekton. Nash gonna go in, get the taunt. All-Seeing Eye coming in to try to get a couple of kills. They get the redemption, but it doesn't matter. Ceres does too much damage. And a good grand entrance from the side of Evolution. He gets the quickness onto 3. But INSOMNIAX, they don't have the damage to follow up. Still though, Nash goes down. Rift Herald gets summoned in the mid lane. And INSOMNIAX, they head straight for the Infernal Dragon.
Infernal Dragon going to give them a little bit more pressure here, as well as Shelly going to be knocking on Assassin Academy's mid lane. Is going to give them a lot more security here in terms of them being able to get that offensive Drake of the Infernal, and I think that's going to give them a lot more offensive stats, but it's going to be evened out across the board here, as Assassin Academy does have the Earth Drake, so a little bit more. Oh wait, we're going to be seeing the charm there, going to hit onto Fuse. Fuse in a lot of trouble here. We're going to be seeing the dash coming in from the side of INSOMNIAX, and it seems that it is going to be a big mistake for the side of Ceres there. Getting shut down from the side of support, no flash. It could have been better if Assassin Academy were able to pick it up on towards their core carries, onto Zen or All-Seeing Eye or Fuse in terms of the shutdown, but it seems that it is going to support no flash that gets that kill credit.
Yeah, better than nothing. Assassin Academy fighting for scraps. They definitely needed that kill, regardless of who gets it. As long as they can slow down INSOMNIAX, it is going to be a slight win. But the amount of items that INSOMNIAX have right now is just insane. They are gonna try and, you know, kill off Wrath, but you cannot challenge this Renekton. No one on this map can fight the Renekton head on, and Fuse learned it the hard way. INSOMNIAX at the same time takes the mid tier 1. Assassin Academy will be slowly choked out of the map.
All right, we're going to be seeing here Assassin Academy slowly losing control of their bottom quadrant of the jungle, and I'm thinking that it is going to be interesting from the side of INSOMNIAX here to keep the pressure rolling. As that damage. We're not going to go for anything else aside from that. We do see that Baron is in play already. Charm not going to be hitting from the side of Mix. If not, that would have been at least a substantial amount of damage onto its Assassin Academy. However, we do see Ceres here onto the top side and try his level best to give as much damage as he can, as we do see Fuse support no flashes, so Nash are going to come in. The Apprehend comes in through for the side of Evolution. We do see the Glacial Fissure is going to be hitting onto Ceres. Ceres right now goes for the back into the flash into the culling. It's not going to be enough though. 4 or 5 members here are going to come in for the side of Assassin Academy. Ceres as well could be in a lot of trouble here. A lot of commitment coming in, as we're going to be seeing members of INSOMNIAX right now in a lot of trouble. The Gatling gun is going to go pew 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 from the side of Zen, as we do see that INSOMNIAX right now returns the favor by adding pressure onto the bottom side. We do see pings coming in from the rest of the members of INSOMNIAX to tell them to back away a little bit, but it seems that INSOMNIAX wants a little bit more pressure built up for themselves.
That's exactly what Assassin Academy needed to do. They lost Fuse, but they got 3 in return, and 2 of those kills were big ones as well. Both Ari and Lucian went down, so that is actually over for Assassin Academy. It is better in these kind of situations to just bring your whole tribe, get the enemy core. You can sacrifice your members in the process, but you effectively kind of slow down what INSOMNIAX wanted to do. The silver lining out of that, the icing on the cake was that INSOMNIAX were not able to take that inhibitor turret in the bot lane, so Assassin Academy essentially didn't really lose much. In fact, I would argue that they have been able to gain a bit more resources for themselves based off of that trade. They just gotta repeat it a few times. Easier said than done though, because INSOMNIAX overall are still way stronger as a team.
And yeah, it seems that INSOMNIAX individually are as strong as they are a team, and I feel that's going to be the case here leading forward, as we do see Wrath has not yet been eliminated in this game. A perfect game for him thus far. Can't say the same for Ceres, however, but we do see in terms of the itemization, it's going to be Essence Reaver as well as Navori Quick Plays. But before we go into itemization, the All-Seeing Eye actually trying to affect the top quadrant of the map here, as Assassin Academy are going to come in, at least give a little bit more disturbance here. Interference is going to be the theme from the side of Assassin Academy, so at least delay the Baron take that could come from the side of INSOMNIAX, but it seems that a dragon may be in the near future.
That definitely seems to be the case. Ocean Drake is going to be the 3rd Drake as well as Assassin Academy. It's going to go on that Baron Nashor, but they don't have the damage. TP will be channeled and completed by Lines, so INSOMNIAX completely stopped what Assassin Academy wanted to do. Great idea, good initiative, but in that circumstance, it's not going to work out. And I don't think they want to contest this Ocean Drake either. There's just no point if you contest the Drake and you end up losing your whole team.
Yeah, it is going to be, I think it's going to be a case here for the side of Assassin Academy, but have to be careful though. Hero's Entrance has been popped out for the side of Assassin Academy. They do lose out on 1 member for the side of All-Seeing Eye.
Good taunt!
The fight now is going to be popped up. Beautiful taunt onto 3 coming in from the side of Assassin Academy, as we're going to be seeing INSOMNIAX right now trying to collapse, but it seems that the Flash is going to come in and save Evolution. Wrath in the middle of it is going to go with the Slice and Dice, and Call the Meek will be able to take down at least 1. 2 members down for the side of Assassin Academy. For the side of INSOMNIAX, it is going to be 2 as well. It is going to be very even across the board, but we're going to be seeing INSOMNIAX right now closing out with more advantages. Triple kill going over to the side of Wrath. We do see a Nash going in for a taunt. Gonna go for the Justice Punch, but will not be able to score anything out of it.
Oh man, Fuse messed up his flash. He flashed backwards. He wanted to go on top of Wrath, but it was a slight mistake. I don't think it would have made too much of a difference. But again, I honestly feel like that was a good initiative by Assassin Academy. They knew what they needed to do. They knew that that was the only way they could come back into the game. No amount of no other moves could give them a breather, could give them could show signs of life other than a Baron Steal and just bring in numbers to take out the enemy cores. However, in this particular scenario, it didn't really work out. Still a good attempt though from Assassin Academy. Now they've again bought themselves a bit more time. So you can throw bodies, but what's most important for Assassin Academy right now are 2 things. Prevent the Baron from being taken and also buying time. And they've already done the first step correct. The harder one is preventing INSOMNIAX from ever getting that Baron buff, because it will end the game for Assassin Academy.
And that's going to be the case that Assassin Academy has to actually be wary of. Looking at how the pressure, the control has been exercised from the side of INSOMNIAX, I do feel that Assassin Academy is starting to lose out on a lot of that control. I think they need to wrestle it back away from the side of INSOMNIAX, at least try to deny the fact that Wrath goes in onto the back lines of Assassin Academy, targeting Zen and putting him on towards the back foot. And I feel that for the side of INSOMNIAX, that's exactly what they want to be doing. They just want to be able to give a clear line of sight from Wrath on towards Zen, and that's going to be game over for them because they won't be able to have the necessary amount of damage from All-Seeing Eye and Fuse to be able to drop in on towards INSOMNIAX and basically turn the fight around. But looking at it though, Assassin Academy has been really good in terms of some of the team fights though. It's just that INSOMNIAX just has a little bit more understanding of what they need to do to be able to win those prolonged team fights.
Absolutely. In an equal environment, if both teams have the same amount of resources, I would argue Assassin Academy would win most of these fights. INSOMNIAX are winning out because they are just more farmed based off of the early game. And now they've gotten the Baron buff. This is kind of the final stand for Assassin Academy. They have to win the team fight, and they have to at least try and, if they can't wipe out INSOMNIAX, they have to at least try and prevent INSOMNIAX from doing heavy damage to the base. And this is going to be the true test for Assassin Academy, and it will need to start with them. They will have to be the one to start those fights.
Yeah, but it's going to be one of those situations for the side of Assassin Academy where they need to be a little bit more proactive rather than reactive against INSOMNIAX. As going to be seeing the the Baron has been taken from the side of INSOMNIAX. Pressure is going to be mounting for Assassin Academy to pull the trigger or at least try to turn it around. But it seems that the statistics of the added stats as well as the push coming in from the minions are a little bit too much, as the inhibitor has been taken out from the side of INSOMNIAX. For the side of Assassin Academy, super minions are going to at least come from the mid side here, adding a lot more pressure for the side of Assassin Academy for them to actually try to hold out. We do see a little bit of beefiness here in the middle.
Here we go.
Going to be the hero's entrance, beautifully done there, coming in from the side of Assassin Academy. It is not going to be able to hit at least one member here for the side of Assassin Academy. Has been taken down. 2 members now down for the count, 3 members down for the count here, 4 members down for the count, 5 members down for the count, and it's going to be an ace race for the base for INSOMNIAX. A big win for this opening stanza for INSOMNIAX here, Husky.
What a victory for INSOMNIAX. It was definitely a convincing one. You know, don't get me wrong, it is a convincing victory for INSOMNIAX, but huge props to Assassin Academy. I enjoy watching this game. A lot of people would say that it's a stomp, and I would agree it's kind of a stomp, but I enjoyed it a lot because of what Assassin Academy were trying to do to get back into the game. And I think it's something that, you know, all of us viewers can learn, which is when you are behind, you have to make something happen, right? It's better to make a move than to wait for the enemy to end the game. And I think Assassin Academy made those moves. Whether they won or not, that was very clear. But at least they made the effort to try and change the state, to try to force a change. Some of it actually did pan out to what, you know, Assassin Academy wanted, but they couldn't really cross the finishing line with it. Either way, INSOMNIAX takes the first game, so one step closer to kind of the finals of the lower the last chance qualifiers. These are the numbers: 21 kills to 10 in favor of INSOMNIAX. Wrath having a perfect game. All started at the Dragon Pit with a quad kill, and from that point onwards, Wrath just did not stop.
I feel that's going to be the case here for Wrath. He was basically springboarded into a strong advantage with a crazy quadra kill in the early stages of the game that definitely leapfrogged him ahead of everyone else for the side compared to Assassin Academy. And I feel this is going to be the case for a victory for INSOMNIAX for game number 1 because of that early game gank that actually turned out in favor of INSOMNIAX, as Assassin Academy were limping away from those fights. I felt that Assassin Academy did at least prove to the viewers as well as us, the casters here, that they are very scrappy and are not shy to pull the trigger. But in terms of the overall execution though, could have been done better, but there were some shining moments that were at least given towards Assassin Academy to try to take away the flair as well as the dominance that were being shown from the side of INSOMNIAX.
Yeah, and hopefully this game 1 is kind of a sneak peek of what we're going to get for the rest of the best of 5. I think Assassin Academy, based off what we've seen on Monday, this is more of an Assassin Academy that I wanted to witness, especially when, you know, one series makes all the difference, and they're up against an experienced team. You know, INSOMNIAX wanting to get to qualify for the playoffs finally after missing it out on summer. So hopefully Assassin Academy will come into game 2, draft the same way they did, and just polish up on those little details that they kind of realized a bit too late in game 1. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, it will be game 2 between the Assassin Academy and INSOMNIAX.
Lihat tubuh Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
Say that I am not a pretender. No, I don't wanna leave any words unsaid. Now I think that you hate me, and I'm driving you crazy. Wish I could stay forever, but maybe we're better when we're not together. I know that we have to let it go. I can see your eyes close, and I feel like we're drowning. I know that we have to let it go. Can you see my eyes close? And I feel like we're drowning in it. Love, calm down. Take a little time to think about us. It's just not the same anymore, baby. I know we loved, we fought and now we lost, but I'll never forget you. Now I think that you hate me, and I'm driving you crazy. Wish I could stay forever, but maybe we're better when we're not together. I know that we have to let it go. I can see your eyes close, and I feel like we're drowning. I know that we have to let it go. Can you see my eyes close? And I feel like we're drowning in it.
Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like to hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors. Because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
Lihat tubuh Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
And welcome back. ESL Mobile Open presents to you the Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series Malaysia Fall Season. It is the last chance qualifier with me, Hound, alongside the casters table. Well, basically just a bit of a stone's throw away from me is going to be Husky. We're going to be the ones that are going to be dropping in the action for you guys as it transpires. Isn't that right, Husky?
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with that statement. It's 100% accurate. But we just witnessed game 1. You know, INSOMNIAX able to take a convincing victory over Assassin Academy. Despite that, good effort from AA to try and make a difference. And all of this is brought to you guys by Maggie Hot Cup. If you have not gotten yourself one just yet, do make sure to do so, because just be like me, I supercharged myself with one of my favorite flavors, Chili Fiesta, and it did not disappoint. Same as the game, pretty heaty and pretty spicy, and I want to see if Assassin Academy will be able to make that quick adjustments and give INSOMNIAX a tougher fight in game 2.
You want to know what else was a fiesta? The ganks that were coming in. It was a gang fiesta from both these teams. I felt that INSOMNIAX definitely had quite a bit of tempo advantage, I feel, as well as the rotational advantage. But I did see that a couple of moments coming in from the side of Assassin Academy, they were at least able to be very, very handy in terms of how they were overall trying to at least match some of that tempo alongside with members of INSOMNIAX. I feel that's going to be a running theme here as we head into game number 2 between these two teams, and I'm thinking that is going to be one heck of a fight between them, because I'm thinking that in a best of 5 is where a lot of these teams tend to make a lot of adjustments along the way, and I feel that sometimes endurance is going to be a factor moving into best of 5 series. I feel that if you're not able to endure those long hours, not to say long hours, but those back-to-back fights and all these really high-stress moments, is definitely going to be detrimental towards your wishes coming in. Let's take a look at the Champion Select, brought to you by Maggie Hardcup, Husky.
And let's find out if there will be any differences in ban. We saw Camille, Akali, Gragas being banned out. Xin Zhao was also included in the ban list. INSOMNIAX is going to start off by banning most likely the Xin Zhao 1 Sports. Don't want to give it over to All Seeing Eye. I think Grace finally got his first victory in fall season after last game as Assassin Academy will ban the Lee Sin. So both starting bans focusing on the jungle, but INSOMNIAX, they cannot overlook the Akali. They'll have to take it out.
Yeah, I'm thinking that that's going to be a case here. They don't want to be dealing with an Akali just going in and out with so much mobility as well as damage potential that could be very detrimental to the side of INSOMNIAX and their hopes of winning this out and moving into the next qualifying match. However, there is still another potential 4 more rounds to go with these two teams, and with round number 2 underway, I'm thinking that it is going to be everything or nothing in this early draft. So we're seeing Raph now with the Camille, Assassin Academy replying with All Seeing Eye, as well as a Fused going with the Renekton and the Gragas pickup. What do you think about these two pickups here?
I do like these two picks, pretty strong and can sustain themselves. Most importantly, you know, when you're up against a Camille, you generally you want to have a draft that if the Camille uses the ultimatum on you, you have some way to disengage, or you have some way to just stand there and fight. Renekton does that. Gragas also has the same function, but they also pick up the Vi, which is one of those few champions that has this guaranteed engage. Doesn't care what you have, doesn't care what champions you are, she will go on you. So the Assault and Battery is the perfect spell to do that, especially when you're up against a very elusive champion like Lucian. Though INSOMNIAX do have the Lulu, and Assassin Academy will get the Ezreal.
I do like the fact that the Ezreal was picked up here. Looking at it, it is going to be rather interesting that INSOMNIAX is going to be picking up the Lulu for the pickup, and I'm thinking that's going to be the case. Wild Growth is going to be one of those things that could actually be a strong factor in keeping some of these champions alive, especially when it comes to Lucian when he's in the middle of the fight here, or if the Assault and Battery comes in, like you said, from the Vi for the side of All Seeing Eye towards the high value targets of Ceres, who is most likely going to pay the Lucian here. Wukong as well as Ahri being picked up. They're going to go to the mid lane and either the jungle or top lane respectively, and I'm liking what I'm seeing from the side of INSOMNIAX here compared to Assassin Academy. Overall across the board, very, very concise in terms of the compositions that have been shown. Nothing too wild, nothing too out of left field from either of these teams, and I think it's going to be one of those games that is going to be very clear cut for both these teams in terms of what they need to do and how they're going to achieve it as we head into game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is probably Nash's Gragas. Could be a Gragas mid since they did have the Vi. But I feel like I think I prefer Renekton mid a bit more. But, you know, either way, both these champions have very strong level 5s. And I kind of prefer the Gragas being mid since you can rotate to the side lanes with the explosive cast. We'll see what's going to happen. Yep, it is the Nash's Gragas. And right off the bat, they're just gonna try and make contact with each other. Linus just get a couple of poke in, but INSOMNIAX were able to eliminate that vision ward. So kind of a decent start for slightly better for INSOMNIAX. Plus 30 goal.
Yeah, plus 30 goal here for the side of INSOMNIAX. It seems that for the side of Assassin Academy, they were at least opening up quite a bit here in terms of them getting a little bit of that early poke. Nothing too much is going to come out of it. A correction here is going to be Linez in the jungle. I thought it was going to be Wrath. I thought it was going to be Camille in the jungle. Wukong is going to be moving around from camp to camp, and I feel that's going to be relatively good in terms of it. Nimbus Strike right into the ultimate, the spin to win is definitely going to be the case here for the INSOMNIAX to be able to set it up well. And if he's able to at least turn it around in a sense that he's able to get more than one target knocked up, it's definitely going to be something of lockdown potential that could play well into INSOMNIAX's hands.
Yeah, and I think at the same time, for Assassin Academy, it boils down to how I mean, the fundamentals of the game is pretty simple, right? Resources and vision, and resources and information, excuse me. But the first few minutes is always about the laning phase, and because of how these two teams have drafted, I think it comes down to how the individual players play the lane. Obviously, Assassin Academy will get this bottom Scuttle Crab, and INSOMNIAX will trade the top one in return. A good ward from INSOMNIAX, so they see the movement from All Seeing Eye, so they can guarantee their own safety in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I'm thinking that safety is going to be the #1 priority for both these teams. Looking at Assassin Academy, though, they have to be a little bit wary of how they want to be taking out this fight. Over to the top side, though, we're going to be seeing Tactical Sweep coming in from the side of Wrath. Wants to be very careful that he doesn't take a little bit too much of that turret pressure here, especially during the early stages of this game. And I'm thinking that overall from Wrath as well as Fuse, very even across the board in terms of HP. But Fuse right now is going to have a little bit of trouble here because he is going to be pushed up against his turret, won't be able to back away, and it seems that the reset timer advantage is going to go to INSOMNIAX.
Yeah, INSOMNIAX, they definitely have a bit more coverage, but you can see Assassin Academy, they are not making those careless moves, so kind of adapting to what INSOMNIAX needs to do, and good trade in the bottom lane as well. Both Ceres and Zen kind of changing a bit of love taps. Definitely more Assassin Academy definitely being a bit more attentive for sure, and it's also pretty hard for this Wukong to just go in for a gank onto either the Ezreal or the Braum. But since he has the Cyclone, INSOMNIAX, they can't afford to kind of make this aggressive move, and it seems like Zen wants to go for the reset, so Assassin Academy can't really contest this, and if they do, they will need to make sure that they have all members, and yeah, they've changed their mind. That is going to be the case.
And this is going to be a very, very good case of victory here for the side of INSOMNIAX, mainly because that they will be able to at least score a little bit of this early objective control, especially with the control that they are starting to exercise on all lanes, looking at all lanes with a lot of priorities and slowly pushing into the turrets of each each Assassin Academy players. I feel that it's going to give a little bit of a hard time towards All Seeing Eye in terms of decision making. Where does he want to go? Does he want to open up an opportunity for a gank? But it seems that with the reset timers coming in for Assassin Academy onto the bot side, it is going to be a jungle fight in terms of the bottom side jungle for Assassin Academy as well as INSOMNIAX. And INSOMNIAX now going to go for the D ward here, and most likely the early pressure onto the Drake as it spawns.
Yeah, I'm looking at Assassin Academy and I'm thinking, how can they, what can they do in this situation? Obviously, when you have a Vi and you have the guarantee lockdown, you want to make something happen, right? I know the Drake is up, but I feel like they could make a move if they just bring the numbers. Unfortunately, in INSOMNIAX, they have the ward in front of the Dragon Pit, so the Dragon lane will be safe. And if Assassin Academy go for the Dragon, INSOMNIAX will also know as well. Generally, you kind of want to bring All Seeing Eye and Nash to a lane. I'm thinking, the top lane, we take out the Camille, and you either try to pressure the top tier 1, or you will try to reset the lane and get more resources. In this case, Assassin Academy were not able to do both, but they do have the numbers in the bot lane.
It does have numbers here, as it's going to be Assassin Academy going to go for the Drake early on. Could there be an opportunity for the side of INSOMNIAX to actually steal this out? We have seen it time and time again happen just now, as we did see in the previous game. But oh wait, Unstoppable is going to be All-Seeing Eye going in with the Assault and Battery. We do see the Cyclone there being picked up from the side of Linez, being able to hit at least 4 members here. First Blood going to go over to the side of INSOMNIAX, as we're going to be seeing the numbers are starting to dwindle for the side of Assassin Academy, as we're going to be seeing a very, very good flash in, but did he bite off a little bit more than he could chew? Oh no, Sarah's still alive somehow, but nope. It's only a matter of time as the inevitable death is going to come over towards him. Fuse not going to be able to catch Evolution as he flashes over the wall. Beautifully done from the side of INSOMNIAX as well as Assassin Academy. We got INSOMNIAX winning it big, not only with the 4-man kill, but also the turret in top lane.
It's okay from us. It's not too bad, I suppose, although INSOMNIAX were able to win that fight. Good engage though, and now all of these teams don't have their ultimates, and I would argue without the ultimates, in Assassin Academy are slightly stronger, so they will go for this Molten Drake once more. INSOMNIAX looking for contest. Redemption is going to preemptively the flash in, not going to get the steal. Assassin Academy should be able to get a couple of kills off of this. Linez will go down. Good trade, good objective taking. Assassin Academy, they finally take a bit for themselves.
Nicely done here for Assassin Academy, as they're starting to at least turn around the pressure towards them, but I feel that it is going to be short-lived if they're not too careful onto the bottom side. We do see that pressure is starting to build up from the side of INSOMNIAX on towards Assassin Academy. They've got to be careful, as it seems that it is going to be Glacial Fissure on towards the hit coming in towards the side of Ceres. Here comes the Assault and Battery coming in, but it's going to be a Polymorph onto All-Seeing Eye. Look at how low support, no flash is coming in. Zen right now trying his best to actually do a lot of damage there, but not going to be enough. Ceres right now, very beautifully done. Double kill going to go over towards the side of INSOMNIAX, as we did see the engage starting to turn in favor of the side of INSOMNIAX, as Assassin Academy bit off more than they could chew.
Slightly unfortunate for Assassin Academy, was not able to get any kills off of that. So I think it's good for them to slow down. The Chomp does land onto Fuse, so he has to hashtag away, but Mix does have the Spirit Rush to try and follow up, forcing out the flash from Fuse, and Mix still going for it. The last charge has been expended. Off of Deception does not connect. Forces out the Dominus though, so still good for INSOMNIAX. At least they know this Renekton won't have his ult for the next minute.
There is going to be a very interesting turn here for the side of Assassin Academy. They've got to be a little bit more concise with their decision making. I do think that they want to be opening up the mid side, as we do see quite a bit of concentration being shown from the side of Assassin Academy towards the pathing of mid lane, and I'm thinking that this could be an opportunity for them to at least try to get that priority taken away from INSOMNIAX. But looking at it though, could be another fight, could erupt onto the bot side, but they got to be careful though. Ceres does so much damage in such a small amount of time, and I feel that's going to be something of a determining factor in some of these fights. If Ceres is caught off at his size where he is not able to do the maximum amount of damage, that is when the Assassin Academy could actually turn the fight around.
Yeah, good macro from INSOMNIAX. They instantly turn their attention to the middle lane. Not able to take down the mid tier one, at least for now, but when this next week crash in, they will definitely get the structure to themselves. Assassin Academy were able to steal the Scuttle Crab in the Dragon Pit, so at least they got something out of that, kind of a minor exchange. Right now INSOMNIAX will go for the reset. Cloud Drake not close to spawning just yet. Assassin Academy, what they want to do right now is to kind of reset the late equilibrium. You send all your members to all these 3 lanes, shove it out, and make sure that you don't die until the next Drake spawns. What Assassin Academy, they are trying to go for these ganks. Like, they are sending 3 guys to top. It's kind of inefficient though, because your cores are not getting much out of that. Like in this situation, Fuse is not getting much resources. They're spending a lot of time doing nothing. Not something that I personally recommend, because now INSOMNIAX, they have so much room to work with around the map.
Yeah, it seems that it is going to be a lot of room for error here that could be taken advantage for the side of Assassin Academy, but it seems that the overall movement of INSOMNIAX are going to at least mitigate some of the opportunities that Assassin Academy wants to take on towards the side of INSOMNIAX, and I'm thinking that that is going to be a signifier of a reset that could come in from AA, as well as INSOMNIAX are going to at least go for as much much of the objectives as they can before they go for the Drake. We do see itemizations here, very interesting indeed, as we're going to be seeing INSOMNIAX right now definitely leading the charge here. Everyone across the board, very, very big leads compared to Assassin Academy.
Cloud Drake's finally going to spawn, so like you said, both teams getting their reset. If INSOMNIAX wins this fight in a convincing manner, Assassin Academy will be in a very bad spot. But INSOMNIAX, they know that there's no rush for them. Raph has already shoved the top wave in. It's going to be flash body slam. All go on to 2 with the true chop rush coming through. They're getting the summon barrier as well. Finding the right target onto Saris, but they cannot finish him off. Now Redemption is going to be dropped down. Good 3-man knockup, but it's insufficient as Saris finally gets dived on by Fuse. They finish him off. 3 kills for Assassin Academy, but they cannot really do too much. They will have to make a choice. They gave up the top tier 2. They will take the Cloud Drake, but this is the kind of fight that Assassin Academy needs to win.
Yeah, they need to be able to pick off members of INSOMNIAX one by one, and I'm feeling that this is going to play into the hands of Assassin Academy. However, with the amount of turrets are starting to favor for the side of INSOMNIAX, I'm thinking that this could have been a little bit counterproductive towards Assassin Academy, trying to steal back a little bit of the control that they desperately need against INSOMNIAX. With the amount of turrets that have gone in the pockets of INSOMNIAX compared to AA, I feel that AA needs to be very wary of how these fights are going to go. Because if they push out a little bit too deep into INSOMNIAX territory, it's going to be tough for them. And if they decide to fight on the back foot, it's still going to be tough for them. Why? Because INSOMNIAX are able to move around the map uncontested.
In this game, in the last game, it was kind of Assassin Academy making some minor mistakes, but game 2 is INSOMNIAX playing better macro overall. They are making the better moves, they are making better rotations, and they are putting a lot of numbers on Assassin Academy when there wasn't much need for Assassin Academy to commit that much members. So if you look at the map, the waves are always in favor of INSOMNIAX, and that is the reason why Assassin Academy didn't get much. But here comes the Assault and Barry, they're gonna commit everything. Good pick off on Mix, and that is exactly what you want to do. They pull Raph to the mid lane, so now they can reset and shove out the side lanes if they want to, or alternatively, they can try to take the mid tier 1 where INSOMNIAX will try to defend.
Yeah, it seems that there's going to be a big fight here coming in, as the Nez will be able to get in the middle of it. Cyclone hits at least 4 or 5 members here, as we're going to be seeing INSOMNIAX right now pulling the trigger really hard against members of Assassin Academy. We do see 1 has been taken now for the price of 2. Assassin Academy right now slowly trying to turn the fight around, but it seems that INSOMNIAX damage is just too crazy and too high. But Wrath with a beautiful dodge. It seems that Ceres will be able to get in the middle with the piercing light. Triple kill going to go over to the side of Ceres, as it is going to be the ace for the race of the base for the side of INSOMNIAX here. Another turret goes down. Wrath, Ceres, and Evolution are going to be pushing and knocking on Assassin Academy's door.
Yeah, INSOMNIAX unfortunately can't go for the end game just yet. Again, a good fight for INSOMNIAX. Assassin Academy had a good start, but unfortunately, once more INSOMNIAX won in terms of resources. Their cores were just a bit more fed, and hence Assassin Academy, you know, they lost that fight, but it's not like they lost with INSOMNIAX having full HP. INSOMNIAX's members were all living on 20-25% health, but they just did not have the damage to finish them off due to the lack of resources. So that item difference is hurting Assassin Academies in the situation. But we're seeing them making the right choice, right? They know what to do, but they just don't have that damage. They just needed a bit more, and they couldn't get it. Maybe this is going to be the chance. The flash does miss, but they still have the Assault and Battery to follow up again. Engaging on the Ceres. He will go into the stasis, and he has the Wild Growth to keep him alive. Now the flash, good one. Relentless, Ruthless Predator from Fuse to kill him off, and now Redemption is going to drop down. This might be the fight for Assassin Academy, but they have the ultimatum from the side of Raph in the back line. They finish off the Wukong. Linus goes down. Raph would escape with the hook shot to get the charm to break at the support. No flash back, as INSOMNIAX wants to punish Assassin Academy. They should be able to get this kill. Assassin Academy will take the Skullow Trap, and they will try to back off, but INSOMNIAX not done just yet. Flash, Charm, Nash, dead! INSOMNIAX gets a triple kill onto Raph, and Assassin Academy lose 4.
Very nicely done from the side of Wrath, as well as Mix, to be able to at least continue to chase on towards the side of Assassin Academy. I do think that for the side of IX, they did do it really well indeed, despite the fact that the numbers were dwindling in their favor, were dwindling not in their favor. Assassin Academy did stay a little bit too long in that fight, and it seemed that the chase that came from the side of IX was just a little bit too hard, and 2 tenacious for the side of IX, as Assassin Academy were dropping one by one. Looking at how it has been working out for all these teams, I'm thinking that for the side of IX, they are going to be able to at least exercise quite a bit of control across the map, as we're going to be seeing members of Assassin Academy here going to be very wary of how they're going to be moving across the board. We're going to be seeing, ooh, beautifully done here. Assaulted Battery coming in, but look at the amount of damage coming in from the side of INSOMNIAX, as we're going to be seeing Wrath coming in. Beautiful Hextech Ultimatum onto Zen. Zen goes golden. It's going to be a very, very bad spot here for the side of Wrath, as he is biting off a little bit more than he can shoot. True Shot Barrage comes off, as we're going to be seeing more members on the side of INSOMNIAX coming in. We do see now one by one, AA is going to be losing out members for No Flash. It's going to be the third one to go down, as we're going to see another ace for the race to the base here for the side of IX. This could be the GG.
This should be it. INSOMNIAX will take the second game. Assassin Academy once again just losing out on a bit of macro, having the right idea but not having the resources to do it is a deja vu from game 1. But at least they iron out the laning stage, and that is something commendable about Assassin Academy. They were able to make a couple of minor adjustments, albeit not enough, but the slight improvement is there. But you know, truth be told, right now INSOMNIAX just proved that they are the better team, one game away from proceeding into the final stage of the last chance qualifiers. And so far, you know, they have made made sure that they prove that they deserve that spot, and they take game 2, you know, same score, 21-10.
21-10 here for the side of INSOMNIAX. I do think that Assassin Academy were at least very valiant in some of these attempts to turn the fight around in their favor, but I'm thinking that INSOMNIAX were just a little bit more aware of the macro adjustments that they needed to make with regards to how they needed to rotate and what fights they needed to take. And I feel that for the side of Assassin Academy, they not only were able to score some of these big fights, I feel like some of those big fights were rather meaningless, not because of them winning the fights, but because they weren't able to actually try to turn that big fights that they won into a big advantage in terms of maybe getting a turret, or maybe getting an advantage in terms of objectives. And I feel that could be the case for Assassin Academy, despite the fact that they did make some really good adjustments against INSOMNIAX for game number 2. It seems that INSOMNIAX made more adjustments on the fly that benefited them and netted them the win, Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. And now INSOMNIAX, with this 2-game lead, Assassin Academy, they probably will be playing their last game in the entire fall season if they lose out later on. But like a wise man once said, the series is not over until the final Nexus explodes. So Assassin Academy still has an opportunity, but it will be a tough one though. They have yet to even win a single game in the fall season, and hopefully when they go out with a bang. We'll just have to see what happens in game 3.
Yeah, I really have to see what happens in game number 3. Looking at the statistics though, it doesn't look really good across the board. We did see Renekton being picked out at least two times already by both these teams in terms of each game. I feel that it is going to be switching hands, and we're going to be seeing Renekton being picked out every so often for every matchup, and I feel that's going to be the case moving forward. We did see Lucian being picked out 100% of the time across 2 games as well, and it did change hands quite a bit in terms of INSOMNIAX as well as Assassin Academy. But that's enough of statistics. We're gonna go on a short break. We are gonna be back with more action here at the C Icon series.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Ada kali berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
When you found me like that, I was doing not bad, didn't care about you. I was high as fuck, wasn't looking for love or anything new. It ain't funny, little devil in disguise, think you got me, yeah. You're so naughty, I feel something happening to my body. Cause you shut me on the heart, can't get over it. In the other part, I recover it. And I love what you done. You made me fall too fast. Wait. feeling this too. Don't be sorry, you're my angel in disguise. Yeah, you got me. Yeah, let's be naughty. Wanna put my body next to your body. Cause you shoot me in the heart, can't get over it, over it. Hit me on the floor, I'm recovering, recovering. Look what you've done, you made me fall too fast. Look what you done, I'm going mad. You shot my heart, the only is dead. I need your love so bad.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Could he fill a hole inside me? Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's the Xannies till I know.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Itu kotakan alamat. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back because ESL Mobile Open presents to you guys the League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series Malaysia Fall Season. Today is the last chance qualifiers, and it might probably just be the last chance for Assassin Academy if they don't win out this next game. My name is Husky, and of course joined at the broadcast by the one and only Hao.
Well, it's great to be back. It is potentially the last game here for the side of Assassin Academy if they don't make any of the drastic adjustments that they so desperately need in this last and final game. It could be their last chance to even play here today for the entirety of the show. We would like to actually say goodbye to them, but it is all not down. Don't count your chips yet, because it could be a turnaround here for the side of Assassin Academy, provided that they make the necessary adjustments across the board for them to fight off against INSOMNIAX. But looking at it, INSOMNIAX has been really strong in terms of their overall macro gameplay as well as micro mechanics, and I'm thinking that this could be another win for them, provided that they don't do anything too wild and too crazy.
Yeah, that definitely is a possibility. I hope Assassin Academy keeps their heads up and play until the final Nexus falls. And all of this is brought to you guys by the one and only Maggie Hot Cup, your best companions throughout any stages of life. So do remember to check them out if you have the chance. And if you already have some in your household, supercharge yourself and watch the game. Enjoy all the excitement that these teams have to bring. Assassin Academy with their backs against the wall, with their one foot out the door, in fact. They will need to win 3 in a row in order to have a chance to continue their journey in the last chance qualifiers.
I'm thinking that's going to be the case here for them, because they have to be very, very much putting all of their chips in this last game here for the side of Assassin Academy if they want to continue the fight. However, our champion select, brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup. Here we go. Any predictions here in terms of picks and bans, Husky?
Probably the same few bans, Xin Zhao, Kali. I want to see Camille ban if possible, Assassin Academy has been struggling to deal with Lucian, so maybe it's about time they take out the Lucian, since they don't have actually they can pick the Lucian since they have the second pick. But other than that, most of the bans should be the same. Akali is going to be the first one to be taken out, and Lee Sin will be most likely the next champion to be banned out.
I feel that's going to be the case here for the side of INSOMNIAX as well as Assassin Academy. It is going to be interesting to see that even if the Lucian falls through and is going to decide, it could be at least INSOMNIAX that plays around the fact that they do have the necessary lockdown as well as the necessary utility that could come for them. I do realize that Camille definitely is going to be one of the more wait, before that though, Lucian being banned out from the side of Assassin Academy in towards INSOMNIAX, as well as Camille. I'm looking at Wrath as well as Linez may not be able to get the Camille, as well as Ceres has been a rather dominating force with that Lucian coming in with the dash as well as the piercing light and the double taps to add so much damage in such a short time.
And now Assassin Academy has the chance to pick up two strong champions, and they obviously will open it up with the Renekton once more. Fuse had a way better performance on Renekton compared to his Darius. Now they are also going to pick up the Lulu for that Wild Grove. A lot of sustained and prolonged fights as well. These two champions excel in those situations. INSOMNIAX looking to amp up the tempo with this Xin Zhao pick.
Yeah, I'm liking this here from the side of INSOMNIAX. There's going to be the Audacious Charge as well as the Crescent Sweep that could actually be a very strong tool towards isolating targets that could be deemed high priority or high value for the side of INSOMNIAX for them to at least secure them and take them down. Going to be a lot of damage here with Wadu going to go for that Darius pickup that's going to go to his Wrath. Rakan with the lockup as well. I think that's going to be great. The quickness is going to be one of those skills that is going to be bringing a lot of detriment towards Assassin Academy. So the follow-up that could come from INSOMNIAX is going to be insane. Looking at Assassin Academy, however, we've been singing praise for INSOMNIAX, but Assassin Academy as well. No slouches indeed in terms of the overall pickup composition. I do like that Renekton has been picked up towards Fuse, as well as All Seeing Eye going to pick up the Lulu. Going to give a lot of survivability onto its Zen, who is going to be playing the Kaisa. Spot No Flash is going to round off the picks with the Olaf and a Katarina for INSOMNIAX. What do you think about this? Katarina, I don't think we've seen her being played much or even at all for the entirety of these matchups here.
This is the first Katarina pick of the entire fall season, and you kind of want to pick Katarina in very well as a champion. She is picked in very specific situations because it's very easy to shut her down, but especially when you have hard lockdown, right? Via assault with battery or any form of crowd control. But for the side of Assassin Academy, they don't actually have much crowd control to stop this Katarina from doing much. Wild Grove, Whimsy, Ruthless Predator, these are the three spells that Assassin Academy can reliably use to stop Banks from getting kind of the Death Lotus Orb. But every other champions don't really have that reliable spell. So INSOMNIAX trying things out, feeling really confident after the first two rounds, and just want to end this series in style.
Very interesting indeed here. A bit of a correction for you, Husky. It seems that judging from the statistics that I'm seeing here, Splat Zone, INSOMNIAX were the ones that picked up Katarina at least twice in the entirety of this series here. And they were able to go 2-0 with the Katarina, but they had to play it with the Camille, with the Braum, Lucian, Ezreal, and the Janna for those 2 times that they played it out. So I'm thinking that this could be a very strong determining factor for INSOMNIAX here. But I'm looking at Support No Flash here. If he's able to use the Polymorph and use it really, really well to be able to just get mixed down for the count in terms of the Death Lotus popping up, then that could be very, very much a death warrant here for the side of INSOMNIAX if the timing for the side of Support No Flash comes into play.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. With that, shutting down Mings, I wouldn't say it's kind of a priority because Katarina, she does have a lot of boxes she needs to tick before she can be effective. Assassin Academy and INSOMNIAX both doing kind of the same maneuvers to get the Scuttle Crab respectively on the opposite side of the map. It does put Linus slightly closer to Nash, but since they have information of where All-Seeing Eye is, Linus can now path towards the red side and attack the still. And All-Seeing Eye, he's also doing the same, but INSOMNIAX, they will make sure that Raph is nearby in case Assassin Academy wants to go for the contest. And they don't, and Assassin Academy, they don't have the lane priority. In fact, Linus is going to try and take on All-Seeing Eye with a 3-Titan strike, knocks him out. Raph is here, and the All-Seeing Eye forced to flash away.
Very nicely done here from All-Seeing Eye, being able to mitigate the losses that could come in a big way, as INSOMNIAX were at least trying to get a bit of a commitment. But it is going to come at a cost though for All-Seeing Eye, as it is going to be his buff taken away from him. So it's going to put him rather behind by quite a bit, as both the buffs for the side of INSOMNIAX have been cleared out already. So a big win here for the side of Linez in terms of the overall jungle objective compared to Assassin Academy. Looking that it may actually put him ahead by quite a bit here. Mix right now taking a little bit too much damage here against Nash, as Nash goes in with a little bit of that poke, but Mix D will try to return the same amount of damage as well.
Yeah, with the red buff gone, All-Seeing Eye's entire game plan as the Olaf has been slowed down. And that also gives INSOMNIAX a lot more freedom to work with. The red buff for Linus will spawn, and he's gonna get 3 red buffs in a row. Unfortunately, All-Seeing Eye will have to settle for his own blue buff again. This is where, if you are on the side of Assassin Academy, you need to make some minor adjustments to how you lane. INSOMNIAX were able to steal the buff away simply because Fuse did not have the lane priority, and I think All-Seeing Eye knew that. But he had to go for his camps, knowing that the Sindao is going to try and steal it. But Fuse just couldn't provide the backup, so the connection was not there for Assassin Academy.
Yeah, it is going to be a case here for Assassin Academy to be very wary of the overall fighting capabilities that could be present for the side of INSOMNIAX. 10 more seconds before the objectives come into play, and it is going to be the Infernal Drake, which I think INSOMNIAX are going to very much be in tune with each other to be able to score. I don't see members of Assassin Academy responding towards the open Herald that is going to come into play for them, as they are going to be more concerned with the Infernal Drake. What do you think about this here, Husky?
I think INSOMNIAX definitely had the priority, so TP is going to be forced out from Fuse, but Assassin Academy, if they want to contest, they got to do it right now. Linus going for the Crescent Sweep, getting 4 members from the side of Assassin Academy to the side. Just going to dive in with all the spells. Good windfall from Nash on to 5, and Assassin Academy cutting it so close, but once more, they just could not finish the job. As INSOMNIAX, based off of that engagement alone, wipes out 4, and they will get the first streak of the game.
Beautifully done here for IX, as AA right now lose out 4-2 in favor of IX, as AA gonna have to limp back and at least go for the rotate onto top side. Could be an opportunity for them to at least score the Shelly here, but I don't think it's going to be the case, as INSOMNIAX right now are going to at least try to contest it here. Evolution gonna maybe drop down a ward maybe, or at least try to spend a little bit of time resetting Shelly over and over again, but it's gotta be careful though. Spot no flash as well. All-Seeing Eye are nearby, as well as Fuse being able to score the priority onto the top lane, and I'm thinking this could be an opportunity for them to turn it around. Wrath gonna go for a little bit of those love taps here with the spin towards Assassin Academy's Fuse here, puts him on the back foot.
And they have information of where Zen is due to their vision. So INSOMNIAX confidently starts the Rift Herald, knowing that this Kai'Sa is not going to be able to join Assassin Academy. Assassin Academy, I don't think they want to contest this. It is going to be pretty hard. If they want to contest it, they gotta fight kind of a 4v5 fight. So they're not gonna go for it, but they're gonna try regardless. Crescent Sweep again used by Linus. Rift Herald dropping very low. There's no smite, but it will still be secured by the side of INSOMNIAX, and those resets coming in from the side of Mix. He has the preparation, Shunpo, Ignite, and one last Shunpo to finish off Nash. Assassin Academy kind of making a poor judgment, and they will lose 3.
Another bad instance of Assassin Academy here. Over the top side though, dominance has been picked up, and it seems that Linez is going to be dropped down with the assistance of the aggro that came from the turret. It seems that INSOMNIAX right now are not far from perfect, as we do see that it is going to be a killing spree going over to Wrath, despite the fact that we did see Linez get taken down very convincingly from the side of Fuse. It was Wrath that was able to get the counter kill. INSOMNIAX once more putting Assassin Academy in a very uncomfortable position,
as they slowly pull ahead. 5,000 net worth lead. Assassin Academy, kind of. Again, it's kind of the macro game, which Assassin Academy has been struggling the entire season, where you just put too many resources on one side of the map to accomplish one objective. Then INSOMNIAX just gets more space by pulling Assassin Academy around the map and have them accomplish nothing at all. And right now, INSOMNIAX looking for collapse at the bottom lane.
Alright, so we're going to be seeing here from members of INSOMNIAX, they are going to go for Zen. Zen going to try to run away from this, goes for the preemptive flash. Look at that, Death Lotus comes in, but it is going to be the ultimate that came out from the side of Zen. But look at that, the turn around from the side of Nash will be able to get the trade here 1-for-1, as both these teams very much even across the board here for those exchanges. But we haven't seen the end of it yet, as INSOMNIAX right now building up the pressure on towards the bot side, as Assassin Academy are on the defensive, trying to defend that dragon turret from the pressure that is building from INSOMNIAX.
Slight sloppiness from INSOMNIAX. Linus kind of expected that someone, the support no flash is hiding in the brush, but so the connection was not really there, as support no flash was able to complete his recall. I think Linus beeline towards Zen. They might have kept Mingster alive, but still, they got the kill. That's all that matters. It just could have been slightly cleaner. Assassin Academy though, now losing control of the map, and once more is kind of the minion equilibrium not being in their favor.
Yeah, it's going to be a bad one here for the side of INSOMNIAX, for the side of Assassin Academy. A little bit of lukewarm responses for them in terms of how they are trying to at least counter the pressure that is slowly building up against them. And looking at how INSOMNIAX have been performing thus far, it is going to be rather standard in them just pushing All-Seeing Eye out of this lane, and I think All-Seeing Eye also spots that out preemptively, and it could be another opportunity for the side of Assassin Academy to score another big turret in their favor here. Shelly comes into play, and it seems that INSOMNIAX are going to at least try to respond towards the push that could come in from the side of Assassin Academy. I think it's going to be a very good choice here for the side of AA, as they do know that the objective could be in play, but oh no, the quickness comes in, as we do see Grand Entrance has been popped up from the side of Wrath, as well as Evolution. Evolution right now in a little bit of trouble here. Wrath is in a lot of trouble, as he is going to be taken down, as Evolution decides to back away. Shelly is going to come knocking on AA's door, and it seems that INSOMNIAX right now on the back foot.
A good call from Assassin Academy, getting the objective, giving away the Ocean Drake, realizing that it's not too big of a deal, but INSOMNIAX wants to get something in return with the Grand Entrance. They do take out All-Seeing Eye, but Assassin Academy looking to take this fight. The Crescent Sweep again keeps Linus alive, and makes just gets his reset. Shumpo and a couple of plays is sufficient. Assassin Academy, they lose 4 in that process, and unfortunately, Mix will not be able to catch up to support no flash. So what seems to be a good move from Assassin Academy gets completely nullified by INSOMNIAX's decision. Now INSOMNIAX will go on the Baron, and there's nothing the Assassin Academy can do.
Alright, we do see here, it is going to be the Baron taken for themselves to get that Baron, but we do see for Assassin Academy it is going to be the teleport here being popped up, but luckily enough it is INSOMNIAX that were able to secure that Baron. It is going to be a 4v5 fight, as we do see one by one from the side of Assassin Academy. They are going to be dropped out, and it was very unfortunate as Fuse as well as Zen was nowhere to be found in that fight, as Fuse is going to be dropped off. One more auto attack or even just a gust of wind is going to take him down for the count here. Very, very interesting indeed from the side of INSOMNIAX to be able to turn the fight around in their favor. 17-7, as Assassin Academy suffered big against that. It's a replay brought to you by Mega Hot Cup, and this was where it all turned around in favor of INSOMNIAX here, in favor of them being able to close it out very convincingly. No damage was enough for the side of AA, as Zen was nowhere present in that fight, Husky.
Unfortunately, that is kind of the end game. I think Assassin Academy is very hard to come back after all these series of events. So INSOMNIAX right now with a very, very commanding lead. And we see Assassin Academy, this is going to be the last hurrah. They will have to throw everything they have to shut down INSOMNIAX. And again, because the lack of crowd control on the side of Assassin Academy, it is really hard to shut down Mix. The moment Mix sees that, okay, there's no Wild Growth, there's no Ruthless Predator, he's just gonna jump in and start channeling his spells. And most of the times he didn't even need the Depth Lotus to kind of win the fight. INSOMNIAX now waiting to siege Assassin Academy space and secure that kind of the next stage of the last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, it is going to be a very, very good turn here for the side of INSOMNIAX, as they are going to be knocking on the doors of Assassin Academy. The fight has been started off here again. We do see 3 members go up in the air and up in smoke, as the follow-up is too hard for the side of Assassin Academy to be able to contest here. Another one. Look at the amount of damage coming in. This could be another easy ace coming in from the side of INSOMNIAX. They lose only 1 member here. Not the most perfect of aces here, but ace enough for the side of INSOMNIAX. And we do see that is going to be a matter of time before INSOMNIAX are able to secure it, but now is not the time. Sadly, a little bit of a delay here before the inevitable push is going to come in, and it is going to be turned around in favor of Assassin Academy to at least prolong their attempts here.
Right. Well, could have ended the game, but INSOMNIAX decided to go bathe in Assassin Academy's fountain. Still, the game is very, very much skewed towards INSOMNIAX regardless. Kind of just relishing the moment right now, as they will be 1 step closer to the playoff spot. Cloud Drake has spawned in Assassin Academy. They kind of want to contest this, as this is the only objective available on the map. Baron spawning in 20 seconds. Apprehend onto Nash. The rest of Assassin Academy could come in. Luna dash and Woodfall. But unfortunately, the ultimate from the Diana misses, and that is a huge window for INSOMNIAX to take this objective. Assassin Academy, they have no choice but back off.
Alright, so we're going to be seeing here more opportunities for the side of INSOMNIAX to be able to close the game with more of the objectives being secured in their favor here. I'm thinking that for the side of Assassin Academy, they have to be at least wary of the fact that they are not able to at least contest this. They have to be at least considering the fact that whenever they're going to be fighting against IX in this particular turn, or a little bit too late here coming in from the side of AA to be able to at least give the contest here, their window has closed out for the side of AA to be able to at least give INSOMNIAX a run for their money here. Stats as well as pushing power are definitely going to be in favor of IX here. They have to be very wary though, because Assassin Academy can actually turn the fight around, but 22-10, it's only a matter of time, as all of the advantages are going to be in favor of INSOMNIAX here as they knock on the Nexus. Ooh, beautiful attempt here coming in. We do see the Audacious Charge with the Crescent Sweep is going to work wonders for the side of INSOMNIAX, as INSOMNIAX right now are going to close off AA right now in a lot of trouble. We do see that Linez as well as Mix go into the fountain to pad up a little bit of their KDA before closing out the game.
And that is it. Congratulations to INSOMNIAX. They will proceed into the next stage of the last chance qualifiers. Of course, the journey has not concluded for them just yet. 1 more best of 5 stands in their way before they get their spot. But for Assassin Academy, their journey at the fall season has officially come to a close. The curtains have been drawn. Definitely kind of a pretty hard blow. The fact that Assassin Academy, this is their debut in the Icon series, and obviously for all of these players, it's kind of a new experience. They were not able to get a single win, so by the end of this best of 3, it's actually 0-17 throughout. But that score doesn't really matter too much. At least they can go out knowing that they are the top 8 best teams in Malaysia. Nonetheless, congratulations to INSOMNIAX and Assassin Academy. You know, I hope to see them more in the future, because these players definitely show potential.
Potential indeed, with a lot of room for improvement for all of members of Assassin Academy. Looking at how they've been performing thus far, it has been rather lackluster to say the least. No kid gloves on here with how Assassin Academy has been very much bullied in the overall tournament here. But I think with this comes a silver lining in the fact that Assassin Academy are able to at least consider the fact that they do know what they need to improve on, and with the amount of experience that they have going up against some of the big teams ahead, especially with INSOMNIAX showing very level-headedly how they were able to close out the games, not just concurrently but concisively against members of Assassin Academy. I'm thinking that this is going to be a big lesson for AA to be able to bring home. But to not sing praises towards the side of INSOMNIAX is going to be a crime in and of itself. Big congratulations to INSOMNIAX to be able to close out 3-0 against members of Assassin Academy. Man, Husky, do you have any closing thoughts before we go into our interview?
I would say this is a good. I mean, this is a good journey for INSOMNIAX. Obviously, I kind of repeated this a lot of times. I might sound like a broken record, but it's important, right, to always remind ourselves of where we came from and where we are right now. And I think INSOMNIAX, they are trying to just cherish every single game that they play and take it step by step. Now they are at the doorsteps again of the playoffs, which was something that they missed out during summer. And you can't let your guard down, right? They get a slight break in between. So I hope that they keep this momentum going. Obviously, the next best of 5 is not going to be any easier. It will be a bigger challenge against opponents that they have actually beaten. Whether it's going to be Geek Fam or Silent Killer. INSOMNIAX beat those two teams in the group stage. Now they just have to do it again in a longer series. And I'm just looking forward to see what the players have to say.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what Spladzone INSOMNIAX definitely has to say for each of us. I'm thinking that there is going to be quite a bit of pushback from what is in store for them, because they do have to be very wary of Geek Fam as well as Silent Killer, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they are going to be performing in that, because it is going to definitely be a run for their money for sure. Because looking at how Spladzone has been performing, I'm thinking that they are definitely the favorites to come out on top for this overall last chance qualifier here, to basically be a bit of a dark horse in the overall tournament. And they do, with this victory at least, are able to go on a positive scoreline. Before this, they were 3-4 in terms of win to loss ratio, and I'm thinking that with that, it is going to be a little bit more padding in terms of them moving forward into the next stages of the last chance, the qualifying matchups, before we determine who will be winning it out, whether it's Silent Killer or Geek Fam. But then again, looking at how Spladzone has been performing thus far, with 3-4 across the board, especially during the group stages, is nothing to shout about, but it's nothing to be ashamed of either. And I think that there is going to be a lot more time for Spladzone to actually watch Silent Killer as well as Geek Fam perform, and see whether or not they could have the necessary sauce to be able to bring that win to them. But then again, I say it again, they still have to consider Geek Fam and Silent Killer moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for Spladzone INSOMNIAX right now, it's just about, keeping your mind clear and preparing yourself for what's to come, especially when they won in a pretty convincing fashion. Obviously, we can't say that Spladzone played a perfect game. There are definitely parts that you could iron out. But at the same time, INSOMNIAX, they are one of the few teams that play a more standard Wild Rift. You don't see much shenanigans from them, except for the Katarina, which they are the only team who plays that champion in the entire fall season. But other than that, they have a very textbook team. And there's nothing wrong with being that, right? It's all about polishing on that fundamentals. And we will have an interview with the support Evolution. So we'll see what he has to say about this victory and what's to come. So welcome, Evolution. I see a big smile on your face. How are you feeling?
I feel very happy, but still in the plan.
In the plan, okay.
All right. Husky, why don't you go first?
Oh yeah, okay. Congratulations first of all. You guys won the first best of 5. Obviously, the journey is not over yet, but I want to quickly get your thoughts, right? So during summer, INSOMNIAX did not make it to playoffs. You guys fought again for fall season. So what is the emotions right now for the team preparing for the next best of 5?
Yeah, actually the AA like last season our INSOMNIAX like AA, but actually only our younger Linux, only the previous member from the INSOMNIAX. So actually we like more a new team for me, I think.
All right, with that being said, right, you are considered a new team, a new lineup. Has there been a lot of growing pains? Has there been a lot of, like, not to say conflict, more like um, a, a hard time adapting to the different styles of the new players coming in? With the fact that Linux is the only last member from Splatzone Insomniax, were there any kind of challenges in this particular series?
No, I will say because our everyone have their own strength. Like actually the series very pro, so we just plan some the play stuff around the series. Let the every carry the game. For me, I think just now for us, we just now one strategy, but we will see we will can maybe top carry. You see the today our top actually can carry the game.
All right, so kind of just diversifying your cores, right? See who can shoulder the weight. So I want to get a quick prediction. For next up, best of 5 is Silent Killer against Geek Fam, right? So I want to know what you think. Whether you are going to be facing off against Silent Killer or Geek Fam in the grand finals. What is going to be the team's approach to that?
Yeah. So for my personal, I think the Giffen will win the BO5, the next BO5, and then personal against them secret weapon later.
All right, definitely that's for sure here. I do think that there is going to be a bit of an interesting one between a Silent Killer as well as Geek Fam. Moving forward, do you feel that any of these teams I just want to give a little bit of a heads up here, because we do know for a fact that Splatzone wants to win this and wants to go back into the main playoffs. Do you feel that you guys have enough time to be able to make all the necessary adjustments to get yourselves ready for playoffs, or do you feel that you guys are already in a good spot as it is already?
For me, I think not enough yet. So if you want to like you see the game we versus PJD, actually you see the gap. You will see the game still on there, but we will try to fix it on these 2 week playoff. Yeah, before the playoff.
All right, thank you very much, Evolution. We wish you congratulations and, of course, good luck against either Silent Killer and Geek Fam. We do hope that you'll be shining bright. Thank you for your time, Evolution.
Thank you.
There's it, Evolution. Obviously, trying to keep the secrets locked up behind a vault. They did beat Geek Fam previously in the group stage 2-1. So if there's anything, they are definitely prepared for Geek Fam. Hopefully that is going to be the case. Interesting point he brought up, right? I constructed this storyline about how INSOMNIAX missed out on in summer, but I didn't really take too much account into the fact that this is mostly a new roster. So maybe the angle looking at INSOMNIAX is from an organizational standpoint, this is important, but for the new members is equally as significant. It's good to see Lynette still sticking around. This is I would definitely feel like for him at least being the only original member of the team, there must be a lot of weight on his shoulders. So hopefully we get to see INSOMNIAX make it all the way. But you can say the same, right, for Geek Fam. As an organization itself, they were the silver medalists. They were second place. They lost 4-1 to Bajaj Dragons in Summer Icon Series. They actually participated in the Summer Super Cup, and right now they are fighting for their lives. And I want to get a quick input. What does that say about the whole fall season in general?
It's just volatile, Husky. I mean, like, imagine a world seeing the silver medalists in the last chance brackets basically fighting for their lifeblood, and standing against them is definitely Silent Killer. And to look at it in terms of numbers, we do give a bit of a slight skew against forecasters, but looking at it though, Geek Fam has been in a very interesting spot. There has been very limited time for them to make the necessary adjustments, not only as a team but as an organization as well. I do think that for Geek Fam to be in this spot just goes to show that heavy lies the crown. Whether you are at the top as a king or queen, or at the lower part in the second spot as a prince or a princess. I don't know about you guys, but Geek Fam was definitely supposed to be the the prodigal son leading forward here. Seeing them in the last chance brackets is definitely going to bring out maybe desperation, maybe the edge that they need to touch in terms of them going back, and who knows, they might actually reverse sweep everybody and surprise everybody in terms of the overall series. But standing against it, Silent Killer as well, not a force to be trifled with, despite the fact that they only won 1 out of the 7 matches that they've had so far throughout the entirety of these throughout the entirety of the tournament. I'm looking to see that Geek Fam actually comes back like Phoenix coming out of the ashes. However, for those of you who are very much interested to join our community hot tournament brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup, there's the link below. Go check it out, because you might stand a chance to be the next star in our community series. You never know who you might meet in the community tournament, that's for sure, right, Nusky?
Yeah, definitely. If you have friends, bring them along. If you don't have friends, you will definitely meet new ones there. It's give you a bit of an experience, of a taste of what it's like to be competitive, and it all starts with the Maggie Hot Cup community tournament. Again, just sign up. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. And obviously, you know, we say Geek Fam being in this position, I think everyone agrees that it is not what we expected at the start of fall season,
Yes,
but we also have to look at the fact that, you know, they went to a roster change, and it proves roster change can bring drastic results depending on which direction it goes, right? They lost their main pillar of the team, so they had to make some adjustments as they go. They were not able to find that chemistry. Geek Fam right now needs a leader. I feel like after the mid-season shuffle, they did improve slightly, but they need a bit more than that. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, it's between Silent Killer and Geek Fam.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Kali berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Nobody else is showing any empathy. Rudely awake and quiet undertaking. Did I do something wrong? Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here with my thoughts alone? I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, 'cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. I'm so sorry that I didn't go to therapy. Thinking everybody, even you's an enemy. Brutally awake and quiet undertaking. Did not do nothing wrong. Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here to get drunk alone? And I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, 'cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. If I am so wrong and so gone, miserable, won't you stick around just for some?
impossible. But you don't, no, you don't care. Leave me to suffer, erase all the doubt. Pouring Jack in my mouth, in a love with enough of the pain and the drugs to be present for now. But I'm right now, I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of kicked up, break up, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I know I need you now, 'cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. Carpe diem, I know I got only one life.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wabaka, bro! Alamak! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
Welcome back to the Wild Rift C Icon Series Malaysia Fall Season Last Chance Qualifier, presented to you by ESL Mobile Open and brought to you by our official tournament partners, Maggie Hot Cup. I'm Hound, alongside with me is Husky, and we're going to be your casters for today. And man, oh man, we have reached our second last best of 5 series of today, featuring Geek Fam and Silent Killer. Husky.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one. Silent Killer, new kids on the block against, at least against the veterans from Geek Fam. Obviously, Geek Fam right now is kind of a shadow of their former selves. The roster swaps, the roster shuffle has impacted them in not such a way that a lot of people would have expected, putting them in this last chance qualifiers. But nonetheless, I'm expecting an exciting series, because seeing how Silent Killer played their games did give us a glimpse of hope that Silent Killer might just be able to pull off the biggest upset yet.
Yeah, it could be a big upset here against Geek Fam. I feel like there could be a possibility for them to do so. However, standing in the way is Geek Fam. And I feel that Geek Fam has been one of the teams that, in my opinion, can be a rather interesting one indeed, because of how they've been performing thus far. Judging from what type of Geek Fam is going to show up, is definitely going to be very interesting turn of events here. If they don't play this right, it could be the boots for Geek Fam and giving Silent Killer an opportunity to face up against INSOMNIAX as well. But Silent Killer as well hasn't had that much of a great run thus far when comparing it to Geek Fam. I would give Geek Fam a slight favorite here across the board in terms of them going forward, but I'm thinking that Silent Killer could actually surprise us here today. You know me, Husky, I'm a big fan of just picking out against the grain sometimes, and I'm thinking that Silent Killer could be the one to actually push forward here and give Geek Fam a steady defeat. However, I'm thinking this could be the first series where we go a full 5 rounds.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. And interestingly enough, Geek Fam only won 2 series, right? And both the series they won were up against Assassin Academy and Silent Killer, and obviously the only series that Silent Killer won was against Assassin Academy. So both teams are kind of in the same spot, with Geek Fam having a better track record. But I dare say that it doesn't really matter too much right now. And I think Silent Killer over time, throughout the group stage, have shown some improvements. Their jungler RSSG has always been impressive, especially when you put him with that mid laner. So I want to see if that refinement is enough to push Silent Killer ahead and take down Geek Fam.
Yeah, this could be a very strong opportunity for the side of Geek Fam to consider putting Silent Killer against the ropes here and ending them as quickly as they can. Looking at Silent Killer, they are a little bit scrappy when you compare that to Geek Fam in terms of the overall picks and bans, overall drafts, excuse me. And I'm thinking that this could be playing against Silent Killer, and it could, at the same time, be an advantage for the side of Silent Killer, because we do see Paddy, Latte, Dan, as well as Astral and Haz. These guys are definitely very scrappy indeed in terms of their drafts, in terms of their executions of those drafts, and I'm thinking that this could be one of their strongest suits here. Unpredictability and going against the grain is definitely going to be a story point here for Silent Killer as they face off against Geek Fam, another team that is not to be trifled with, Husky.
Yeah, and interesting, right? Because RSSG will not be playing today. If you look at the lineup, Latte from AD all the way to jungle, they have Astro kind of a mid to AD, bit of a switcheroo from Silent Killer, but perhaps that is what they needed at this moment to pull that surprise upset. We just have to see what happens when we get into the game. This definitely changes a lot of the narrative around Silent Killer. We were so used to seeing, RSSG plus Astro, RSSG plus Paddy, and then you see the Latte and has a bottom lane. But right now, with everything kind of flipped around, maybe they'll bring out a different result. For Geek Fam though, it is the Shank, 69, Haki, Momo, and Nyx. The kind of a newer lineup after the mid-season shuffle, with Nyx going back to the jungle. They bring in 69, and of course they had to replace Ego in the process. But it kind of makes Geek Fam a bit more better in the second half of the group stage.
I do hope that adjustments can be made and have been made from the side of Geek Fam here to be able to score a big win thus far. Looking at them here at the last chance circle is definitely going to be a very interesting one indeed here. Gonna definitely put either a little bit of fire underneath them, or it could burn them here moving forward against Silent Killer. However, looking at how these two teams have been performing thus far, it definitely could be playing into the hands of Geek Fam here. A lot of opportunities for them to test out some of these crazier turnarounds, and that could actually be in their could actually be in their favor, because if they're able to actually play it in a way where they are synergized and they are able to adapt towards this new Geek Fam, it could be Silent Killer that is the one that is going to be put up against the ropes, as Geek Fam will be able to stay dominant. But looking at Geek Fam, it could be against them to be considerate of how safe they want to play it and what kind of draft that they're going to be putting it forward. And as you can see, Husky is going to be going for Geek Fam, whereas I'm going to go for Silent Killer. What do you think about these predictions here, Husky? I'm expecting me being thrown under the bus already.
Okay, I have to be very honest. It was a very tough choice. It was a very tough call to make, right? You look at the numbers. Obviously, Geek Fam has a 2-0 victory over Silent Killer, but I would say that this prediction is not gonna be everything, because a part of me, I'm confident. If Silent Killer turns this around, I wouldn't be too surprised. It's just that, I had to make a choice for the prediction, and I think Geek Fam overall was just a more solid team compared to Silent Killer.
Yeah, I do agree, but scrappiness tends to be more of, I don't know, like I've always think that the scrappier teams sometimes can pull off miracles, and we have yet to see miracles happen throughout the series thus far. We do hope that this could be the case here. It is definitely going to throw us for a wild ride indeed. Of course, it is a Wild Rift, so it does go into the name here in terms of it being a wild spot here in the last chance qualifiers. And then again, is going to be Silent Killer and Geek Fam, both of them being obstacles for Splat Zone in terms of them waiting in the breaches, and I'm thinking that's going to be the case for both these teams. Whoever wins this out will move on to the qualifying matches. And do you have any predictions in terms of the overall drafting here moving forward for match number 1? Do you think that there's going to be any particular standout picks that are going to be picked up by Silent Killer as well as Geek Fam moving forward, Husky?
I mean, I had some in my mind, but because, you know, they are not playing with the standard lineup, that might change. I'll still say regardless, Silent Killer, they prioritize a lot on their Lee Sin. I'm not sure if Latte has the same prioritization, but if he does, then that's great, because Silent Killer in the close qualifiers, they were recognized really quickly because of Lee Sin and Twisted Fate. These two champions are kind of what made Silent Killer the force to be reckoned with during their whole journey to qualify into the group stage. Maybe you look at Lee Sin, Sindao, Vi could be an option as well. J4 has kind of triggered out of the meta recently, but that could be a Geek Fam's choice. We'll see how this draft goes.
Well, let's take a look at the draft here. Champion Select brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup. Get yourself some spicy noodles with chili fiesta, asam laksa, ayam, or a curry. So let us go. It's going to be a very, very interesting one here indeed, with Silent Killer on the blue side, with first pick, first ban, going up against Geek Fam. Second pick, second ban, Lucian and Camille being taken out of the rotation here for either side.
There's a very standard start. Geek Fam, they do play the Senna if she's left open. Gragas and Lee Sin being banned out. Good respect ban from Geek Fam right there. Ziggs will be the third one to go from the side of Silent Killer. And Geek Fam probably wants to look at a jungler in this case. It will be the Kha'Zix.
Okay, now I'm thinking that this is going to be very interesting indeed here from the side of Geek Fam. They don't want to be giving Latte be giving Latte an opportunity to be able to go into the back lines and go in with Taste of Fear and source of damage as well. And Paddy immediately locking in the Twisted Fate for Daan. And I'm thinking this is going to be very, very wise here for the side of Silent Killer. A lot of global presence with the Destiny, as well as a very, very, very strong goal card stun here, with a lot of wave clear potential that could come from the side of Daan. But depending on what Geek Fam decides to draft, which I think is going to be the flex pick of the Shang here for the Galio, that could go towards Haki or Nyx. One thing is for certain here, 69 going on the Olaf, most likely going to go into the jungle or going towards the top side. I'm thinking that it could be better in the hands of the Shang comparatively, better in the hands of 69. A lot more opportunity for him to impact the lanes more so. But looking at Silent Killer, the Latte with J4 and Pantheon being picked up from Daan, I'm thinking this is going to be a very interesting one indeed here. Global presence seems to be a running theme from the side of Silent Killer, isn't it, Husky?
Yeah, they already have two champions that kind of have the same toolkit with the global presence. Obviously, you know, Twisted Fate, they love it a lot, so I'm not surprised right there. We see the J4, and it's a pretty decent answer against a champion like Olaf, right? Olaf doesn't care if you have a gold card, doesn't care whatever about any crowd control when he pops the Ragnarok. So one of the ways to prevent Olaf from just running straight at your team is to use the Cataclysm to trap him. He cannot get out of the Cataclysm unless he has a flash. So it's kind of a pretty decent solution, I'm not gonna lie. Silent Killer with the Vayne and the Nami to close out the draft. And Geek Fam, again, Senna is left open. They're gonna pick the Senna alongside Corki and Darius.
Very, very interesting here coming in from the side of Geek Fam. I'm thinking that they are going to go for a bit of a scaling bot lane composition that could benefit both the Corki as well as the Senna. I'm thinking that towards the mid to late stages, they are going to definitely be a huge problem with the amount of sustain that the Senna could bring to a table, as well as the long range snipes that could come from the Corki as well. Could be very problematic indeed. However, looking at how some of these teams have been performing thus far, it could be a turnaround there, because it does take quite a bit of time for the Corki to actually start to come online, especially with the Mana Mune pickup, as well as the Senna has to get as much mist as she can. Are you ready for a game number one, match number 2 of our last day, of our lower brackets qualifiers here for these two teams? Silent Killer in the blue, Geek Fam in the red.
This is going to be a series to behold. Now, both teams having everything to lose. Silent Killer obviously being, it's their first debut. They've made it this far. It's just a couple more games until they make it into the playoffs. But for Geek Fam, at least for the pride of the name itself, and with the remaining players from the original roster, this is definitely the worst spot that they've been in so far. You can see that the adjustments with the new addition took a bit too long to fine-tune, but if they can win this best of 5, it will be a good start. And Silent Killer, I'm just looking at Blate and Dan, how this jungle mid interaction is going to play out, because they are known for that. It's their strong suit. So I'm not surprised if they focus on getting that synergy down to the little details.
Yeah, little details are definitely going to be the case here for Momo, as well as Nyx to be wary of, has as well as Astral a lot of interrupt here, with the fact that coming in from Silent Killer, if they're able to actually go the tidal wave towards a very effective attempt to either disengage or engage the fight, then Geek Fam could be in a lot of trouble here, because if they get knocked up as well as slowed down with the tidal wave and the Aqua Prison comes in, then Astral will be able to do a lot of free damage as well. The fact that Astral does have quite a bit of opportunity for him to actually close out onto 69 as well as the Shang because of the Silver Bolts is definitely going to be a case here. But looking over to the top side though, Silent Killer gonna go for the 2-man pressure onto the top side, but we do see that 69 is gonna come towards the bot side here, signifying that a push as well as a gank may come for Geek Fam onto his Silent Killer.
69 is gonna hit level 5 off of the Crux, so now he has the Ragnarok and there's no way to stop it. So Silent Killer, Dan is ready, but he doesn't have level 5. So this is something that Silent Killer needs to be aware of. Thankfully, Geek Fam didn't go for the dive, because if they did, Dan is not gonna make it in time without the Destiny. He was able to stop the gank, which was good for Silent Killer. Now they will have a bit more space to work with, and they completely stopped 69 from making an impact. But you can see Astro going in for an aggressive trade. The last embrace actually blocked by the minion. Momo Valkyries forward. A lot of aggressive maneuvers from these two teams, and unfortunately 69 once more not fighting an opening.
Yeah, but it's going to be very, very, very unfortunate for 69 not being able to get that opportunity to get Silent Killer on towards the bot side. We do see that it is going to be in Geek Fam's favor though, in terms of the reset timing on towards the Baron lane as well as the Dragon lane. Over to the mid side though, mid side seems to be telling a whole different story here, as Haki struggling a little bit to get that pressure back away from Dan.
Yeah, and then able to shove this wave in. It's going to be pretty huge for Silent Killer, giving the lane priority and also allowing Dan to rotate if his team needs him. We might be looking at the bot lane engage. You can see that Jarvan is also there, but unfortunately Astro is chunked down pretty low, so Silent Killer can't really make the move. These small details really stopping Silent Killer from getting any significant maneuvers through, but at least they're keeping up with Geek Fam.
Could be an opportunity for a Silent Killer to actually play the spoiler here, as Geek Fam may be in a little bit of work for themselves here, as Paddy as well as the Shang looking towards getting a little bit of that top side solo fighting here between the Shang as well as Paddy. A flash having been forced from the side of Paddy, if not the apprehend, would have put him in a terrible spot. Decimate wasn't able to land through. 69 Nyx as well as Momo now going to be contesting the Drake, as Haki is in play as well. Beautiful taunt onto 2 here, signifying the fight has been started. Destiny has been popped out from the side of Silent Killer. We're going to be seeing Dan now coming in as well as the ultimate that came in from the side of Paddy. Beautifully done there, coming in from the side of Silent Killer, as they were able to score in the first blood, but it seems that they bit off a little bit more than Ikichu. Yellow card has come out from the side of Dan, but he will be able to get taken down here. 3-man down for the count for the side of Silent Killer, as Geek Fam will be able to secure the 3 kills as well as the Drake.
Kind of a sloppy move from Silent Killer. The idea is correct. Latte wanted to go for the steal, but Geek Fam pulled the Drake out so far that Latte could not get in range, and he was too low on health, so he can't really get a Cataclysm to stop Geek Fam from running at the back lines. That is where kind of the battle formation for Silent Killer completely fell apart. You need this Jarvan Cataclysm in order to make it work. The Grand Skyfall was perfect. Party dropped in, they got the first blow onto Haki, but they just did not have the Jarvan to cause chaos. They did not have the Jarvan to protect cores, so 69 just ran them down. So slightly unlucky for Silent Killer. Could have been a bit cleaner, but because they got the first blood, so they still were able to get some sort of resources off of that. And other than that, I think Geek Fam just had a better fight.
Very nicely done from the side of Geek Fam to be able to get that fight off in their favor, whereas Silent Killer, I think, were very much aware of the fact that, yeah, the fight is done. We might as well secure the objective onto the top side, as we're going to be seeing, oh man, a two-man dive here coming in from the side of the Shang, as well as Haki and 69. Nyx comes in to add a little bit of healing factor here for the side of Geek Fam. Very coordinated push on towards Silent Killer here, as they were left in the dust. Latte, Astral, as well as Has now rotating to the top side. Maybe another fight may pop off here. Tidal Wave coming in from the side of SK, and it seems that a little bit of an overstay here from the side of Geek Fam. Cataclysm has come down from the side of Latte. 69 will be able to get away and live another day.
Geek Fam kind of pushing the luck a bit. Silent Killer with that exchange. Not too bad, honestly. Whenever they have the ultimates available for Dan and Paddy, they can actually do the same, like what Geek Fam did, and go for those dives, go for those ganks. But so far, we haven't seen Silent Killer do that. They are being more reactive, despite having the superior global presence, and it's also, you know, a showing of respect towards Geek Fam. However, I do feel that Silent Killer can make those moves if they want to, just that they did not feel comfortable committing to taking out Geek Fam, to ganking those side lanes. So Geek Fam are being put in a good spot because of Silent Killer's passiveness.
Alright, we do see here that Geek Fam right now may be punished a little bit with the passiveness, but Silent Killer as well, being punished with some coordinated ganks that came from Geek Fam. I'm thinking that for Silent Killer, they need to be a little bit wary of the overall positioning of Geek Fam, and at least try to punish Geek Fam whenever they overstay a little bit. But looking at it though, Nyx as well, oh, beautiful ultimate there coming in from the side of Paddy. The sky has fallen indeed, as Paddy is looking to be very aggressive indeed. 69, Haki and Nyx decide to disengage, but will not be punished any further from Silent Killer.
Oh, in the meantime, Dan was brought down so low by Momo. Thankfully, he did not go down, and that also explains why Dan didn't join the fight. I think if they had a Twisted Fate, they would have definitely gotten a kill or two. Again, just small details, but Paddy is gonna jump on with the Aegis. Shang just casually walks away. Silent Killer not really following up in time. One thing they do have is the Rift Arrow, so they will try to utilize that and push down this turret. And the Geek Fam, I don't think they can defend this. So Silent Killer, they kind of get a freebie. Dan also uses Destiny to get in. At the same time, they get information of where the members of Geek Fam are. They see 69 in the bottom side, so they might be ready to trade that bottom tier 2 if they can get some kills in return. But unfortunately, they made the call to back off, and now they're going to transition to that mid tier 1 where Geek Fam is trying to rush towards that objective and protect it. Silent Killer not able to get that turret in any circumstances, so they will turn their attention to the next closest objective, which will be 69.
Very nicely done here, as we do see that Silent Killer are going to be a bit of a little bit more than they can chew. Beautiful route onto 2. Beautiful execution there coming in from Nyx with the Dawning Shadow that came in from him, as was able to get a little bit of sustain as well. We do see that Geek Fam very much coordinated with the attempt there, with a beautiful setup that came from the side of Nyx.
Oh boy. Bit of poor positioning from Astro. Again, you know, good taunt first onto Dan. Seems that Silent Killer wants to take the fight, but this is definitely not their fight. Last Embrace gonna lock Hardy down. He's dead. Silent Killer
Very unfortunate indeed here. Very unfortunate indeed for them, as Silent Killer right now, as you said, not in sync at all. Their movements actually were a little bit out of whack here. I feel that the overall tempo that Silent Killer was playing just left them in the dust here, as Geek Fam took advantage of that lack of coordination.
Yeah, I mean, you look at what they wanted to go for 69, but the moment they realized they couldn't go for 69, they turn around. But Astro was the first person who decided, guys, I think we should contest the Drake, and he was so out of position. The last embrace connected. He was forced to flash. It locked his team down. Geek Fam just hard commit, and now they're gonna do the same. Here comes the hacking quarterback. Astro has to pop the final hour. There's the Destiny and the Grand Skyfall to join as well, trying to keep Astro alive, and Astro will survive as they take out Haki in the back line. Paddy with the Combat Spear, not able to take out anyone else. but at least Silent Killer were able to stop Geek Fam in their tracks.
Very interesting indeed to see Silent Killer actually play this game very concisely against members of Geek Fam, and it seems that Geek Fam making a little bit more mistakes that should not have been made in some of these fights. A little bit of case of overstaying your welcome here, and I'm thinking that for the side of Silent Killer, they need to take advantage of those things more, or at least set up situations where Geek Fam decide to engage and re-engage on top of them.
Silent Killer able to buy a bit of time to reset themselves. Baron is online, but no one from Geek Fam is. But no team can take that objective. It seems like Geek Fam, they definitely are stronger if it comes down to 1 versus 5, especially with a pretty substantial gold lead. But we saw what Silent Killer can do when they have that global presence. It is very, like, Geek Fam needs to be very careful. They need to be very cautious. Silent Killer can easily bring the numbers and turn the fight around. So Geek Fam now kind of respecting that fact, will try to stick together as a team and make sure that Silent Killer don't get those individual pickoffs.
Yeah, I'm thinking that the wait though, we might see a little bit of a problem here for the side of Silent Killer, excuse me, as it is going to be Silent Killer in a little bit of a defensive stance as Geek Fam right now, exercising the control all over the map compared to Silent Killer. I'm thinking that Geek Fam is more in control of the overall tempo with a total of 7,000 gold advantage in their favor here. It seems that Geek Fam is just biding their time before they close out the game.
Yeah, but all these time bought is also good for Silent Killer, because you have a Vayne, and the later the game goes, the better the Vayne gets. So we'll see what Silent Killer wants to do. They're thinking of going onto an engaged. Final hour is pop. Cataclysm onto Nyx. He's gonna go in stasis. Haki will join with the Hero's Entrance as Momo forced completely away. Dawning Shadow used by Nyx. And now the counter engage comes in from Geek Fam. Astro completely out of position, forced to flash away. And here comes the Grand Skyfall from the side of Party. But Astro is completely caught out by 69. He tries to get away. They have the Destiny, but it's not enough. Party wants to get on top of 69, but this Viking does not go down. And Geek Fam just played the better fight. They take 3 from Silent Killer, and it's time to go on to Baron Nashor.
Very unfortunate for the side of SK. SK were in some very good opportunities against Geek Fam in that fight, but it seems that Geek Fam just turned that opportunity over in its head and turned it against Silent Killer here, basically because of Astral being out of position and was targeted in that fight. I felt that that was just a collapse. And Silent Killer were just left picking up the pieces there as 3 members were taken down for the count. Geek Fam will be able to secure the Nashor, and this could be the start of the end for Silent Killer in this first match, in this first game of match number 2 for this last chance qualifier.
Man, Silent Killer, they kind of, they are not doing too bad, but the fights that they take could use some improvements. You can see the amount of commitment that they did just now. They were over committing. They were feeling very desperate. They felt compelled to get those kills. So it puts them in such an awkward position where Geek Fam just had to collapse and connect with the rest of the team, and suddenly Silent Killer were not able to take that fight at all. So now with the Baron buff and the newly acquired Drake, it's the Mountain Drake, Geek Fam are in a commanding position. Silent Killer still has a chance, but it will be very tough.
This is very tough indeed here for the side of Silent Killer, as Geek Fam right now very much in control of the situation, as we do see that the pressure is starting to mount for the side of Silent Killer. I do think that they are in a little bit of trouble here, and I'm thinking that the defensive stance that they take has to be very wary of the fact that they don't lose out too many. They need to wait out this, or at least free up a little bit of the pressure that's coming in against them, as Geek Fam right now skills that gets thrown out and could trap members of Silent Killer in a very bad spot. Apprehend right into the Decimate, and it's going to be the Latte could be in a little trouble. Skyfall comes down from the side of Paddy, but it seems that Paddy Skyfall into his death potentially here, as the Noxian Guillotine will drop him down. Dan right now goes for another one. Will he be able to make it a 3-for-none? No, it won't. It'll be a 2-for-1 here in terms of the Noxian Guillotine dropping down the axe, but it is going to be for naught, as it is going to be Dawning Shadow to give a little bit of sustain here for the side of Geek Fam. 13-4, as we do see Silent Killer has been ended as the game goes to Geek Fam. Match number 1 in their favor.
Well, Silent Killer just was not able to make those fights work, and Geek Fam a pretty commanding win. Geek Fam, staying true to their identity, a very methodical team, a team that plays solid Wild Rift. Once they start getting control of the game, it's hard to free yourself from their grabs, and Silent Killer found themselves in that situation and were not able to overcome it. Though I think Geek Fam, from this game 1 alone, Geek Fam just looks so much better than Silent Killer. Hopefully that changes in game 2, because Silent Killer had a pretty good draft, but the execution is where Silent Killer lacked.
Yeah, there could be a lot of opportunities for them to actually turn the fight around, but it seems that with a total score differential of 10 kills, 14-4, I'm thinking that Geek Fam looking very strong ahead of it, with Momo as well leading the charge here. Very perfect game for him as well as 69. And Nyx, I'm thinking that the sustain as well as the capabilities to catch them off guard was definitely the crescendo that Geek Fam needed to close out the game onto Silent Killer. Silent Killer had some moments, but it seems that Geek Fam never ever once wanted to lose control of the tempo, as well as the overarching rotational advantage that they had over Silent Killer.
Yeah, and Silent Killer also were a bit slow on their response. A lot of times, they were being reactive, and to a certain extent, it's not a bad thing. But Silent Killer, they were not making those active calls. They were not making calls to kind of impact the game in a big way and give them some lead. We saw maybe 1 or 2, and the more detrimental one was definitely the attempt to kill Nyx and Momo, which ended up in Silent Killer almost losing the entire team. But other than that, they've been just giving Geek Fam a bit too much respect, and it could be a factor that holds Silent Killer back from performing better. So hopefully they kind of brush that off, and come game 2, just take the fight to Geek Fam.
Yeah, it could be an opportunity for them to actually turn it around and give the fight, like you said, bring the fight to Geek Fam. But then again, Geek Fam has been rather disciplined in game number 1. However, that can be a sign that Silent Killer could actually take in terms of them trying to turn the fight around against Geek Fam. I'm thinking that Silent Killer needs to be a little bit more proactive with their overall team fighting, a little bit more wary of some of these little skirmishes that could bring them victory, and just be rather just cautious of the fact that Geek Fam does have a lot of coordinated ganks and dives that actually put them, that put Silent Killer on the disadvantage. But then again, we still have a little bit more time in between games for them to make the necessary adjustments. Do you feel that's going to be the case here for Silent Killer, or do you think that Silent Killer needs to draft entirely differently if they want to get success against Geek Fam?
I definitely don't think it's a draft issue. It's just how Silent Killer played that game 1. There were a lot of moments where Silent Killer could have made a move, where Silent Killer would have been able to respond better. We saw a lot of instances where Silent Killer wanted to gank, can't make the gank because their members were low. Silent Killer wanted to respond, didn't respond quick enough. It's all these little moments that added up to become a big setback for Silent Killer. So no draft, not much issue with the drafts. It's more of how Silent Killer needs to be a bit more sharp on their decision and just go for it, because Geek Fam definitely is not perfect. That was not a perfect game. It only seemed dominant because Silent Killer were giving them the chance. So we'll take a break and we'll come back for game number 2.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
When the world burns down, we will stand together. We fight forever. We fight forever. We fight forever. Standing together. We fight forever. Face the storm coming. Ground is shaking. Beat down inside. Calling. Voices in the distance. We are here. We keep holding on. Dusk till dawn. When the water rises, when the world burns down, we will stand together. We fight forever.
Lihat, tunggu TV. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
And welcome back to the Wild Rift, his Sea Icon Series Malaysia Fall Season, the last chance qualifier, brought to you by ESL Mobile Open, and of course our official tournament partners for this entire series is Maggie Hot Cup. I'm Hound, alongside with me is Husky, and we're going to be serving as your commentating duo for today. Excuse me for that little bit of a mix-up here. It's been a bit of a long day, it's been a lot of action. However, all of that will not be missed because we're going to be bringing you the action as it transpires, hotter than Chili Fiesta, that's for sure. Ain't that right, Husky?
Yeah, I agree. You know, I have fallen in love with Chili Fiesta. I would not mind if I get a couple of more boxes. But with that being said, Silent Killer off to a rough start against Geek Fam. Mostly just due to how Silent Killer were playing that game in general. The very passive approach that they had, taking on Geek Fam. And they tried to make moves, and they kind of overcommitted in a lot of situations. So that is something that Silent Killer needs to address. With that, we did get some updates from our League Ops that RSSG is going to come in and replace one of the members from the side of Silent Killer. So again, maybe we will see a bit of a role shuffle, but nonetheless, Silent Killer, they're still not out just yet. It's just game 1. They have some time to readjust themselves. Hopefully game 2, we will see a bit of improvement for the team.
Hopefully there could be some interesting turnarounds here with RSSG coming back into play, and I'm thinking that could be maybe the the ace in the hole that is so desperately needed for Silent Killer to be able to bring back some victory against members of Geek Fam. Geek Fam right now has been looking very strong across the board here. I'm looking at how they have been performing for game number 1. It could be a strong case of them actually being able to win out some big matches here across the board. However, it is a best of 5. Do not count your chickens before they hatch, because we have seen some crazier things happen where teams just suddenly reverse sweep all the way from start to finish, and sometimes Silent Killer could be just biding their time. Maybe the RSSG turn could be a big factor for them. Maybe it won't. We shall have to wait and see as we get ready to get into the champion select.
Yeah, I think that will definitely affect things a bit. I feel like, you know, having a resident jungler is definitely a better, would definitely improve, I believe, the early game a bit more. But that, you know, has to be proven by Silent Killer. You know, regardless of what roster that Silent Killer plays the rest of the series with, I think Geek Fam have established their ground as the better team overall, because so far they have just been impeccable. But before we jump into the draft and all, we have something for you guys. We have the Maggie trivia question. So let's see if you guys can get this correctly. It's gonna come up in the bottom overlay. What does Ionia stand for? A tricky one if you did not study lore, but if you did, this will be a cakewalk. Just drop your answers in the comments with the hashtag MaggieTrivia, and we will reveal the correct answer by the end of the series.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting one indeed here. So I don't know about you guys. You guys are going to have to really dig deep into the recesses of your League of Legends lore knowledge, that's for sure. So go on and check it out. Read as much as you can about it. And who knows, you might actually find out some interesting facts about Ionia. Aside from that, though, I'm looking forward to seeing how what else is in store for us here between Geek Fam and Silent Killer. Are you looking forward to seeing any interesting change up in the drafts overall? I mean, we did see some interesting bans across the board from both these teams. We did see Senna being picked up for the first time in this last chance qualifiers by any of these teams actually, and I'm thinking that this could be maybe a switch up here in styles between Silent Killer as well as Geek Fam.
Yeah, I'm probably Silent Killer if they are comfortable enough. They want to pick up the Senna or the Lucian, or they just ban it out entirely, because Geek Fam will take those champions if they're available. But something else is available, and is a chance to participate in the Maggie Hot Cup Community Tournament. Link is below. So all you have to do is to register yourself. You can join alone, or you can bring along a team to get a taste of the competitive experience. There will be prizes end of the tournament if you win, so do take your chances. There's nothing to lose.
No, nothing to lose indeed, everything to gain. Who knows, you might be able to meet some of your closest friends there. And like I said, you know, what better way for there to be able to have a good time than to just get together or go alone and be able to just find your place there with some good friends, get some crazy gangs and crazy experiences. But of course, we're gonna not deliberate any further. Champion Select, brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup. Here we go. Geek Fam in blue, Silent Killer in red this time.
Let's see if there's going to be much changes. I think Geek Fam will 100% take out the Lee Sin once more. You have RSG playing. You cannot let that Lee Sin through. He is just way too good. You know, on that champion. And of course, Silent Killer, a bit of an adjustment. Party out, RSSG in. Now Latte will be in the top lane, in the Baron lane. Gragas, second champion to be taken up by Geek Fam, as Silent Killer will ban out the Camille and the Twisted Fate.
Don't know whether or not that's going to be a very good one here indeed for them, because this could be a very interesting turn of events here, as Latte is going to be from the jungle into the top lane, and RSSG, like you said so astutely, is going to be in the jungle. Maybe that might change the overall dynamic for the side of Silent Killer. But Geek Fam right now gonna go with the Shang's first pick of Olaf, most likely gonna go to a 69 here. J4 for Latte, most likely going to go towards RSSG. Is definitely going to be a very interesting matchup here. In terms of RSSG going up against 69, I think a lot more earlier impact for J4, that's for sure. But also another interesting one is going to be Varus here being picked up for the side of Silent Killer. I do like it. A piercing arrow coupled with the Chain of Corruption. Definitely a very strong tool to secure some of these kills. As we're going to be seeing it here, no mystery anymore. The Shang is going to be using Renekton, where 69 is going to be using Olaf. Haki going to be locking in the Braum here. Unbreakable as well as Stand Behind Me is going to be definitely a force to deny the crazy amount of damage that comes from a Varus played by Astral.
Yeah, I see the Olaf. One of the few champions I think of is the Ahri, and that's exactly what Silent Killer locked in. You can have the Ragnarok, but if you cannot catch up to your prey, it's not going to matter too much, and Ahri has that mobility to navigate around all the champions that Geek Fam has. It's hard to hit her with your spells if she has Spirit Rush. Kha'Zix did make it through the draft, so RSSG is gonna pick him up. He is known for Lee Sin, Kha'Zix, Rengar. So this is gonna be a Baron lane Jarvan to go up against the Renekton. We don't see it often, but it is workable. Geek Fam though locking in the fist for Haki to go up against Dan, one of the few champions. If you land a Charms of Water, Spirit Rush does not matter. And Silent Killer is going to finish off the draft probably with the Alistar pick. It's given a bit of a good, more beefy front line to tank up all of the damage that Geek Fam dishes out.
Yeah, that's going to be something that they have to be very wary about indeed, because there is arguments to be said here in terms of the overall team fighting capabilities of both teams. I'm thinking that looking at how both the teams are actually in a spot of how to say, they both have a lot of the strengths that comes in terms of them being able to fight it off really well. And I'm thinking that with how these teams are actually managing these overall fights, I think that Geek Fam is going to have a bit of the run for the money here, considering that Latte is going to be playing in the top lane, as I thought that J4 is going to go on to Latte, whereas RSSG is going to be playing the Kha'Zix. So a lot of opportunity for him to actually close out onto Momo, and I think that if he's able to close out onto Momo and actually go kaboom onto him, then it could be a very hard time for Geek Fam to close it out. But in terms of overall damage though, they do have the Shang as well, 69, and if Haki gets out of control, then Silent Killer could have a very, very, very hard time for them.
Yeah, but let's see what Geek Fam can accomplish. Obviously, for Silent Killer, you have RSSG on the Kha'Zix. You can definitely kind of match up with the pacing of the Olaf, who has slightly faster clear speed early on with the Undertow. But Kha'Zix is one of the few champions that doesn't really care about the Olaf. You can't see the Kha'Zix when he goes into the Void Assault, and at the same time, Olaf might be immune to crowd control, but he is very vulnerable to burst damage. If you can instantly chunk down his health, he'll find it really hard, and you can see Silent Killer wanting to make a move on to Fizz, but Haki with Playful Trickster to save him.
Yeah, this could be another turnaround here for the side of Silent Killer if they don't play their cards right, because there's a lot of mobility here for the carries of Geek Fam. Haki as well as Momo respectively does have their Valkyrie as well as the Playful Trickster. I do think that's going to be the case. Oh wait, Haas there getting the headbutt pulverize combo off, as Nyx will be able to go for a counter here, but Haki immediately just gets away, luckily enough, with the Urchin Strike. You see now that for the side of Geek Fam, a little bit of top lane dominance here from 69 as well to Shang. But got to be careful that 69 doesn't get caught off guard here. Goes for the flash.
Oh,
the
good
flag
flag
and drag coming in from the side of Latte. Will be able to score at least one kill here. RSSG going to go very aggressive indeed, but will decide to back away. First Blood going over towards the side of Silent Killer.
That is a good move from Silent Killer. You bring in the numbers, and you are able to take that First Blood on the Olaf. That is going to slow down his jungle, his progression throughout the entire game. And Kha'Zix now gets the lead. First one to hit the ultimate with the Void Assault. If he can make a move with that, it would be great. But if he cannot, at least he knows that he has put himself in a very comfortable position. Latte getting the First Blood as well is a good boost for Silent Killer. Even though Geek Fam has a slightly more advantage in terms of gold lead, but Silent Killer are in a more comfortable spot. the Jarvan with Exhaust is not to win the lane against Renekton, but rather to prevent Renekton from dominating the lane and also set up for the team when they go for the gank. And we just saw that interaction, which completely worked out in their favor.
Yeah, some really good interactions here for a Silent Killer to take advantage of, I would reckon. And I feel that for Geek Fam, with the First Blood going over to Silent Killer, they've got to coordinate a gank, which they have done very, very well here. I'm thinking that there could be a bit of a focus onto the bot side here, but considering that Haki as well as Dan do have a bit of a push-pull in terms of the priority, I'm thinking that Dan will have a better chance of getting that priority. And I'm thinking that it's going to be a bit hard for Geek Fam to be able to come down onto the bot side and score more of these coordinated gang strikes that could work out in their favor. Silent Killer, however, I think may actually notice this and may actually tell Dan to like, okay, keep pushing, so we'll be able to get more priority and we try to focus on towards the bot side control, because it's only a matter of time before the Drake comes into play.
RSSG getting gone on, but has to void the Assault and leave to get away. Chump the Waters connects, he gets into the void Assault to escape, but good Winter's Bite from Nyx to kill him off. That is a huge one for Geek Fam. It will almost guarantee the Drake. We'll see if Silent Killer wants to contest this. It's not really a good idea, but if they want to go for it, they have to be very, very careful. Dan is going to make the first move with the Charm. Everything blocked by Nyx. He uses the heal as well. The Glacial Fissure actually connects as Geek Fam takes the Cloud Drake to get away. Latte a bit late to the party, so Silent Killer were not able to get anything out of that.
Well,
but,
this is going to be a very interesting turnaround here, as it is going to be a bit of a cataclysm as well as the follow-up from the Silent Killer to be able to score a kill onto Haki. And it is going to be Shelly next on the menu here, Husky.
Oh boy, so Silent Killer trying to go for this Rift Herald. See if I want to contest this, but obviously RSSG is going to secure that, and now Silent Killer, let's see if they can get away. Has will pop his Unbreakable Will. He flashes to safety. RSSG also leaps out. Good move from Silent Killer, kind of stabilizing the state of the game with that Rift Herald. And Silent Killer will, RSSG will get his Yuum's Ghostblade. He's quite far ahead compared to 69. So we'll see if he can continue to push that advantage.
All right, so we're going to be seeing from the side of Silent Killer, they want to be pushing more of the advantages on towards the top side here, as the Shang right now is going to be the latest a victim of RSSG and Latte's coordinated strike. And I'm thinking that this is going to be a very good one indeed. Herald is going to come over to the top side. Shelly comes knocking on that top tier turret. And this is going to be an interesting turnaround here. A little bit of a coordinated effort here from the side of Silent Killer to be able to score that pressure. Meanwhile, Geek Fam more focused onto the bot side. The Shang had to deal with Shelly on his own.
Oh, Silent Killer is playing such a good early game. They're not leading a lot in terms of goal, but they are making impacts around the map. And the Shang considerably shut down. I think that's his second death. Oh yeah, I mean his first death, excuse me, in this game. But now with the Baron lane turret being pushed so far in, Silent Killer has a lot more space to work with. And you can see Latte, he's not going to bother trying to lane against the Shang. In fact, he knows that his job is to just create chaos with this Jarvan exhaust. So all he's doing is running around the map trying to make sure that he gets the space for his team and making sure that his cores are able to have that freedom to do whatever they want. So Geek Fam spots him up, but it doesn't really matter too much. In fact, Silent Killer, they will be ready to contest this objective if Geek Fam takes the fight to them.
Yeah, this could be an interesting one indeed here. Silent Killer slowly coming back with some very, very good opportunities here, as we do see that Geek Fam right now a little bit struggling in the early stages of the game, as we do see that members of Silent Killer right now very much wary of the overall movements of Geek Fam, and it seems that Geek Fam right now struggling a little bit to build up a little bit of their advantages. And I'm thinking that this could be a very bit of a chink in the armor here if this keeps up, and Silent Killer will be able to at least take advantage of this in the opening stanza.
Well, Silent Killer so far now, no objectives on the map. They're just trying to shove up the wave and and keep Geek Fam at bay. Though it is slightly better for Geek Fam. I think Silent Killer should, again, they shove out the wave and try to get some ganks in, especially when you look at top lane, right? The Shang, he's shoving the wave really far, so ideally you want to try and gank him again. But with the Drake spawning, Silent Killer will turn their attention to this Dragon Pit and set up for the next Dragon. But first, RSSG can jump on Momo with the lead, and Momo will Valkyrie to safety. Geek Fam now, we're gonna bring the numbers to try and back up the rest of the team.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing here from the side of Silent Killer, they want to be contesting onto the Drake here. One Drake already in the pocket of Geek Fam. This could be an opportunity for Geek Fam to turn the fight around in their favor here. It's all dependent on how they're going to be executing this fight. And I'm thinking that looking at how Geek Fam wants to take this up, Momo from the side does have a lot of opportunity and zoning to be able to throw out as many missiles as he can. He does have
good
the
engage
package in play here. Very good engage coming in from the side of Silent Killer to be able to get at least one down for the count. For the side of 69, the smite is going to go over towards the side of Silent Killer. 1 for 1 in terms of objectives. We do see that Geek Fam right now in a lot of trouble here, as they are going to be limping away from the trouble that is being brought out from the side of Silent Killer. But they got to be careful though that they don't overstay their weapon. The Shang from the side looking towards being able to give a little bit of interference here. Flag and drag coming in from the side of Latte, being able to get a little bit of damage onto Shang, but it seems that it is going to be a disengage from the side of Geek Fam. Silent Killer winning it out with 1 kill in their pocket.
Good fight from Silent Killer overall. Everyone did their job, and they just found the perfect target. They jumped on 69, and he, like, even with the Ragnarok, Silent Killer were able to burst him down. Dan was able to activate his Electrocute with that one auto attack, and it killed 69 on the spot. Geek Fam tried to commit and kill off Silent Killer, the members of Silent Killer, but he has the unbreakable will. They couldn't even kill this Alistar. So Silent Killer again making just better decisions in this game, but not to be confused with Geek Fam playing poorly. It's just Silent Killer able to manage the situation better, and now Dan missing the charm, but Has is coming in. They want to get onto Momo. Momo has the Valkyrie, has the package. It pushes Has away. So the Flash kind of not being able to do too much. Unlucky for Silent Killer.
We do see here for Silent Killer not being able to send it out. Look at that RSSG. It seems that the addition of RSSG and the fact that Kha'Zix actually fell through in the Geek from the Geek fans, ban pool is actually working out in favor for Silent Killer here. We're going to see Latte going to go for the flag and drag. The Shang right now going to go turn onto the side of Haz. We do see Chum the Waters has been picked up here as one more hit, and the Haz gets out. What was that? Haz and Latte surviving it, Husky.
Unbreakable will, true to his name. They could not kill him. Oh my goodness. And also the exhaust of Latte made that fight, made that, a positive for Silent Killer. Without the exhaust, I think both Latte and Haz would have died. Now RSSG is gonna try and steal the blue buff, smites it away. 69 not able to contest that. No, 69 actually got it. Was it 69? No, RSSG got it. Excuse me. So Geek Fam not getting anything out of those movements. Another slight victory for Silent Killer, and now RSSG getting really confident with his moves. You can see that he feels that he's strong, and he's trying to push that advantage.
Yeah, big push advantage here coming in from them, as we do see that the Shang as well as Nyx are going to come down over to the bot side here, give a bit of a response, but it may not be the response that they are able to get out of them, because Silent Killer just decides to go out of there, avoiding all of the danger. And it seems that Geek Fam right now playing a game of catch-up compared to Silent Killer. What a turn of events here going into match number 2. Oh, the Chain of Corruption misses here. Big missed opportunity from the side of Silent Killer, but it seems that Geek Fam right now will live to fight another day.
Not sure if Astro messed up the combo or whatnot, but either way now, without the Chain of Corruption on the Varus, Silent Killer needs to be a bit more careful where this Varus positions himself in the fight. Again, Geek Fam has a way to get on top of him, and he does not have the stasis up enchantment just yet. So if the Chum the Waters connect, he might go down, but you can see Latte has the exhaust. So Shang is going to be the next target, forced to pop the Dominus, and Latte just wait to use the exhaust, and it's going to be now hit by Polarized, knocks him into the air, and the rest of Silent Killers will come in like Steve Irwin going on the Crocodile Hunt, forcing the stasis from the Shang and his flash as well. Shang gets out, and Silent Killer not able to get the kill off of that. But Momo and Nyx wants to contribute a bit, then realize that it's not a good move, so they will also retreat.
Could be an opportunity for them to actually score a big Drake here. If they're able to do so, sustain as well as added offensive stats is going to be in their favor here. Silent Killer in a lot of trouble here, as we're going to be seeing Geek Fam right now turning the fight around. As look at that, Dan right now has the flash out of there. RSSG will be able to get away. Has, despite the fact that he does go Unbreakable will not be able to fight out without a reset. We do see now Geek Fam will be able to get the opportunity to score that Drake. No, Chain of Corruption misses for the side of Astral here. Look at that. Latte gets in the middle of everyone here as he gets taken down. But it seems that despite for that, it is going to be the Shang that gets taken down as well. 1-for-1 in favor of Geek Fam. Big win for Geek Fam here. Able to score the Cloud Drake as well as the Infernal. And I'm thinking that for Geek Fam, this could be a bit of a turn in their favor here, provided that they're able to execute some of these fights better off.
Yeah, I think Silent Killer would have been able to really contest that if RSSG didn't just leap in and try to do some damage. Sure, they got Chunk the Waters and Glacier Fissure out of the way, but I think Silent Killer should have been a bit more patient. So Geek Fam were able to take the Inferno Drake away. They both trade their Baron Laner. It's definitely a slight victory for Geek Fam for sure. Now you can see that 69 realizing that he doesn't need to build damage. He's gonna get a Rendway's Omen. Probably will go for GA as his next item, as Geek Fam hasn't even gotten the mid-tier one just yet. Package forced to be expanded by Momo, as they will now finally break the structure, but RSSG not gonna make it easy. Geek Fam now trying to power onto Has. He does have the Unbreakable Will, but he might have used it a bit too late. Gets the trample, gets the stun in, but insufficient as Momo takes out the Alistar.
Very nicely done here for Geek Fam. Not the biggest of wins, however, a win is still a win in that it is going to give them a little bit of freedom to move around. But they got to be careful though. RSSG, very much a strong suit here, jumping in at moment's notice and booming out members of Geek Fam, putting them rather exposed towards some of the fights that could have gone their way. I'm thinking that for the side of Silent Killer, they have to do more of this, as Geek Fam right now has got to be very wary of the fact that that is what Silent Killer wants to do. Jump in, drop out, take out Momo, take out Haki, and get away.
Momo and Haki both share something in common, is that they are quite elusive. Playful Trickster, Momo has the Valkyrie and the Hextech Proto Belt. Haki will have his Stasis Enchantment. So Silent Killer can't reliably just one-shot them 100 to 0. In fact, Geek Fam pushing Dan all the way back with that Missile Barrage, and Dan will have to reset. And that's going to give Geek Fam some map control. And now they will try to push that advantage. Haki is trying to find an opening. He's going to use Chum the Waters onto RSSG, who leaps away. And that's one ultimate expanded from the side of Geek Fam.
Yeah, we do see that Geek Fam right now does have no problems getting away from the initial damage that RSSG represents, but it's also the long-range follow-up that comes in from Astral that proves to be problematic for the side of Geek Fam. I'm thinking that despite the fact that Geek Fam is behind, oh wait, RSSG very aggressive indeed there, almost loses his life, as well as Momo there immediately, as you can see, right? As RSSG goes in with the leap as well as the slash, we immediately see Astral lets out a fierce-piercing arrow that could have taken Momo out of the fight and could have put him out of commission, thus putting Geek Fam in a more exposed position.
Well, Silent Killer right now, they are going to just look at the objectives on the map, and obviously Baron Nashor is the biggest one for both teams, and both them and Geek Fam are just trying to get control of this area, but Silent Killer made it there. First RSSG, forcing the Playful Trickster from Haki. Nothing much can be garnered out of that for Silent Killer, unfortunately. But they do get control of the Baron Pit, at least. And now both teams are kind of on the opposite side of the map. No one wants to make the first move. I think RSSG has to be really careful. The Shanks get onto him, but he's going to leap away. And unfortunately, Shang again. This is like you said, a game of cat and mouse. Whoever gets to jump on their opponents is gonna win. But I think Silent Killer would definitely want to contest this.
Alright, so you'll be seeing there a big contest for the side of Silent Killer. Has in the middle of the fight. He's got to be careful that he doesn't get too much out of this. A commitment for the side of Haz in the middle of it definitely is got to be very wary of the fact that
Oh,
Geek Fam
the
right now
flag
pulled the
drag.
trigger. But look at that though, Silent Killer turning it around. The Shang is in the middle of the fight, but Latte as well as Dan are able to go to the back lines here, taking out the Shang. Momo as well as Nyx and Haki are getting dangerously low. 69 as well is the last 69 as well as Momo and Nyx, last surviving members here, will have to get away as Geek Fam are going to limp away from that fight. Silent Killer will be able to score the Drake of the game.
Not sure if Geek Fam really wants to contest this. Nyx is going to TP in, but it's too late. RSSG will smite the Elder Mountain Drake. Latte is the MVP for sure. He got a 4-man knockout with his flag and drag, and that really messed up Geek Fam's tempo. If it was not for Latte, I don't think Silent Killer would have won that convincingly. They killed off Shang in the process. So big plays from this Baron lane Jarvan. I'm loving what Silent Killer is doing. Now with the Elder Drake in hand, Geek Fam still keeping up in terms of resources. So Silent Killer, they're not out of the woods just yet. The Elder Mountain Drake is not going to be the end game condition. They still ideally want to a Baron, but it definitely puts Silent Killer in a very commanding, in a more comfortable spot. So we'll see if Geek Fam can respond to that adequately. Silent Killer would want to just prompt the Baron and force Geek Fam to overstep. So to start that off, they're going to start pushing this wave in and turn to Baron afterwards.
Yeah, this could be a turn here for the side of Silent Killer. I'm thinking that I think that Geek Fam right now bit off a little bit, not to say bit off a little bit more than they could chew, but I see that Silent Killer has made the necessary adjustments to get members of Geek Fam basically on the back foot. We do see 69 as well as the rest of the members of Geek Fam are going to come into play here. I'm going to go defensive onto the top tier, on the top tier 2 turret, as we do see that for Haki, he's got to be careful though. Very reckless indeed, but luckily enough, Playful Trickster will keep him safe. Momo dodges a piercing arrow coming in from the side of Silent Killer. Astral as well as Latte caught in a little bit of a hot spot here. Dan as well as Astral giving a little bit of leeway for Latte to get away.
Yeah, that's the chance for Geek Fam to shove the mid wave in at least, trying to get a bit more of an area control, a bit of priority on Baron Nashor. But Silent Killer, they're not backing off, and Latte, he's just gonna face check the brush because he knows that there's no way Geek Fam can kill him off. And in fact, RSSG is gonna force the Ragnarok out of 69, and he's gonna be burned out by the Elder Dragon buff. If they can kill off 69, this is gonna be huge. 69 flashes away with the help of Chumps of Water. He will survive, but Silent Killer again getting these small leads, and now flag and drag onto Momo. Glacier Fissure will be the response from the side of Nyx, and they do get the stun onto Latte, but Latte just walks it off with the Gargoyle Stone Plate. Silent Killer now puts themselves in a decent position to contest Baron, and in fact, they're just gonna start Baron Nashor. Geek Fam will have to fight for this.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting one indeed here as Silent Killer are going to go for it. But look at that though. Where is his Unbreakable going there? I'm not entirely sure. RSSG right now hitting it up very well indeed. Definitely going to be a very strong proponent, very strong recipient of it. But look at that piercing arrow, like a sniper indeed, coming in from the side of Astral for Silent Killers, closing it out really well. RSSG turns it around. 69, one more hit and he's out. Ooh, the ace coming in from the side of Silent Killer as Geek Fam right now takes a little bit of their own medicine as Silent Killer is knocking on Geek Fam's doors.
This is such a good game from Silent Killer, and they did everything right in game number 2. Geek Fam got pulled around the map so much they were not able to respond to Silent Killer, and what a game. You know, we expected it to go a distance, and we are getting just that. Silent Killer with game 2. I absolutely enjoy how Silent Killer played this game. I think they ironed out a lot of sloppiness in game 1. They needed polishing. They were able to contest objectives properly. They took those fights with stride, and they were able to identify how to shut down Geek Fam. That, I think this Jarvan and Alistar were the biggest wins in terms of drafting, especially when they give Latte the exhaust. It really caused a lot of problems for Geek Fam.
I really like the fact that Latte was in the middle of these fights quite a bit. He didn't do that much in terms of the damage, but the utility that came in with the Cataclysm, with the flag and drag, was definitely paramount for Latte to be able to score the fight, to score the wins for those fights. He was very much aware of the fact that, yeah, he may not be able to win a lot of these fights in the lane, but he just backed away and make sure that RSSG was in play to be able to give the assistance onto his Latte. Astral as well is definitely a very strong, addition in terms of being able to come up with those long range knives. Following up with the utility that comes in with his Chain of Corruption is definitely going to be the case. But looking at it, the RSSG MVP, and no mystery as to why, being able to close out onto Momo, being able to go on towards Haki and basically kaboom him was definitely going to be the case for him here, as we do see that Silent Killer just turning it around onto Geek Fam, going 1-for-1 in this overall best of 5. And I'm going to say this here once, and I'm going to say this here finally, that Silent Killer has made the adjustments, and hopefully they will be able to make this way more interesting as this progresses, because I predicted that Silent Killer were going to be a bit of a dark horse here against Geek Fam, and I think that predictions may come true. However, 5 games is still very much a long one. We do have potentially 3 more games to go through, and if Silent Killer could keep this up, then Geek Fam could just kiss all of their opportunities goodbye here at the Last Chance Qualifiers, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, Silent Killer, again, Latte, RSSG is the MVP, no doubt, but the turning point was definitely Latte's 4-man flag and drag. That opened up the game, because it allowed them to secure the Elder Drake, and after that, that Elder Drake buff really made life hard for Geek Fam. You saw how RSSG, the only reason he was able to force 69 into such a bad spot was because of the Elder Drake burn buff. But with that being said, TLDR, Silent Killer played a fantastic game too, and they've tied up the score. We'll take a short break and we'll be back for game number 3 in this best of 5.
Lihat, tunggu sini. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Ada kali berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Carpe diem, I know I got only one life. Don't wanna spend it, listen to your bitch and whine. It's a little mean, I know, well, apologies. But my New Year resolutions and my honesty. Trust me, it ain't nobody business. It ain't nobody business. It ain't none of my business. It ain't none of your business. Nobody business. Nobody business. It ain't none of my business. It ain't none of your business. Okay, stuck on the same excuses. I think it's getting old. I ain't your therapist, I ain't your measure. Hey, oh, can't really tell you anything you don't already know. No one said it was easy. Don't even bother, cause I'm in a secure location. I turned off my phone and my patience. I wanna help you, but you ain't even trying. You made your own bed, now you gotta fucking lie. It ain't nobody business. It ain't nobody business. It ain't none of my business. It ain't none of my business. Nobody business. Nobody business. It ain't none of my business. It ain't none of your Nobody business. It ain't nobody business. It ain't none of my business. It ain't none of my business. can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. It's just I never thought you were sitting next to me. I don't understand. It's just I never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second. It's just you never talk, I never listen. When do we fall in love? Make up your mind, honey, 'cause I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. You need a friend. I can't help this time. I'm in trouble. It's your eyes, I can't seem to focus. It doesn't matter 'cause you live.
Lihat tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
The Last Chance Qualifier continues in the League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series Malaysia Fall Season, presented by the ESL Mobile Open. And this is the best of 5 between Silent Killer and Geek Fam. We're tied 1-1, getting ready for game number 3. I'm Husky, and of course, alongside with me is Hound.
Yep, we are back with more action. And for those of you who were breaking your heads in terms of the Maggie trivia answer question, let us go give you the answer. Kaboom! There you go. What does Ionia stand for? That was the question. And the answer is going to reveal itself in all due time. It is the first land. So for those of you who do know, congratulations. You have sated your knowledge for more League of Legends lore. So a little bit of a pop culture League of Legends references for you guys, I would reckon. But yeah, all of that aside though, let's talk a little bit about the game, Husky. What was that turnaround from Silent Killer going up against Geek Fam though?
Silent Killer play a better game. They were able to make adjustments, and the most impressive thing is just how they got a bit innovative with how they draft, right? Initially, Olaf was first picked, and then Silent Killer responded with the Jarvan, but after that they picked the Kazakhs in as their fourth pick, which I feel like was brilliant, because RSSG definitely is more comfortable on the Kazakhs, and you kind of want someone to be able to ride the tempo. RSSG is that jungler for Silent Killer, and they just made sure that Latte's job, again, is not there to stomp the lane, but he is just there to slow down the snowball and eventually become that unpenetrable wall alongside Has. So these two did a fantastic job, and of course, Latte played a phenomenal Jarvan, Baron lane Jarvan. The rest is history. No, RSSG did not miss a single beat. Sometimes he was, he gives us a bit of a heart attack because of how aggressive he is with those leaps, but at the end of the day, it paid off. Geek Fam got sloppy, and Silent Killer took game 2.
All right, so I'm looking at the statistics here, and we have seen it quite a bit. For the most part, every time Braum has been played, it has been on a positive note, with the exception of Assassin Academy, that is. So looking at how it has been played thus far for a lot of these teams, I'm thinking that Braum in that matchup definitely was against that win, I guess against the win percentile there. And the Alistar that came in definitely was, I think in my opinion, a very much not the most common of pickups in this entire tournament, but a pickup that has been able to bring a big amount of wins for them. About 60% win rate across the board, a 67% win rate for the blue side pickup. So I'm thinking that that's just going to be a very, very strong case in terms of seeing how these champions have been affecting the overall percentages of these picks. But let us not deliberate any further of the statistics. Let us go into Champions League, brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup. Get yourself a chili fiesta here with Maggie Hot Cup. Husky, what do you think about these bans that are about to happen for us? Geek Fam on blue, Silent Killer on red.
I'm expecting Geek Fam to kind of give a bit more respect to the Kazakhs. Like Lee Sin is going to be banned out the entire series by Geek Fam just because RSSG is so good on that champion. They are going to ban the Kazakhs. Again, respecting RSSG, but this also leaves other junglers, open up. Silent Killer, they kind of figure out the formula. They take out this Lucian, and Geek Fam bans out the Jarvan. Silent Killer's flex pick. They want to eliminate the winning condition of Silent Killer from game 2. So it will force Silent Killer's hand, but I have no doubt that Silent Killer will prepare for this. Twisted Fate will be the last champion to be banned out. We'll see what Silent Killer is going to pick. Geek Fam opening up with the Corki.
Ooh, I like this pickup here from Geek Fam. I'm thinking that across the games, with the exception of game number 1, Corki has been picked up for a majority of Geek Fam's games here with Silent Killer. But look at that. Looking at Silent Killer now, I'm thinking that they aren't going to be changing up anything much here. But what is interesting to note from the side of Geek Fam is that 69 is going to go with the Xin Zhao pickup. I like this. Audacious Charge, right with the Crescent Sweep, could be a very strong opportunity for members of Geek Fam to be able to isolate a very, very high value target. They are going to be going for the Senna here, a little bit more range as well. Could be an off-carry Senna, off-carry Senna support, or it could be AD carry Senna. That could be a very interesting turnaround here for Geek Fam, because the Shang actually picking up the Corki could actually go mid as well. So I'm thinking that the flex is definitely very strong with Geek Fam moving forward here, Husky.
I feel like Geek Fam probably will want a Galio or something. I prefer the Corki being in Momo's hands. Or if they really want to pick the Corki mid, then Momo has to go for like a kite, not a Zaya or something, which I really don't think is a good choice. But as we said earlier on, Silent Killer, they're going to pick the Rengar for RSSG. You cannot shut out his entire jungle pool. He is known for Rengar, Kha'Zix, Lee Sin. So he's going to get what he wants. And yes, Geek Fam picks up the Galio. That's going to put Corki in the hands of Momo. This definitely looks better. Silent Killer will pick up the Braum for themselves. Pretty decent draft from the side of Geek Fam. Like I understand why you would want to flex the Senna, but it will be way too greedy if you have like 3 ranged cores. So Geek Fam, they needed someone to stand in front. If not, Silent Killer, with the Rengar, can just run at them and instantly get those kills. So I definitely like Geek Fam's adjustment with the Galio pick, but at the same time, RSSG with the Rengar, it's gonna be the same story if Geek Fam don't address that. So we'll see if Geek Fam can stop this kitty cat in his tracks.
I totally agree with what you said. I do like the fact that the Galio was picked up. The flexes that were coming in for Geek Fam did throw me off just a little bit. Maybe that was the effect that they wanted to have on towards Silent Killer as well. But Silent Killer right now, very much early wins there for Nyx being able to get at least 1 stack of the mist already on towards Has. So we're going to be seeing very standard startups here from both these teams. Geek Fam and Silent Killer going to their respective lanes. A little bit of a delayed top lane presence here from both Geek Fam as well as Silent Killer, as both the top laners are going to be helping their jungles with the leash.
Latte this time is going to have the barrier, a lot of displacement ability from the side of Silent Killer, and when you have and you can see the champions of Silent Killer, it is all for single target pickouts. Chain of Corruptions, Charm, Thrill of the Hunt, Explosive Cast. Silent Killer against isolated targets, it's going to be a confirmed kill. Like Geek Fam can never take on Silent Killer head on. On the contrary, even when it comes to team fights, I think Silent Killer has a really good chance, because once more they have the mobility to outmaneuver whatever Geek Fam is capable of throwing at them. The early invade from RSSG, they're gonna go in with the Justice Punch. Haki does have the taunt, and he's gonna try to commit onto it, but Geek Fam gonna follow up with their own spells, and this should be the punish that they're looking for. First blood for Haki.
Very nicely done there for Haki, being able to score a kill on towards the side of Silent Killer and his RSSG. They get shut down. I'm thinking that the key to victory here for Geek Fam is to be able to go for it because the Black Mist has come out, as we do see Nyx as well as Momo will be able to do a substantial amount of damage on towards Haz as well as Astral. They have to back away a little bit, or at least try to get more of a return of resources from a reset. Not the best kind of reset timers for the side of Silent Killer, but when you have been hit that hard, it's the only viable thing for you to do. Looking at it though, we do see that Geek Fam right now is going to be giving pings towards where RSSG is. I'm thinking that they are going to spot him out, or at least by process of elimination get a little bit of information on where RSSG is. It's paramount that Geek Fam gives a lot of tracking towards where the positioning of RSSG is, and most probably be at least ready for the fact that RSSG is about to hit his level 5 and is going to come for the surprise kitty cat attack.
So lucky that RSSG went down. I felt like there was the invade was good if they had lane priority, but they did not, at least for the dragon lane. So RSSG kind of going in was super risky, and they should know that 69 is gonna path down to the bottom side of the jungle anyways. I think probably a misjudgment from Silent Killer, but nonetheless, RSSG now with his ultimate available. Let's see if he can make something out of it.
Yeah, it could be an opportunity for him to actually do so here, but depends on whether or not the overall priority of the lane could actually be actioned upon for the side of Geek Fam. We do see that Silent Killer right now in a bit of trouble here, as Astral has been hit with the root. Nyx right now goes in closer and closer here. Piercing Arrow is going to come out, hits Momo for a substantial amount of damage there, but nothing that he will not be able to sustain with the help of Nyx.
A bit of a reset for Silent Killer at least, as RSSG continues to ramp up his farm. But that's what you want to do as a Rengar or a Kha'Zix. You want to constantly be ahead in terms of level. Like, even if you can't get kills, as long as you're ahead in terms of level, it is a win for you. So RSSG once more trying to make something happen onto Haki, but a good chance to cancel the combo, and now Haki not in a good spot. They're gonna set him on fire with the Ignite. Dawning Shadows gonna heal him up, at least protect him with the shield. RSSG still gets the kill. Not able to flash to safety though, he still goes down.
Very interesting indeed here, coming in from the side of Geek Fam, being able to score at least one more kill onto RSSG. Now, compared to the way that RSSG was wreaking havoc in game number 1, it seems that members of Geek Fam are very well aware of what they need to exploit here in terms of stopping the overall advantages that Silent Killer is trying to accrue for themselves, and it's the fact that Silent Killer plays around RSSG, and I think this is going to be very wise of them. If they're able to shut down RSSG, then it could be a huge problem for the fact that they aren't going to be able to get some of these setups off. And if RSSG is behind by a substantial margin, then he won't be able to do the damage that he so wants. But look at that, Haki right now in the middle of it. The taunt is going to come through. Astral missing out with his piercing arrow. But a beautiful, beautiful attempt there coming in from the side of Geek Fam to be able to get away. The attempt from Astral to be able to score that Chain of Corruption did not work wonders for him though.
Well, if that landed, it could have been different, but Silent is Geek Fam's turn now. They go with the Auxiliary Charge, followed by the hero's entrance. Everyone for Silent Killer is going to flash away. Momo joins with the Valkyrie. Good top from Haki as he catches Dan. This is going to blow this RV up. Latte falls back. Shelly dropped in the middle lane. Geek Fam gets full priority, and this should be the Cloud Drake for Geek Fam.
Yeah, very big Cloud Drake here for the side of Geek Fam. I'm going to give them a lot of opportunities for them to be able to score a lot of the rotational value, and that's going to be big value for them. We do see that Silent Killer does at least spot out them attempting that Drake, and it is going to be signifying from the side of Silent Killer that they want to be going for the resets and focus a little bit more on the priority in their lanes. Looking at it though, Geek Fam right now, a bit of a different Geek Fam from game number 2. Despite the fact that Silent Killer were very much strong with the advantages that came through, it seems that, oh wait, the root is going to come through for the side of Nyx, but they're not going to action upon anything.
Geek Fam just taking very good skirmishes, slightly outmaneuvering Silent Killer, knowing when to get the engage off. I think Silent Killer, they need to respect Haki a bit more. They are trying to burst him, but they don't have the damage to do so. And if you throw everything at Haki and he doesn't die, Geek Fam literally can just run at you with their lineup. So Silent Killer needs to be a bit more aware of that. They need to be a bit more cautious with how they take these fights. Other than that, they're not too far behind. They can definitely still catch up.
All right, lots of opportunity for them to actually play around some of the rotations here. I do see that Silent Killer right now are going to be playing around the bot side with RSSG hugging the bot side buff. I'm thinking that this could be an opportunity for them. It has to be set up with a Glacial Fissure or maybe, oh wait, but Nyx has spotted out already and it seems that the root is going to come through. Nyx is going to be the priority here. Nyx takes a lot of damage but will be able to flash away. Oh, a 3-man attempt for a flash, definitely worth there as flash and heal has been used from the side of Nyx. It's going to be a huge problem here for Geek Fam if the re-rotate from RSSG comes over to the bot side. Could open them up for some vulnerable ganks here.
Silent Killer didn't really fully commit to that. They were poking and prodding. They were trying to figure out if they should go in. It's not really a decisive call. But like you said, Flash forcing out both summoner spells from Nyx can benefit them ever so slightly. Has didn't use his Glacial Fissure. I think that would have given them the kill for sure. But now without the Chain of Corruptions, they will definitely have to kind of wait for that reset to come true. As Geek Fam are putting a bit more emphasis on the Baron lane. They bring the 69 to help out the Shang push down this turret. So RSSG has to respond to that. And Silent Killer, let's see if they want to take this fight. Haki is nearby with the hero's entrance if he wants to, and he'll use it immediately to join the fight. RSSG though has a battle roar to dispel that. Block the Justice Punch. Latte flash goes in with the body slam. Unfortunately, Geek Fam will still survive. Nyx, not so lucky. He goes down.
Very nicely done there for the side of Silent Killer, being able to score at least 1 kill in that rotational fight that happened on 2 fronts over to the bot side as well as the top side. And since Silent Killer were able to win one big one over Nyx here, Momo going to be alone in the lane. Not going to see whether or not Astral as well as Haas are going to be committing towards any fights over to the bot side. They don't have the wave. That's not going to be happening for them, but we do see Geek Fam right now opening up with the first turret down.
That's definitely going to open up the map a bit for Geek Fam. But hopefully, Silent Killer, they are able to kind of stabilize the state of the map. They are still in a decent spot. The Shang though trying to do as much damage as he can to Latte. Latte will body slam to safety, trying to really gain some distance, but it's hard to get away from the Shang. He might have to use his ultimate, but RSSG is coming as the backup. Can Latte buy enough time? Pulse the barrier, flashes to safety. The Shang now caught in a really bad spot. Dawning Shadow though, not in time, as the Shang gets baited and taken out.
Very nicely done from Silent Killer to be able to at least be in on even ground with Geek Fam. But even ground in terms of score does not equate to even ground in terms of objectives, as we do see that Silent Killer is still trailing behind slightly with only 1 turret down in favor of Geek Fam. So I'm thinking that this could be a turnaround here, as we do see that both these teams are signaling for the fight onto the Dragon Pit. So this could be where all of the chips are going to be put for the side of Geek Fam as well. Silent Killer here, who is going to pop off first and get the Drake, is going to be very important to see how that's going to be working out for them. RSSG looking to pull out the Drake a little bit here, but oh no, Nyx right now in a little bit of an interesting spot. Luckily the snare did not hit onto Haz. So we do see that the range differential between Silent Killer and Geek Fam is starting to show itself.
Silent Killer looking to turn and again jump onto the Shang. No commitment just yet from either teams. As Geek Fam, they do have a bit more priority in the lane, so they will try to force Silent Killer away. RSSG jumps in, doesn't get the bola. Now Haki will re-engage with the Justice Punch. The Shang is going to bring RSSG super low, goes in with the Proto Belt and executes it with a guillotine. And this should be a win for Geek Fam in the middle lane. Latte also brought down low, he's going to beat to death. Now Apprehend going to connect onto Dan. The Shang going big! As he takes out 3 from the side of Silent Killer. This will be the Ocean Drake for Geek Fam.
Very nicely done here for the side of Geek Fam, turning it around in their favor here. 69 Nyx as well as Momo are going to be able to score the Ocean Drake. We do see the taunt into the Justice Punch with the Winds of War, will be able to take him down. Goes the bonk on the head, and we do see Astral being taken down. Dan as well as Latte. 3 for 1. 3 for nothing exchange in favor of Geek Fam here. 3 turrets already in their pocket, and it seems that the advantage has skewed in favor of Geek Fam.
That was a crucial fight for Geek Fam. Also a major setback for Silent Killer. The Shang, 2 levels ahead of Latte, and he is the highest level champion on the map. Just look at this. RSSG again. You have to respect the Gallon. They all try to commit onto him, and the Shang just make the decisive call with the Proto Belt, kills off RSSG, and the rest of Silent Killer, they should have just backed off. Dan tried to help, but he got pulled back by the Apprehend, and he also went down. So Shang is definitely the guy that the rest of Geek Fam want to play around. He is 3-1-0, has the Triforce Deadman's Plates going for the GA next. Silent Killer kind of dropping the ball a bit.
Alright, so we're going to be seeing Silent Killer now, as you brilliantly have said so. The ball has been dropped from the side of Silent Killer. We do see RSSG is going to be very much close by here. Could be an opportunity for him to actually pop off and see whether or not he will be able to score at least an assassinate on towards the side of Geek Fam. But Geek Fam right now, very much aware of what they need to do. Nyx sustaining out his teammates, and I'm thinking that this is going to be great for them. The Shang going to go for very much a secure of the blue buff that I think could actually go very, very well for him, giving him a little bit of sustain as well as resources. But oh no, Chain of Corruption comes out from the side of Astral. Does not land onto anybody here. Not sure that's going to be a good one for him moving forward.
Silent Killer needs to wait for that ultimate to come off cooldown. You can't really fight without Glacial Fissure and Chain of Corruption, two of their biggest crowd control spells out of the game, at least temporarily. Geek Fam though, good last embrace onto Dan. Chunk him down super low, so Dan will again force to reset, and that will give Geek Fam a bit more leeway to work with. Baron is online as well. And Geek Fam so far, they're just trying to really shove the wave into Silent Killer's face to get control of the map. So obviously Silent Killer, they have the responsibility to prevent that from happening, which is why you see Latte really just showing himself in the Dragon Lane before he recalls. But Geek Fam at the end of the day will still have a better wave compared to Silent Killer.
Yeah, I'm looking at it here, and it seems that this is going to be a very tough game for Silent Killer to come back from. Despite the fact that they had a very good round 2, it seems that round number 3 doesn't seem to be the best. Oh no, 69. A little bit of a bother here, but it seems that despite that, he is going to at least flash away and live to fight another day.
Yep, Silent Killer once more didn't have the resources to commit. If they popped the GA from 69, that would have been a different story. But Haki, have to be really careful being so far forward. Dan accesses the backline, catches onto Nyx. Nyx goes into stasis, and Dan's gonna flash with safety to get the crescent sweep out from 69. As Haki is on a rampage, now he is the one in the backline. As Geek Fam takes the fight with stride, and they take our treat from Silent Killer.
Wow, nicely done there from the side of Haki, and the rest of Geek Fam there was able to get in front of it, but it's got to be careful that he doesn't get caught out. Look at that, 69 there. Has to use the flash, has to use the smite there. Nyx, come on, use a little bit more of his sustain. We do see that Shang right now is in the middle of the fight. Desperate has come down. There comes the Hero's Entrance right into the Noxian Guillotine. Beautifully done there, coming in from the side of the Shang, and we're going to be seeing another side of Guillotine towards the side of Latte as well to close it out. Unstoppable is going to be the Shang. Geek Fam scoring an ace over Silent Killer.
The Shang playing out of his mind, but that was not a bad move from Silent Killer. They were not able to burst down Nyx. If Nyx went down, I think Silent Killer would have won that fight for sure. But Geek Fam just somehow turned it around. The fact that Haki got to Astro was a big red flag for Silent Killer. Now with the Baron buff in hand and the third Drake online, Silent Killer can't really contest this at all. And I feel like it all boils down to how Silent Killer were focusing too much onto Haki when this Galio is practically unkillable, at least in a single rotation. Silent Killer keep banging themselves against the wall, and they fail. But RSSG, they want to contest this. Through the hunt, steals the Mountain Drake away. That's a good start, but he needs to try and make it out. And 69 is just going to stick onto it with the 3-talent strike and finish him off. Definitely not worth for Silent Killer.
Very, very unfortunate here for a lot of these teams. I feel that that's going to be a very strong case for them to be able to close it out, as we're going to be seeing more and more of the fight there working out in favor of the side of Geek Fam, as they're going to be knocking on their door. We do see that for a lot of Silent Killer, it seems that the advantages are not going to pan out for them. We've got to be at least a bit aware of what is coming for them, because we're looking at how members of Geek Fam are slowly squeezing in on members of Silent Killer, and it seems that the advantages that have been accrued from the side of Silent Killer have been turned around. Oh, beautiful Dawning Shadow there coming in from the side of Geek Fam as well. The Hero's Entrance. We do see at least 2 members down for the count. 3 members now down for the count coming in. 2 members for the count of Silent Killer, but it is going to be the Nexus that is going to be the focus. 3 members down for the count for the side of Silent Killer, but we do see it is going to be Geek Fam that wins round number 3.
Geek Fam take back the lead by force, and with a pretty convincing manner as well. I mean, Silent Killer kind of losing their stride a bit. I felt like they had a lot of moments where Silent Killer just didn't make the right decision. You know, from trying to really brute force their way to kill off Haki and taking all these very weird fights. It definitely, you know, messed up their chances, and Geek Fam just took it. I would say, you know, last game the MVP was the Baron laner from the side of Silent Killer. This game it was the Baron laner of Geek Fam, and well, as well as Haki. Both Haki and the Shank did God's work to bring Geek Fam to a 2-1 lead.
Very interesting indeed here. It is one more victory away for the side of Geek Fam to be able to secure their spot into the last chance qualifier, the qualifying match, where awaiting them is going to be INSOMNIAX. However, it is going to be rather interesting to note that Silent Killer has had a very interesting turnaround here. They could actually make some of the more press.
And it seems like our buddy Houndo has hopped up the broadcast. A bit of a technical disconnection, but to continue his point, I think Geek Fam were just able to kind of... It's kind of a game of adaptation at this point. Geek Fam able to keep up with what Silent Killer wanted to do. You can see even the item builds for Haki is not really about the damage. It's more about him tanking up. So you can see the Crystalline Reflector, the Rod of Ages, and the Rabadon on top of that. Haki knew that Silent Killer would not be able to kill him in any form, so he bought the item, kind of like what Latte did in game number 2. And Geek Fam just took those fights in a more composed manner and exploited the Silent Killer's weakness. RSSG though, this game would have been slightly better if RSSG didn't got first blooded. I think that really set back Silent Killer by quite a bit. So slightly poor call from Silent Killer that put them in this position. But overall, I think Silent Killer still has a fair chance to take on Geek Fam. It's just a matter of whether they can kind of, again, fix those issues when game 4 rolls around. But what is definitely definitely confirmed is that Geek Fam are now in the lead in this best of 5. 2-1 is going to be the score. Geek Fam puts themselves one step away from knocking out Silent Killer and making it into the last best of 5 of this close last chance qualifier. And waiting in the grand finals is actually going to be INSOMNIAX. So hopefully we will see Silent Killer kind of come back from this. And if they win game 4, we will go all the way to game 5. But if Geek Fam wins, we're gonna go all the way to that final best of 5 where INSOMNIAX is comfortably waiting. Either way, a lot is at stake. Silent Killer being the new kid in the league, definitely want to make a mark to take out, and taking out Geek Fam is gonna be one of the biggest upsets that we will have in the fall season. Whereas for Geek Fam as an organization, this is the worst result that they have gotten in 2 seasons of the Icon series. But Last Chance Qualifier is going to be the start of their redemption arc. If they can win against Silent Killer, we will go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll see if Geek Fam can close this out or will Silent Killer force a game 5. We'll be right back.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Wow, my God, bro. Itu petangkap alamat. Ada kali berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
ground is shaking. Beat down inside, calling voices in the distance. We are here. We keep holding on, dusk till dawn, fighting. When the water rises, when the world burns down, we will stand together. We fight forever.
Carpe diem, I know I got only one life. Don't wanna spend it, listen to you bitch and whine. It's a little mean, I know, well, apologies. Got my New Year resolutions and my honesty. Trust me, it ain't nobody, 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 nobody.
Lihat tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Open 2021 Fall Season Malaysia. And it's going to be an interesting one indeed. Why? Because it's the last chance qualifiers for these teams, and it's going to be Silent Killer going up against Geek Fam for round number 3. 2-1, going into it. I'm Hound, alongside with me is Husky, and we're going to be covering the game as it transpires. What do you think about that game just now, Husky? It was a rather crazy one indeed, wasn't it?
Yeah, I again, it's a game of adaptation where Geek Fam has played better Wild Rift, I would say. Silent Killer definitely still has a chance, although they will now have to fight for their tournament lives. We'll see if the Game 4 draft's going to give us a bit of indication where Silent Killer wants to take this game. But Geek Fam, they are probably going to go with the same bans. Lee Sin is going to be the first one to go. I'm expecting a Kha'Zix. Maybe they will still ban out the Jarvan. I think that champion has the most impact out of every other champion. Camille will be the second one, and of course Kha'Zix will be taken out as well.
Going to be a very interesting one indeed here. Last potential game for the side of Geek Fam. However, Silent Killer has to win 2 more back-to-back if they want to be able to continue on towards the qualifying round, towards the qualifying match against INSOMNIAX. And I think that's going to be a very interesting case to make here for the side of Silent Killer. If they're able to draft this outright, it's going to be definitely a big one for them. Geek Fam right now still very much the same pick and ban cadence here. They are going to be going for the Lee Sin ban as well as the Kha'Zix and the J4. No ban on the Rengar though, so I'm thinking that they were able to win it out against RSSG. Really interested to see what RSSG is going to be picking out this time. It's going to be the Gragas, so I'm thinking that the Gragas can be a bit of a flex pick. However, with the changes that has been happening from the previous patches, I'm thinking that RSSG is going to be very much comfortable in the jungle with the Gragas. I'm looking at Geek Fam now. Think that the bot lane duo has already been covered already with the Shang as well as 69 going to go for the Corki and the Senna duo laners, as we're going to be seeing Haki going for the Darius on the solo lane of a Baron. For the mid lane, however, as well as the jungle, it is yet to be seen for the side of Geek Fam. However, for Silent Killer, we do see a Pantheon coming into play as well as an Ezreal for the side of Astral. What do you think about these picks here thus far?
Probably a mid lane Pantheon. Probably a mid lane Pantheon for Silent Killer. Geek Fam still getting the same 3 champions as they did in game 2. The last 2 picks were Galio and Xin Zhao, I believe. The Geek Fam is gonna switch it up and turn it up a notch. They will pick the Diana and the Graves, especially the Graves, very strong jungler. And I like the Graves into Gragas matchup. Graves definitely has a upper hand. So I'm liking what Geek Fam is trying to do. A bit more of an aggression against Silent Killer. It does make the life of Ezreal hard, especially when you get the smoke screen on top of Ezreal. You can't really fire the mystic shots because you can't see. So for Silent Killer, they did end the draft with a more defensive support in the form of that Nami.
Yeah, that's going to be a very strong case there in terms of the Nami as well. The Tidal Wave, I think, in my opinion, is one of the more stronger ultimates in the support phase, in the support lane. A lot of range that comes from it, and immediately when it comes out, you automatically see the dispersal of the entire team. But it requires quite a bit of planning as well as accuracy to actually set it up really well. But looking at it, those Silent Killer as well as Geek Fam 1-2 here, with Geek Fam leading the charge with 2 wins in the pocket already. Could it go 2 for 2, or could this be the final game that Geek Fam needs to close out the door onto Silent Killer? We shall have to wait and see. Geek Fam in blue, Silent Killer in red.
Last chance, potentially last game for Geek Fam. And it could also be the last game for Silent Killer. One proceeds into the finals of the last chance qualifiers, while the other will have to wave goodbye to their run at the fall season. So this is definitely going to be interesting. In fact, I think it's actually RSSG in the jungle as a Pantheon, and we get a mid Gragas. Pantheon definitely not your traditional jungler, but Silent Killer, one of the few teams that are pretty innovative when it comes to the jungle picks. And I think RSSG wants to go for the aggressive maneuvers again. He loves the red buff start into a level 2 gank. But Geek Fam read them like a boat, so they always had that river warded and not allow Silent Killer to get those early pokes in.
I think that's going to be a great turn here for Geek Fam. They don't want to be able to allow Silent Killer to get a little bit of a HP lead. And with the HP very gentle towards them to sustain inside the lane. But over to the mid side, however, Geek Fam getting a bit poked here. 70% HP left for Haki. So we'll be seeing here the Shang as well as Latte may actually fight it out. But over to the bot side though, Astral goes in with the Essence, with the Arcade Shift in. We'll be able to get quite a bit of a poke onto Momo as well as Nyx. Both of them down to about 60% HP here. As we do see that coming in from the side of a Silent Killer. They were very much effective with the overall poke that comes in. Gatling gun will come out, and look at that. Nyx takes a lot of damage with that.
Yeah, it's pretty hard. There's a lot of sustain from the side of Silent Killer, and in fact, Momo, gotta be really careful. They get the last embrace onto Astro. So good retaliation from the side of Geek Fam. But as long as Haz is around, you can't really kill off Astro and vice versa. Both supports have the ability to heal up their ADCs. It's going to be just a back and forth exchange. But there is an early reset from Latte to get play the steel caps, as both junglers go for the invade. Silent Killer obviously wanting to look for something at the bottom lane. Nyx and Momo smell something in the air, so they will use Curse of the Black Mage to kind of retreat. And in fact, last embrace will scout out both that and RSSG.
We do see here coming in from the side of Silent Killer, they are going to be getting a bit of the pressure being built up for them onto the bot side, and this is going to be paramount to them, getting a little bit of the priority built up for the pressure that needs to be worked on onto the mid side as well as the bottom side. If Silent Killer were able to at least get it in terms of the overall pressure, then it's definitely going to win out the big. Why? Because all they need is that priority to secure some of the objectives, at least fairly aggressively. We do see 69 now, giving a little bit of freeze here, and Silent Killer very wisely so doesn't want to risk it that much here. Shang taking a little bit of damage here to freeze out the lane and build up the lane at least, so the lane is always pushed to him, thereby denying Latte a little bit of that much needed experience. But look at that, Nyx as well taking a little bit of damage, but returns a little bit of damage back to Astral as well.
This is just going to be kind of a back and forth. Obviously for Geek Fam, you gotta be a bit more careful as Has will have the tidal wave to make something happen. But Silent Killer, once more, trying to look for an opening around the map. Geek Fam making sure that they don't give Silent Killer that. They have learned from Silent Killer's past game that Silent Killer will have a very textbook rotation early on with RSSG and a +1. So as long as Geek Fam don't overstep, they will be able to keep up with Silent Killer.
I'm thinking that's going to be the case here for a lot of these teams. Looking at it, oh, smoke screen being dropped down onto RSSG. No acts of aggression here being started from the side of Geek Fam yet. However, we do see that Geek Fam right now very much rotating alongside members of Silent Killer here, trying to match it out, but beautifully done there from the side of Astral. There we go. We'll be able to get away, but no, it is going to be the first blood going over to the side of Momo here, but it seems that the first blood is going to be relatively short-lived. No way to escape. Tidal Wave also coupled with Explosive Cast will be able to take him down, as we do see an immediate ultimate to get away from that danger. RSSG uses it out.
Good rotation from Silent Killer. They did lose the first blood, but at least they were able to trade 2 back. So now with that being said, Silent Killer would be able to get a reset as well. And Geek Fam starting out on this Mountain Drake and Silent Killer, you know that they want to contest this. No tidal wave, no explosive cast, so a bit of an ultimate deficit for sure. Geek Fam should feel confident, but RSSG is going to get the stun onto Haki, trying to force him away. Meanwhile, last embrace, let's get the root onto Has. RSSG wants to get out of the situation as soon as possible, but here comes the re-engage from the side of Silent Killer. Woodball, not sufficient, as Latte puts his body in front of everyone. Geek Fam trying to trade back, but it's not looking well. Astro gets healed back up by the FM flow, as Latte continues to beat that brick wall, but Geek Fam realizes that Silent Killer has ran out of gas. They're going to start running at them, and it's going to be the Shang once more, getting a kill and trying to go for more. Aqua Prism locking in place, but Momo comes in with the Phosphorus Bomb, takes out 2, and it's going to be Geek Fam giving Momo a triple kill. Dan being the last man alive, trying to get away, has the explosive cast, but he should be able to trade Nyx back. Nyx flashes to safety, and Geek Fam will win the fight and take the drink.
Beautifully done here from Geek Fam. Very razor thin margins from the side of Geek Fam, being able to get away ahead with some big wins. But it seems that coming in from the side of Silent Killer, they were no slouches indeed in that fight. I think the only difference was the mobility that came in from the side of Geek Fam to be able to flank and turn the fight around in their favor was definitely the paramount here in terms of them winning it out. We do see that Silent Killer immediately wants to go for the Shelly, and Shelly is definitely going to come into play here, giving them a little bit more pressure, as well as giving a sense of urgency to its Geek Fam to respond towards this push wherever Shelly may show itself.
The Silent Killer positioning themselves in the top lane. RSSG will clear out the ward and drop that Rift Herald. Geek Fam though, they are very prepared for this. So this is a fight that whoever wins would start taking a substantial lead in this game. No teams want to take that risk just yet. Silent Killer with 5 men in the top lane. Geek Fam takes that opportunity, sends 69 to the middle lane, and push the wave in. So that wave will crash the turret. Grand Sky Photo from RSSG to defend that turret. So great maneuver from Silent Killer, but Geek Fam, they're always 1 step ahead.
Yeah, but it seems that Geek Fam right now are scoring some big wins ahead here with them taking down Dan. It does actually free up quite a bit more opportunities for them to get a little bit of pressure onto differing lanes. And I've said it again, right, that Geek Fam does have quite a bit of an interesting turnaround here. Oh, very nicely done there. The root is going to come through onto his Latte, but Latte will be a slice and dice away here. RSSG and the Shang right now, both of them are exchanging love taps, but it's going to be RSSG that comes out the winner in that exchange.
Good one from RSSG. Had to burn the flash, but you need to shut the Shang down at some point. We saw
Yeah,
how the
I
Shang,
totally agree with that. I totally
we
agree
saw
with
how
that.
the Shang
yeah,
kind
yeah.
of got out of control in the last game. So I really like the response from the side of Geek Fam, from the side of Silent Killer.
Silent Killer, they're definitely enjoying themselves quite a bit here in terms of their overall rotations. I'm thinking that they are going to be able to be very hearty indeed with the amount of competition that they are bringing in towards members of Geek Fam. But it seems that Geek Fam as well are not exactly not exactly gun shy in terms of how they want to be fighting against members of Silent Killer. Silent Killer may actually fight it off over to the top side. Dawning Shadow will be able to might actually save the Shang here, but no, it seems that Astro was able to come in with a beautiful arcade shift as well, but it put him out of position. The tidal wave comes through, but Haki is in the middle of it. Don't know whether or not he will be able to take down Latsado. Beautiful over the wall. Oh no, he misses out his snare there. RSSG, all he needs is a little bit of visibility, and it could be the case for Nyx here. Momo looking towards getting a little bit of that extra love tap there on towards him. Oh, gonna come in onto the fight there. Look at the amount of damage coming in from the side of Momo here. Momo will be able to do some crazy damage onto us, Dan, as well as Haz. Haz will be able to give a little bit of sustain. Momo's gotta be careful that he doesn't get closed in on. Very nicely done from the side of Nyx to be able to keep him safe.
And that is going to be Silent Killer evening up the playing field, and has really good tidal wave to slow the fight down. Especially he got a tidal wave from the 3 guys. They did lose Astro because he decided to commit for the kill, but the exchange that Silent Killer got out of that was definitely a bit better for the side of SK. Although Geek Fam, they still maintain that map pressure, that presence on the map. They take down the Baron lane tier 1. Drake spawning in 10 seconds. That's where Geek Fam will situate themselves and be prepared for this next objective.
Alright, so over to the top side though. Shang going in with the Decimate. Started out with the Nox and Guillotine, and it is going to be a crippling strike that takes him down for the count here. Momo as well as Nyx are going to be rotating over to the bot side here. We do see that there's going to be a commitment. There's good redemption coming in from the side of Silent Killer, being able to keep him safe and sound. RSG now very aggressive onto his Nyx as well as Momo. Momo gets hit by the 3-shot barrage, not going to be able to take him down though. Look at that, beautifully done there, coming in from the side of Haki, coupled up with the Dawning Shadows to keep Haki alive. This could be another Drake in favor of the side of Geek Fam here, but Silent Killer not too far away from the breach.
Astro completely out of position, and a good catch from Haki. Committed the flash for that, but it really allowed Geek Fam to pull ahead. So Silent Killer again caught in the same position where they need to slow down. And sure, they killed the Shang 2 times in a row, but the Shang is still pretty strong, and now they're gonna do it, throwing all their spells to get the tidal whip as well. Shang's still alive. Shang gonna proto belt away to safety, but not for long. He still dies. RSSG will claim his life, and Silent Killer were able to get something out of that.
Yeah, we do see that for Silent Killer, they were able to at least equalize the game here in terms of score. However, the terms of turrets are very much a different story as it is. We do see that coming in from both these teams. Oh, Momo right now being able to call RSSG. I don't know what RSSG is doing there. Sees that bit of mispositioning or maybe even miscommunication is the reason as to why he was caught out right there and then. And it seems that members of Geek Fam right now may take advantage of that, may give a little bit of warding on towards the enemy jungle, and this could be a signifier of them going for control onto the top side of the map.
Geek Fam still having a bit more of a presence. Even if you look at the vision, I think Geek Fam, they are able to track the movements of Silent Killer slightly better because of the access that they have on the map, especially that mid lane ward. Very valuable position to set up vision because it allows you to see whether your opponents are contesting the Baron or the Drake, and at the same time, because it's the center point of the map, it is a spot where your opponents would cross by majority of the time. And Silent Killer, they're not going to expect this vision ward in the mid lane, so Geek Fam, they will play off that information.
Right, so it seems that with the information that Geek Fam has been able to accrue for themselves and gather, it seems that the mobilization of Silent Killer towards the top side could actually try to offset a push that's coming in from Silent Killer. We do see that Geek Fam right now may actually pop off a fight onto him. The root is going to come through onto its RSSG. RSSG is going to flash away, leaving him safe and sound. Gonna go for the reset here. Astral as well, trying to get some of those blind shots off, but gets rooted down. He's got to be careful though that he doesn't get caught off. Luckily enough, the Shang was a little bit too late with his reaction there, as Astral was able to arcane shift away.
I think they caught someone in the top lane, and oh, what a valuable kill. It was on to 69 as well, but now they need to get away, and Haki with the Moonfall catches RSSG on the edge of it. Latte will also be, Dan will also be slain. Meanwhile, Momo just dives to tier 2, takes out Astro, but to what avail? They also lost Nyx. A 3-for-3 trade. Not really sure if that dive was necessary, but Geek Fam now again able to claim a bit of lead in the game, as Silent Killer will have to go for that reset.
Very nicely done here for Silent Killer. They are going to at least go for the reset, equalizing it pretty well for themselves, almost equalizing it, excuse me, pretty well for themselves against members of Geek Fam, and I feel that's going to be the case here, as the development of the game seems to be slowly shifting in favor of the side of Geek Fam here. Another turret in their pocket. Oh, the Shang has been caught up. As the two-shot barrage has been able to hit onto the Shang. The Shang has been taken out for the count. Haki will have to flash out, but not too far off. Is going to be 69. Drops down a preemptive smoke screen to be able to give a little bit of breathing room for the side of Haki to get away.
Good pick off onto the Shang, as this game is starting to get a bit too scrappy. Haki goes into stasis. Combat Spear will take him out. Explosive Cast is going to help Silent Killer disengage, but Last Embrace, RSSG, not in a good spot. They want to protect him, but good collateral damage to kill him off. And that is what Geek Fam needs in order to force Silent Killer away from that turret.
Yeah, I'm saying it already here from the side of Silent Killer. They are able to equalize it, but in terms of the gold share though, about a 9,000 gold advantage in favor of Geek Fam actually speaks to a different kind of advantage. Even though the scoreline is pretty much equal across the board, I'm looking at the fact that Geek Fam as well as Silent Killer have different kind of advantages here in terms of how they're able to get the pressure off. And look at that, Dan belly flopping in the middle of it. Don't know why he decided to do the body slam onto the middle of it. Wasn't able to get anything. Look at that, right into the proto belt, right into the apprehend. Is definitely going to be the Shang here, scoring pretty big, and this is just going to open more and more opportunities for Geek Fam to close out the game. I don't think we're going to need to go into a game number 5, says Geek Fam here, but RSSG says otherwise. Wants to go in and bite off a little bit more than he could chew here. Beautifully stuff done. They're coming in from the side of the Shank. Will be able to score that Guardian Angel on towards the side of RSSG. Nasher has been taken out for the count for the side of Geek Fam, scoring in a big opportunity for them to close out the game.
This could be the game-winning moment for Geek Fam. Silent Killer, unfortunately, missed the mark. It was a very scrappy game, to say the least. But you know, when it comes down to a messy fight, at some point you would have to try and be the team that makes the better play, that makes a more calculated decision. And what? Hash just sends his tidal wave a wave. Could be a mistake right there. Silent Killer still wants to force this fight though. They're gonna go in, dotting Shadow, and the damage of Momo combined is gonna kill off everyone for Silent Killer, and this is it. Silent Killer, off of one mistake, is going to lose their entire team, and Geek Fam have finally done it. Their lives in this tournament is not over yet. Fall season might be the fall of giants, but Geek Fam refuses to go down. The Nexus falls, and Geek Fam advances towards the next stage.
Very interesting to see that Geek Fam right now announcing to Silent Killer that no 5th game is going to be required indeed. We're going to 3-1 you. We gave that second match to you for free, that's for sure. But it seems that Silent Killer will have to at least be aware that they did their valiance here. There was a lot of valiant efforts coming in from Silent Killer compared to Geek Fam in terms of some of the scrappier fights. The Geek Fam way more coordinated compared to the scrappier Silent Killer, and is back to the drawing board for them. Thank you for playing, Silent Killer, but it seems that INSOMNIAX will have to face the opponent in Geek Fam. Let's take a look at the post-game stats.
And this is definitely not an easy route for Geek Fam nor Silent Killer to go through. But Geek Fam did come up victorious, 22 kills to 15. Momo, put in so much work on this Corki. But Geek Fam, this is not a perfect game at all. I would say Silent Killer could have won this at any point of time, but Geek Fam were just able to put their foot down and really not let Silent Killer take the lead back. So there's still a lot for Geek Fam to adjust, I would say. But there's not much time to do so because the grand finals of the Last Chance Qualifier is going to come out after this. Congratulations to them. I would say Silent Killer kind of missed their mark. Astro caught out one too many times by Geek Fam, and it really hurt Silent Killer's chance of being able to take out Geek Fam.
Yeah, I'm thinking that for them to be able to be very much in contest against members of Geek Fam, I felt that there could have been a lot more opportunities for them to actually be a bit more wary of the positioning of Astral. I felt that Haz wasn't able to use his tidal wave effectively to engage some of the fights, rather turn it around, rather use it more as a getaway mechanic against members of Geek Fam closing in on towards the high value target of Astral as well as RSSG and Dan. And that's going to be a case here, a case study for members of Silent Killer when they want to be doing the analysis, for them to be able to score some of these big were definitely a big were definitely big motivators for them. But it seems that the closeout was definitely in favor of Geek Fam. I felt that that case was definitely in favor of Geek Fam in terms of those overall fights that were much more coordinated, but there was definitely a lot of advantages that Silent Killer were able to score for themselves in the chaos of the more uncoordinated and scrappier fights compared to Geek Fam.
Oh, absolutely. So with that being said, the journey for Silent Killer is going to come to an end. But once more, there are new kids on the block. This is kind of the debut for the entire team. Definitely hope to see them in the future for more. A lot of potential, especially they are the jungler plus solo laner synergy as something that they can definitely work with. So down to 6 teams so far in fall season, but we are still not done with eliminating our contenders just yet. Geek Fam's gonna take up INSOMNIAX later on. We did hear INSOMNIAX thoughts about their journey, new roster, where they are compared to other teams, and how they're preparing for the later best of 5. They have a secret weapon against Geek Fam, so now I just want to hear what Geek Fam has to say.
Yeah, I can't wait to actually see what they are, planning against members on INSOMNIAX and what INSOMNIAX is planning against Geek Fam. I'm thinking that this next fight is most likely going to go to a potential best of 5, and I'm not going to be surprised either way because both these teams are definitely in the running to be able to qualify for the playoffs. But I'm thinking a lot more is at stake for Geek Fam, not only to the fact that they need to live up to their names of silver medalists, but also the fact that INSOMNIAX as well wants to use Geek Fam, not to say use Geek Fam, but make Geek Fam a stepping stone for them to catapult them into the playoffs. I mean, there's a lot of people definitely going to count out members of INSOMNIAX here compared to Geek Fam, but like I said, there is a little bit of criticism as a Geek Fam not looking like themselves heading up to it. Maybe the transfer window has affected them in more ways than one, but judging from how they played against Silent Killer, it goes to show that there is I think that point is relatively moot, because they are slowly showing the synergy that has slowly shown that Geek Fam is back in a way, and they are definitely a fierce competition and a fierce rival to a lot of the top tier teams as well.
Oh yeah, so the whole voyage is going to continue for Geek Fam for sure. I agree, they are still not anywhere close to the perfect spot just yet. And looking at the group stage record, INSOMNIAX did win them in a 2-0, but it wasn't an easy 2-0 as well. That Geek Fam came pretty close both games, so now they have that amount of time to study INSOMNIAX, to kind of prep. We are definitely gonna see a very close match, hopefully a full best of 5 just to close out the evening. But overall, I feel like after watching this best of 5 and INSOMNIAX series, I think they are both equally matched at this point of time. It could go anywhere.
I totally agree with you on that, Husky. I'm thinking that either way, it could have been. I'm not even saying it's a coin flip, because a coin flip is still kind of 50-50. But at the end of the day, right, I'm looking at the overall draft that's going to happen later on. I'm thinking that from the draft itself, it's going to be one heck of a ride for both these teams, as Geek Fam as well as INSOMNIAX are going to be the ones standing against each other to deny them the opportunities to go into the playoffs. And I'm looking at it. INSOMNIAX has been a rather interesting factor here, a bit of an interesting number across the board for a lot of these teams, as well as Geek Fam as well has been a bit of a struggle for them leading up towards the process of getting them a win, not to say getting them a win, getting them out of this, so to speak, a last chance qualifiers here. And I'm looking at it from the perspective of Geek Fam against INSOMNIAX. It is going to be, I think, a boiling point for a lot of these teams. Looking at it, it should be statistically, it should be a game that is very much hard to predict, in my opinion. But I did give a prediction that INSOMNIAX may be able to score this out big, but it's not going to come at a cost. I'm thinking that we are going to see a battle of endurance as well as a fierce rivalry between these two teams.
Yep, and we are going to take a look at the MVP for this best of 5 and see who on the side of Geek Fam has the honor of being crowned the most valuable player of the overall series. And of course, at least for game 4, it's going to be Momo with a 8-2 KD, if I'm not mistaken. Just great performance on the Corki, solid as always. They might have a rough start, but what matters is how you close things out, how you cross the finishing line, and Momo definitely did that for the team.
Yeah, I'm thinking that this is going to be definitely a big close here for Momo. Shush goes the criticism that the critics that come towards the side of Momo here being able to score some big KD ratios, as well as the 25,000 damage dealt and a 14,000 gold that he has managed to accrue. Kill participation at 50%. However, it can be said that considering that the draft did actually not allow Momo to be able to actively participate in some of these kills, it is still very much a strong kill participation across the board here for the side of Momo moving forward.
Oh yeah, and I think out of the ADC players that we have in this league, Momo is definitely one of those up at the top. With Sagi, with Coffee, with up and coming one like Dazzle-Me, veterans like Wild Rabbit. But I think Momo can definitely contest for the throne. It's just whether the rest of the team can keep up or not. Between him and INSOMNIAX' ADC, I think Momo has a bit of an edge. If we look at it from an individual standpoint, individual perspective, and we compare the numbers, Momo has the edge, but INSOMNIAX has been looking pretty good. We'll see how that pans out. We'll first go for a short commercial break, and when we come back, it's going to be the last best of 5 between INSOMNIAX and Geek Fam, and only one team will make it to playoffs. We'll be right back.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu sini. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Itu petangkan alamak. Lari kali berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Your dog go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. at your door, go outside, stay up all night, and I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door, go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise.
Seeing the stars reminds me of you. Oh, oh, oh. You left me with scars, but I know that one day you'll see it through. You give me air to breathe, you give me light to see. Oh, when things are out of reach, you bring them back to me. Back to me. You see it through. You see it through. Eh. You see it through. You see it through.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Get in. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wabaka, bro! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
And we are back for the League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series Malaysia Fall Season Last Chance Qualifiers, presented to you guys by ESL Mobile Open. Of course, my name is Husky. Alongside me is my partner, the Hound, and my partner's partner, the amazing Poro.
Look at it. It's so fluffy, isn't it? Like, I look at it, it always gives me a lot of joy. Anyway, for all those jokes aside here, it's not show and tell. It's League of Legends Wild Rift action here, and we're finally here, Husky. It is going to be who will presumably go ahead onto playoffs. Splat Zone, Geek Fam, both these teams are going to be standing against each other here as the last obstacle. 5 potential games to go, and how do you have it going for you, Husky, in terms of who is going to come out on top?
I would say I definitely think Geek Fam has a slightly better edge. I think Geek Fam overall as a team is slightly better than INSOMNIAX. Obviously, if you just look at the group stage statistic, it doesn't reflect that, because INSOMNIAX did beat Geek Fam 2-0 at the very early stages. But I think right now Geek Fam still has a better chance, though it's not going to be easy. You know, if it goes to 5 games, I won't be surprised. It's just pretty tough, right? I think no one would have expected at the start of fall season that the 2 teams fighting for that 1 remaining spot is going to be Geek Fam and INSOMNIAX.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting one indeed here, because Geek Fam and INSOMNIAX, both these teams are actually very much, as you have highlighted very well statistically, are both very much even across the board here in terms of how they are both in terms of their win-loss ratio, right? But I'm gonna, like you said, give a slight advantage towards Geek Fam across the board here. But looking at it though, Splat Zone has had quite a decent run also across the board as well. They have been able to have some of the mutual opponents that they had against each other, and I feel that against Geek Fam, excuse me, and I think that for how they have been able to perform across the board, I think in August, on the 5th of August, when they were fighting off against each other, it was Splatzone that was able to go 2-0 against Geek Fam as well as INSOMNIAX, and I feel that's going to be a very strong proponent here for how they have been performing thus far. Because as we take a look at how they have been performing across the board, I'm thinking that it is going to be a signifier of how they are doing against members of Splatzone for this particular fight here. Now let's take a look at the predictions. I'm gonna go for Splatzone as Husky is gonna go for Geek Fam. No surprises there. I'm thinking that Geek Fam definitely is going to be the favorite here across the board. I was wrong with the Silent Killer one, but I don't think I'm going to be wrong for this one at all. I'm going to be standing by my prediction moving forward, and I've done the math, and I'm thinking that there is a very strong case for Splatzone INSOMNIAX to be able to do so. As we have said just now, with Evolution, he does have a plan for Geek Fam. And what do you think, Husky? What do you think that is going through the devious mind of Evolution here?
I think to shut down Geek Fam, you first have to understand how Geek Fam plays the game. Geek Fam has always built their playstyle, their gameplay. The personality of Geek Fam has always been around being strategic, being very tactical. So once Geek Fam gets control of the game, it's very hard to break away from that. But if there's one thing that we can learn from how Silent Killer won against Geek Fam, is that you react to what you take the lead from Geek Fam and you don't give it back. You make Geek Fam fight for it instead of giving them a comfortable position to be in. If Geek Fam is comfortable, they're not gonna be afraid of you. But if you force them into situations where they have to fight for something, that's where Geek Fam might fall apart. So we'll see if that happens. Lulu and Akali will be the first two champions to be banned out.
Why do you think this Lulu ban here from Geek Fam? I'm thinking that it's going to be very interesting because I'm thinking that Geek Fam wants to actually pick out something that wants to close the distance onto its INSOMNIAX. So maybe looking at a Vi, maybe a J4, maybe a Lee Sin coming in from Geek Fam. For the side of INSOMNIAX though, it is going to be Akali, Galio, as well as Camille being banned out. Geek Fam wants to deny not only the Lulu but also the Twisted Fate as well as the Gragas. The Shang immediately on the Lucian. So I'm looking at INSOMNIAX here. Could be an opportunity for them to actually go for the J4. J4 is open, or maybe even the Wukong. Unfortunately for them, Camille has been banned out already, so I don't think that's going to be the case being picked up from the side of INSOMNIAX. Really interested to see what Wrath is going to open up first with. Maybe a Renekton?
Yeah, it could be a Renekton, it could be a Darius. Lee Sin is also available, one of the few times that Lee Sin gets through the draft. INSOMNIAX is going to pick up the Nami, and just to quickly point this out, Mix did play the previous best of 5, but now Wadu is going to be stepping in. So INSOMNIAX bringing in Wadu to play their most important series of the evening. INSOMNIAX, they are going to go for the Xin Zhao, and of course Geek Fam picks up the Lee Sin for 69.
All right, so very interesting indeed here. A lot of both a very interesting one here. Shang and Haki are going to be locking down the Lucian as well. The Senna pickup here, very strong synergy for Momo and Nyx, excuse me, onto the bot side. Looking at INSOMNIAX though, wondering what Wadu going to go for the Zed. Very interesting indeed here. Ceres is going to go for the Corki, and already I can see my partner smiling already as it is. Is there something that I am not missing here?
No, I don't think you are missing out anything. I think Zed is one of the few. We talk about how Assassin Academy plays the Zed. Nash plays Zed. Wadu also plays Zed, but obviously it has not been picked up to this point, at least for INSOMNIAX. We did see the Katarina earlier on, but by Mix. But when you kind of switch one of your mid laners in and he has a different champion pool, it can impact how you approach the game. So I like this Zed. Is one of those few champions that can access the back line and make quick work. You have a Senna Lucian. What we always saw was you go on one of them, they are going to protect each other. It's a lot of ability. Zed has that ability to get up close and personal and just kill you off without caring what you have. Diana and Darius is going to be Geek Fam's choice. INSOMNIAX locks in Corki and they lock into Irelia. So I love this Irelia pick. when you throw out the Vanguard's edge and you disarm your enemies, it doesn't matter if you're illusion, you can attack.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I feel that's going to be a very strong proponent here, but it has to hit, and I feel that that's going to be a case here. Couple it with the tidal wave, it's going to be very much effective in terms of making sure that the enemies that are going to be in the crosshairs of INSOMNIAX are going to be in a very, very tough spot to consider. Looking at Geek Fam though, they do have quite a bit of burst potential there with the Lucian, and I'm thinking that with the amount of itemization, if he's able to hit the 3-item spark here, 3-item spark, excuse me, 3-item spike, 2-item spike, excuse me, it's going to definitely work wonders for him, mostly because of the amount of crit damage that he does, with Essence Reaver also coming into play in terms of the cooldown, with the cooldown reduction, as well as the opportunity to do so much damage. And also, for those of you who don't know, we have a slight little technical difficulties on the player side. There is going to be a bit of a remake here. We're not going to go into a pick and bans. However, this does give us a lot of opportunity to discuss at length, at least, the pick and bans, as well as what it all insinuates in terms of the overall win condition for both the teams, and most importantly, what each team has to do in terms of them not dropping the ball and scoring some victories. So Husky, why don't you go in terms of what Geek Fam, but wait, before that though, very, very sorry to cut you off, Husky. You got to keep that all in the pockets. I know you're ready to come up with your revolvers and start shooting up everything in terms of the points, but we're going to go on a short break to handle this technical difficulty. We'll be back soon.
Lihat tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Itu alamak! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors. Because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had none. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab none. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you could climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluid with. Make y'all look like sewage. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
was doing not bad, didn't care about you. I was high as fuck, wasn't looking for love or anything new. It ain't funny, little devil in disguise, think you got me, yeah. You're so naughty, I feel something leaping into my body. Cause you shut me in the heart, can't get over it. In the other part, recovery. And I love what you done, you made me fall too fast. Wait. Look what you done, I'm going mad. You shut my heart, the only is dead. I need your love so bad. Now I'm lying in bed, stupid thoughts in my head, got me thinking of you.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Itu bertangkap. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
And welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open 2021 Fall Malaysia Series. Man, oh man, it has been a crazy one. Brought to you by our official tournament partners, Maggie Hot Cup. I'm Hound, alongside with me is Husky. And we've been told, unfortunately, that there is going to be a bit of a redraft here. Early on already, we're going to be seeing some psychological warfare between Geek Fam as well as INSOMNIAX. And I think that there was an issue with the auto lock or something like that, if I'm not mistaken, but we're not going to go too deep into that. I was just about to actually ask Husky to break down what both these teams needed to do at length in terms of what their weaknesses and strengths are, but it seems that like every other cast that we prepared for day and night for, it seems that our preparation has got to go out the window again, Husky, doesn't it?
I'm slightly disappointed. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not like the draft. INSOMNIAX's draft was actually a good draft. That draft actually would work, but unfortunately, they didn't. They felt like it's not it. I like considering that it was an auto lock, right? That auto lock was pretty darn smart because that with the Irelia last pick, that was kind of what could give them an edge in a lot of their mid to late game team fights. I was able to speak to the BM side, and they also agree Irelia was actually not a bad pick. So we'll see what changes INSOMNIAX will make to the draft later on. I'm expecting them to keep the Irelia if they have an Irelia player. If not, and it's too bad because Irelia can definitely make a lot of can definitely impact a lot of the game.
Yeah, there could be a lot of opportunities for them to actually come back into the game, and I feel that that's going to be a case that a lot of people are going to be going like, but that first draft though, you know what I mean? That could be one of those, how to say, those moments for sure that makes you go like, but that draft could have worked. But then again, it is what it is. Accidents will happen. Fat fingers are a thing apparently, but of course, looking at it, it is going to not be a case here it is going to be a case for a remake. And at the end of the day, I'm thinking that it just gives these teams another opportunity to make a few more adjustments. Maybe this could signify an advantage for one team and a disadvantage for another, or there could be no changes at all and the same draft is going to come true. So like I said beforehand, Husky, be prepared because today's games are going to be one heck of a game indeed.
I mean, if you get a redraft, you better change your champion picks. If they come back with the same draft, everyone would be slightly not happy, right? I mean, if that's the case, and there's no point for a remake. I'm just saying, like, better surprise me with something that is more significant than what I just saw. Hopefully, for INSOMNIAX, they were able to fix that issue. It is kind of getting late as well. All these teams, they have battled their best of 5 earlier on. INSOMNIAX definitely getting a break in between, contrary to Geek Fam, who has to immediately play this final best of 5. It's not an easy road for them.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be an easy role indeed for both these teams, and I'm thinking that there is going to be a lot of opportunities for them to actually come back into this. It is a best of 5 after all, and with a best of 5 format, I'm thinking that that's going to be the case. When there is a best of 5 in play, it's all about consistent wins and consistent opportunities, consistent gameplay for both these teams to be able to score out big. And I'm thinking that for how these two teams are actually going to be working out their best advantages, it all really depends on the draft. If the draft is if the draft is just bad, then it's just going to be a bad day for everyone. It's just going to be total like about what 15 to 20 minutes, 15 to half an hour, 15 minutes to half an hour of just being smacked across the rift. And I feel that that's going to be something that no team wants to go through. So looking at it, I do hope that we don't have a why though. If they go for the similar drafts, I'm just gonna go why though, and I'm just gonna cast it. Like I'll just be like, why? You should have just went into it. But then again, we don't know what's going through the minds of our players. We're not going to give too much thought into it. We do hope that it is not going to be a mistake that's going to be repeated again. Technical issues are definitely a thing, and we do hope that each and every one of you at home are at least comfortable with a warm, hot cup of a Chili Fiesta flavored Maggie hot cup, because man, oh man, that is our official tournament partner. And of course, Chili Fiesta is a fiesta I love to participate in for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I would have gone and made myself one.
I should have
made myself. It's 3 minutes, right? We our break is like what, 4 minutes, so there's 1 minute extra. It's enough time to to cook the noodles and to put all the seasoning in. I mean, Chili Fiesta takes a bit longer, but you get the idea. Would have loved to do that. Maybe I will. But with that being said, I think for INSOMNIAX, one of the things that I noticed about INSOMNIAX is individually the players of Geek Fam are slightly better than INSOMNIAX, just numbers wise. If we just look at the numbers, but INSOMNIAX, they are less prone to go off tangent when the game goes bad. So it is something that is very interesting. It's a dynamic worth exploring. Though I still think that Geek Fam has a better chance overall.
Yeah, I'm thinking that I do slightly agree with you that Geek Fam has a slightly better chance compared to what INSOMNIAX has to offer. But I'm thinking that INSOMNIAX does have a lot of the scrappiness that will give members of Geek Fam a run for their money. We did see in game number 2 in their fight against Silent Killer, where scrappiness was shown to a maximum by RSSG, and the rest of his team of Silent Killer was able to be very dominant against members of Geek Fam. That's going to be a case for what's the word for it? That's going to be a case to be discussed for Geek Fam's inability for them to handle some of the scrappiness that is being shown from a lot of these more scrappier teams that may be lacking in terms of the coordination, or maybe lacking in terms of the overall macro knowledge. Maybe I don't know whether that's a fair thing to say for some of these teams. However, we did see that through the scrappiness, sometimes they were able to turn the fight around in their favor, and sometimes Geek Fam crumbles under that kind of pressure.
Oh yeah, I think Silent Killer again, made a very good statement. Like, Geek Fam is not unbeatable. They did it by taking control of the early game. Because if we look back at the replay, if we have to pay attention to the numbers, right, you will realize that no matter what happens, Geek Fam will always have a goal lead. Geek Fam will always be ahead in terms of resources, and that is just because how they are very controlled. And one way to disrupt control is to be chaotic. You take the fight to Geek Fam, like how Silent Killer did. They did it for almost the entire series, and even though they won one game, that one game was the perfect example of how you can take Geek Fam's control away from them and play on your own terms. Geek Fam is a team that does not like to play on their opponent's turf, so if you can make them be in that position, you are going to have an advantage. But let's take a look at the draft. Finally here, let's see what changes will there be.
Very interesting indeed here. This draft is brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup. So get yourself some Chili Fiesta, curry, chicken flavor or even asam laksa flavor. My personal favorite is the chili fiesta. Definitely a spicy indicator of the spicy game that is awaiting us. I think relatively similar bands across the board here from Geek Fam as well as INSOMNIAX. Both these teams definitely going to be in spots where both of them are just very much similar in terms of the not to say patch cadence, excuse me, pick cadence. Shang going to go for the Lucian, Nami for Wrath, Linez with the Xin 69 for the Lee Sin. So no more deliberation here. I'm thinking that everything is going to be similar across the board, except with maybe one pick that could be different for the side of INSOMNIAX. As we can see it already, I think it's the Diana that was different here for the side of INSOMNIAX.
The Geek Fam did take the Diana in the previous game, but I guess they're not gonna have it for this game after all. INSOMNIAX takes it away. Darius still remains the same. So the Geek Fam will have a different mid laner, whereas for INSOMNIAX, let's see if the Baron laner is still gonna be the Irelia. Geek Fam will lock in the RE, first RE pick of the day, at least for Geek Fam. It's the first RE pick. INSOMNIAX, let's see who is going to end up being the Baron laner.
Yeah,
they did get the Irelia previously. It's definitely gonna, yeah, okay, so Renekton. So two changes for INSOMNIAX's draft. I'm just gonna say I still prefer the Irelia a bit more, but Renekton, I'm not complaining. It's a very standard matchup.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a very standard matchup here. What do you think about this matchup here between Wadu? Between Wadu and Haki here. Haki is gonna be using the Ari, whereas Wadu is going to be using Diana. I think these two players here, considering that one is a lot more mobile and one wants to dive in with you and hit you with the power of the moon.
I think that Wadu is probably it's hard to say, right? But I mean, if I really have to take a stand, I think Wadu has an edge just as a player. I'm not saying that Haki is an underwhelming mid laner, but I think, judging from what we've seen, Wadu is a bit more consistent, a bit more solid. Haki has the tendency to sometimes go off track and make decisions that put him in a very bad spot. Wadu does that lesser. So if you want to pick the least reckless player, I would say Wadu is the more solid one.
Very interesting take there. It is. Don't know whether or not that is going to ring true for Wadu going up against Haki, but we have seen time and time again that Haki does put himself in a more interesting, not to say interesting, but more reckless, not a risky play here. And I think that's going to be the case for him. If Wadu is able to take advantage of his ability to play a little bit more consistently across the board, then maybe, just maybe, there could be an opportunity for INSOMNIAX to try to ride the opportunity of them on a lead from the mid lane matchup that could work in their favor here. Wadu gonna go for the early push here, gonna throw out the orb of deception very early on, try to get as much as he can in terms of wave management.
Wadu late to the lane. Oh boy, he's not missing out too much. I think he can still get all of the minions for sure. It's easier as well as a Diana to do so. Just slight weird start, I would say, for INSOMNIAX. Not too big of a deal. We see, Senna Lucian bottom lane, very classic. One of the few lovers other than Zaya Rakan that has pretty good synergy on its own. Although I would say that Senna plus other ADs probably has slightly better synergy compared to Lucian. The fact that Lucian does compensate for that with his very strong trading from the early to mid game makes Senna's job a bit more easier as well, because once Senna gets the root down and Lucian commits, they instantly get those kills going.
Yeah, I'm thinking that could be the case here. It really depends on whether or not they are caught in specific turnarounds that is actually in in spots where the priority is already shifted to one player, and they are able to actually use that priority to try to affect other lanes in the map. And we're going to be seeing it here very early on INSOMNIAX now in a little bit of trouble. Linez in almost a spot of bother here. Luckily enough, was able to flash away. So 2 flashes here. For one flash coming in. Wadu flashes out, a heal used by Evolution, but for the price of 1 flash for Haki, don't know whether that's going to be worth. Really depends on how that is going to be played out.
Yeah, when all of that was happening, Wadu didn't rotate at all, so he's gonna hit 5 first, gets the Catalyst of Aeon, gets a slightly earlier reset compared to Haki. Not like it's going to make a big of a difference, but you know, INSOMNIAX is kind of prioritizing their lanes a bit more. Geek Fam definitely is a slightly more active in terms of the draft. You know, Lee Sin, Ari, they can run around a lot. You have Nyx to supplement that with the global ultimate, the Dawning Shadows. Whereas in INSOMNIAX, it's harder for them to do so. So you can expect to see INSOMNIAX playing a slower game and just waiting for Linez to be the one who initiates all these moves.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing here a bit of a fight over to the mid side there. Linez takes a little bit of damage. There goes a beautiful ultimate there coming in from the side of Haki, using the Spirit Rush to try to close the distance. Luckily enough, Wadu was nearby, 69. Don't know whether or not he will be able to get an opportunity here, but it seems that he is going to go peek into the top side jungle of INSOMNIAX side. So I'm thinking this could be an opportunity for him to put Linez behind slightly in terms of resources.
It's going to be 69 stealing away the rip buff. Linez knows it, so he's gonna check it right now, but it's a bit too late. 69 already got the rip buff and he is out of there. So this Lee Sin is gonna take the lead in terms of experience and goal. Linez suffering a minor setback from that. So now let's see where 69 wants to go. Seems like he wants to contest Linez, but he has to be really careful because Raph is nearby. Linez doesn't want to take a chance. So another small win for Geek Fam.
Very big win, a very small win here for the side of Geek Fam indeed. Looking at how they have been playing it out, thinking that this could be a strong case for them to be able to score out at least a Shelly here, and that's going to add a lot more pressure to its members of INSOMNIAX here. Very even across the board with a slight little lead for the side of Geek Fam in terms of goal here. Slowly building up, but it could be taken away slightly if INSOMNIAX decides to pull the trigger onto them.
Gonna be a free Rift Herald, and I think Geek Fam can definitely make it to contest the Mountain Drake. They have the Vision Ward to see INSOMNIAX starting that. Ceres will have the package to work with. That can be very important. Geek Fam will drop the Rift Herald immediately in the middle lane to take the objective. So either way, INSOMNIAX is going to lose something no matter what they do. And now Geek Fam coming in for the contest. Package going to be used by Ceres. Crescent Sweep is there. Liz still secures the Mountain Drake, but now they need to get away. The Shank gets the guillotine and executes 2 members of INSOMNIAX. Good start from Geek Fam.
Very nicely done here for the side of Geek Fam. First blood as well as the Shelly and 2 kills in their pocket. So thinking that it is going to be a 2 for the price of 1 kind of deal here as Geek Fam right now holding on to the tempo. We're going to open up the mid lane, giving them so much rotational value from that one particular play. Opening up that mid lane definitely gives a lot of freedom of Geek Fam to affect all the other lanes, especially the side lanes here. And thinking that side lane priority is going to be up next for the side of Geek Fam moving forward.
Absolutely. And it's kind of hilarious to see the interaction between the Noxian Guillotine and flashes. Like you literally, you can just kill someone even after they flash. I think the Shang has done it like 5-6 times, just killing people who are 10 miles away from him. So INSOMNIAX, if you give Darius a 2-0 lead, I mean, Raph is gonna be the one who suffers because now he cannot walk up to the Shang at all.
As we see it here, we do see that 69 as well as Wrath may actually be in a bit of a scuffle here for the red buff, but no, it's going to be the Krugs for a 69 as Wrath may come in. It seems that he will be able to score it a bit as 69 right now goes for the Resonating Strike. May actually just decide to safeguard away or at least path away here in this exchange.
And Geek Fam, they are starting to take control. You can see just based off that one small exchange, Mountain Drake at 2 kills, Geek Fam put themselves almost 4,000 gold ahead of INSOMNIAX. Ceres, they're playing very dangerously forward. Goes for the trade, Tsunami it's not gonna cancel the culling regardless. Haki coming to join the fight. Dawning Shadow is sufficient. Evolution goes down. Ceres stays alive.
All right, so looking at some evolution, it seems that he is going to be the third casualty of this game for Geek Fam. 3-0 at the 7-minute mark. Doesn't look good for the side of INSOMNIAX for a starter here, as Geek Fam right now looking to give a little bit of opportunity towards the Shang here. Wrath gonna be in a very interesting spot. No Apprehend or Decimate waiting here, as the Shang as well as 69 are going to be pushing over to the top side.
Wrath is gonna be in danger. Haki is there. Wrath, preemptive dominance. Geek Fam just gonna disengage.
Okay, so looking at the disengage potential, disengage from the side of INSOMNIAX here may be a wise choice for them to actually let the mid lane push a little bit, or maybe even try. But no, over to the bot side though, before I could even finish, Momo is most likely going to be another casualty, but will be able to dash away for the price of a flash and an exhaust.
Yeah, thankfully he had the exhaust, or else I think Ceres would have definitely won that. Geek Fam still able to once more, establish control, and we're going to see this throughout the entire series when Geek Fam is playing. It's all about control. It's all about making sure that INSOMNIAX gets put in a chokehold. Here comes Haki, gets caught by the Aqua Prison. But everyone for INSOMNIAX is going to back off. Linus is also there alongside Wrath, but they still have to be careful though. The Charm is going to connect. Linus is forced to back off. Ceres doesn't have mana to work with, so I don't think INSOMNIAX would want to take the fight. While all of that was happening, Geek Fam sends the Shang to shove out the middle lane. So now INSOMNIAX, they have to make a choice. They want to go on to the Shang, but the Shang knows better than to stay around. Proto Bells away from the Moonfall, and now with the ultimate of Diana expanded at the mid lane pushing in, Geek Fam will be able to secure priority at the Dragon Pit. 69 will poke and prod at INSOMNIAX.
Alright, a bit of prodding here coming in from the side of Geek Fam and INSOMNIAX, both of them looking to prod for weakness. Oh, Wrath in a little bit of a spot here. We do see the side wave will be able to connect onto 4 with the beautiful Aqua Prison to follow up with that. Geek Fam right now maybe in a little bit of trouble. There goes the Nox and Guillotine. Wrath will still be able to live there. The Naz will be able to take down one, but it seems that 2 for 2 here is going to turn it out. But we do see that it is going to be next down for the count. 69 tries to get in the middle of everybody here, as we do see, oh, beautiful Dragon's Rage there on towards Wrath, as well as we're going to be seeing a slight win in favor of Geek Fam there. 3-4 in favor of Geek Fam.
Yeah, he just couldn't kill 69. And Momo again did so much work. I mean, Wadu was doing pretty fine. He's able to get to the back line, get a double kill, but it was just not enough. Wadu alone is not enough to get INSOMNIAX to win. Thankfully, Wrath also got out of there, but if Wadu had the Moonfall, that would have been INSOMNIAX's fight. So all these tiny details really benefited Geek Fam again, even though it was kind of like a 3-for-4 trade. You look at the gold deficit, INSOMNIAX is almost 8k behind Geek Fam.
As we're going to be seeing it here from the side of Geek Fam, it is going to be a rather determining factor here. The Shang may actually be dropped down here. Beautiful Nox and Guillotine, but Linez decides to drop by and say hello with a drive-by audacious charge.
Yeah, very much needed. They kill off Haki on the other side as well. INSOMNIAX getting 2 big kills. It's definitely gonna help them in terms of buying time and giving them the opening to come back into the game. But they still haven't broken out of Geek Fam's grasp just yet. Geek Fam still has majority of the presence on the map. So INSOMNIAX will need to take a bit of time, reset the minions, the minion equilibrium, and play around the next objective. Because Linus, he's ready if Geek Fam overstats. Wadu tries to take the charge, but Nyx and Momo are out of range.
Alright, so you'll be seeing a very big attempt here, as Nyx is going to be very much isolated in that turnaround here. We do see that INSOMNIAX is taking advantage of some of the isolation that comes from Nyx. Nyx, what were you doing alone there? Geek Fam definitely not wanting to be caught out in some of these situations where they are alone, especially with Nyx there hanging out over to the mid side just to get a menial amount of XP and gold. Definitely not going to work out wonders for them. INSOMNIAX will be able to score their first turret of the game, but it may be a little bit too late here, as the pressure is starting to actually build up for the side of INSOMNIAX, for the side of Geek Fam on at least 2 lanes.
Yep. INSOMNIAX pushes the top lane in finally. Cloud Drake is going to be the next Drake. Baron Nashor, no. Geek Fam setting up vision around Baron Nashor. So INSOMNIAX, they are really trying hard to try and make something happen at the bot lane. But here comes Apprehend on the Shang, onto Linus as well. Rev's gonna join in. Dawning Shadow is gonna give the Shang a bit of more sustain, but he still goes down as the burst is just too much. Rev dropping low, gets away, heals out with the Honey Fruit, but still Momo takes him out. And it should be a victory for Geek Fam. Momo takes out 3, goes on a rampage.
All right, so I'm looking at how this is going to be a turnaround here for the side of INSOMNIAX. It seems that the trigger has been pulled on multiple fronts from the side of Geek Fam here, as Haki as well 69 are going to be focusing quite a bit of attention to the mid lane here. Evolution and Ceres now are going to open up with a very strong tidal wave as well. Won't be able to hit onto one. Look at that, Momo comes in with the Ardent Blaze as well. Look at the amount of damage that comes in from the side of Momo. Somebody stop him. We do see Essence Reaver as well as the new item. I can't remember what's it called again. And the longsword here working out wonders for the side of Geek Fam.
Man, Momo is popping off. He is doing so much work, and we talked about this. He is one of the best ADCs that we have. Linus gets picked up as well. Rav completes the TP, no choice. That's how the dominance. They still goes down. Haki takes him out. Good Moonfall, but Dawning Shadow will keep the Shang alive. And that Moonfall is enough. The Shang is on fire, but he does not go down.
All right, so I just remember what it was called. It was called Solari Charge Blade, along with the Navori Quick Blade, as well as Navori Quick Blades as well. That's going to work wonders for him. Why? Because it's going to give him so much of crit damage. It's going to give him so much of ability to do so much burst. Look at that, Momo blowing people up. Double kill with the culling to close it out. Legendary is Momo indeed. 8-4-0 in terms of KDA here, Husky.
Momo is, I mean, at this point, INSOMNIAX might want to consider, you know, thinking about the next game, because it is really getting out of hand. Momo has already completed 3 core items, going for the 4th one as well. INSOMNIAX, they can't fight. I mean, the main damage is going to be Ceres going into the late game, but with Momo being so far ahead, it is so tough for INSOMNIAX. They need to keep getting those pickouts. With Geek Fam, they have the Baron buff, and this is the spot you don't want to be in against Geek Fam. Geek Fam having control, they stick together as 5. The Shan's gonna go in for the engage. They still have the package of Valkyrie though. Crescent Sweep is gonna buy a bit of time for INSOMNIAX. Redemption drops down, but look at the culling. Linus blocks it with the Crescent Sweep, and it's going to be 69 going in. He's gonna use that GA. Everyone from INSOMNIAX will be taken out. Geek Fam, they are just gonna brute force their way towards taking this game 1. INSOMNIAX, no chance, and Geek Fam takes the lead.
Geek Fam winning, striking while the iron is hot, not giving INSOMNIAX any breathing room to actually turn some of the fights into a more scrappy one indeed. And man, Husky, that's just I think that's just a very strong opening salvo from the side of Geek Fam there against INSOMNIAX. INSOMNIAX just struggling quite a bit here in some of these opening stanzas. Let us take a look at the post-game stats.
Very, very solid, very convincing start. A statement from Geek Fam. I mean, some people might have counted Geek Fam out during the group stages, but we still need to remember that Geek Fam is never out until we stop seeing them in the schedule. So this is one of the strongest start I've ever seen from Geek Fam. And then INSOMNIAX, they gotta step it up. This is not the game that we want to see from INSOMNIAX. You get 0-4 Xin Zhao. The bottom lane completely collapsed. And of course, Shang on the Darius, doing God's work once more. You either ban out the Darius or you punish the Darius. Because so many times we see the Shang play this champion and he just dominates his lane.
I do think that from the side of Geek Fam, there were so many opportunities for them. Not to say so many opportunities, excuse me, let me rephrase that. But from the side of Geek Fam, there were just so many strengths that they showed against members of INSOMNIAX. The INSOMNIAX were just taken aback by the pacing that Geek Fam were able to push against INSOMNIAX. And I felt that INSOMNIAX were left in the dust, so to speak, in terms of how fast Geek Fam came out of the gates in terms of the lead that they wanted to get for themselves. For INSOMNIAX, I think that what they need to do is they need to be very wary of the fact that Momo is very strong with that Lucian. The amount of damage that he was able to do onto its INSOMNIAX was just insane. The way he burst down Ceres, the way he burst down Linez, the way he burst down Evolution with some of the double kills definitely highlight real potential for sure. But at the same time, Geek Fam has been shown that they sometimes drop the ball on many occasions, which was shown from the side of INSOMNIAX. I feel that INSOMNIAX needs to be a little bit more proactive rather than reactive moving forward into game number 2.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think INSOMNIAX were too... Just like what we saw earlier on, right? I think between INSOMNIAX and Assassin Academy, where... no, between Silent Killer and Geek Fam in game 1, where Silent Killer were also super reactive. That is not the way to play against Geek Fam. You need to take charge of your own destiny. And INSOMNIAX, they just lost control way too quickly, and Geek Fam took it and never looked back. From the 3rd minute mark, when Geek Fam got the Rift Herald, INSOMNIAX already fell behind because of the decision making. But we'll go for a short break, and when we come back, it's gonna be game 2 of this best of 5 between Geek Fam and INSOMNIAX.
Lihat tubuh Stewie. Boom! Wabaka bro! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
I've been with you for as long as I can remember, and you stood by me and held up my head. But it's getting hard to say that I am not a pretender. No, I don't wanna leave any words unsaid. Now I think that you hate me, and I'm driving you crazy. Wish I could say forever, but maybe we're better when we're not together. I know that we have to let it go. I can see your eyes
Dia tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro. Itu kotakan alamat. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Geek Fam currently in the lead in this final best of 5 of the last chance qualifier against INSOMNIAX in a dominating fashion, because this is the League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series Malaysia fall season presented by ESL Mobile Open, and of course alongside our official tournament partners Maggie Hot Cup. My name is Husky and I'm joined on this broadcast by the Hound.
What's going on, guys? Hope you guys are ready for the action that's about to transpire. Game number 1 has been a pretty hot fire here coming in from the side of Geek Fam. They were able to drop in massive bombs onto the side of INSOMNIAX with some crazy plays that were coming in from Haki, as well as, what was the jungler's name again?
69.
69, yeah, 69. So there were lots of some crazy pickups here, but enough deliberation, excuse me. Let us go into the picks and bans, brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup.
I would say game 1, I'm not trying to say that I'm surprised Geek Fam won, but I'm surprised at the fashion that they won. You know, definitely a very strong start for Geek Fam. But knowing INSOMNIAX, this is where we see if they can bounce back. There has to be more to the secret weapon, the evolution. Teased us in the interview. Just waiting to see that being displayed. Lulu, Twisted Fate, Ari is gonna be the first 3 bans. Geek Fam banning out the Ari, as INSOMNIAX will ban out the Camille, Gragas, and Lucian.
Very, very interesting indeed. Elementary to what we were thinking about in terms of Geek Fam. It is them going to be on the blue side compared to INSOMNIAX that's going to be on the red side this time. Looking at it, it is going to be very interesting in terms of the picks and bans overall. We do see the Shang actually going to go for a different pickup of Corki this time. Shades of Geek Fam from the previous matchups when they went against Silent Killer. So we do see that INSOMNIAX right now drafting very differently indeed. Rakan being picked out first onto his evolution. For evolution by Wrath, Linez is going to be picking up the Galio here, most likely going to go towards Wadu, and I'm thinking that it is going to be an interesting one. The Ceres may actually pick up the Zaya, I think maybe, or maybe even Kaisa, but interestingly enough, Kaisa has fallen off a little bit in terms of pick rate for this, at least this last chance qualifier. We haven't seen her at least picked up once at least. We do see Wadu now picking up the J4. I'm really interested to see how Linez is going to pick this up, because we did see Linez play the J4 if I'm not mistaken, and a Tristana hover by Ceres, locked in by Ceres, self-peel, rocket jump, as well as a crazy attack speed steroid is going to be something of a strong opportunity for the side of INSOMNIAX to be able to close out the games when it goes out towards the late stages. Also the fact that with the third skill definitely will be able to chunk down turrets very quickly and effectively indeed.
Yeah, and Geek Fam has closed out the draft with the Darius and Ziggs, whereas INSOMNIAX will pick up the Renekton. I definitely like the Tristana into Corki. Tristana definitely is going to have an edge as the game progresses. You know, you're going to have a longer and longer attack range, so when the game goes late, Tristana will kind of be able to shoot from a safer distance, and like you mentioned, right, self-peel, she has to reset. So definitely a good choice for INSOMNIAX. One of the few teams that actually plays the Tristana in the fall season, and everything else, you know, is just to be the front line to protect the Tristana. We're looking at the 4 Protect 1 draft for INSOMNIAX, whereas for Geek Fam, they want to win the lane. It's all about dominating the lane with picks like the Darius. You know, the Shang has been performing incredible on this champion, and as long as it gets let through, I think Geek Fam will keep picking it.
All right, so fun fact for you statisticians at home, Tristana has been picked out a total of 8 times in the totality of this tournament. 3 times being picked up by underranked, 3 for nothing in terms of the win rate, whereas Platzone INSOMNIAX were going 1 to 2 in terms of the win rate, for the Tristana. So this could be an opportunity for them to tie it out. Fourth time is the charm here. Could go 2 for 2 in terms of the win rate here. Could be that coming in from the side of INSOMNIAX, they want to be putting in quite a bit of attention towards that late stages, or at least the middle stages of the game, try to accelerate that hyper carry status that Tristana is known for here. Ceres going to be very, very much concerned with getting as much of the push advantage that he can over to the bot side, but going to the top side though, Shang and Wrath very much not interacting with each other for the early stages yet, but I spoke too soon there. Apprehend into the Decimate onto Wrath, puts him down to 70%.
Yeah, and I think for INSOMNIAX, they're definitely looking at them trying to play as fast as possible. Thankfully, Geek Fam has Haki playing the Ziggs, so they have equal magnitude of structural demolition. You know, Tristana has the explosive charge, whereas Geek Fam has the satchel charge. So they kind of balance things out. INSOMNIAX, if they can get a hit, they will restart. It's kind of the same with having a Ziggs. You get a hit, those structures will start getting taken out. Linez is already invading, and after the Crux, he's gonna have the Cataclysm. So we'll see if he gets to catch up Geek Fam. Momo is gonna go for the early reset, so Nyx might be the victim.
This could be very interesting here indeed, as you have very much shown that Nyx is going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Linez not going to go for anything here. Very early advantages trying to be built up for the side of INSOMNIAX, and it seems that there is going to be an early game, an early attention given towards the bot laners here. And I'm thinking that why they want to do that is because they want to accelerate the rate of scaling that Ceres is going to actually go at. And if they're able to at least accelerate it, then there is an opportunity for them to be able to at least dumpster members of Geek Fam with crazy amounts of damage sustained or otherwise. But we do see that Wrath as well as Shang, both of them exchanging some taps there, with Shang coming out not the winner in that exchange for sure.
Oh yeah, but Wrath, despite having dominance and ignite, decides not to go for it because the Shang has the barrier as well, can easily turn things around. Geek Fam is going to bring 69 to the middle lane. See if he can make a difference. Wadu quite low, but he's not out just yet. Meanwhile, Wrath really wants to commit onto the kill. Shang might go down, tries to go for the guillotine, but Wrath takes him out. First blood for INSOMNIAX. 69 wants to come in for revenge as Haki as well to join. Flash Reckless Swing is enough. There's also the Ragnarok, so Wadu will be forced to flash away. The Undertow almost connects. Linez will get the kill, and it's going to be a 2 for 2 exchange.
Very nicely done here for the side of INSOMNIAX, but we do see over to the bottom side though, a little bit of a glacial fissure there going in. Evolution taking in a lot of damage there, has to flash away. Very good self-peel there going in from the side of Ceres. Ceres not going to go in. He's got to be careful that he doesn't take in a little bit too much of that damage there. Momo definitely going to be at least trying to push out this lane here before he gets the reset timer.
And so far, you know, it's actually a 1 for 2 exchange. No, Wadu didn't go down, but no! Double kill! The explosive charge goes off. That is so huge for INSOMNIAX. They're gonna try and shower this wave and go for the reset. 69 wanting to be cheeky, but there's no way you're catching the Rakan and the Tristana. Those 69 kind of teasing it. The package is going to be claimed by Momo. All the sums used by Geek Fam's Dragon Laner. INSOMNIAX still has barrier on Ceres, so that might benefit them when they go for the challenge on this dragon.
Okay, there is going to be a dragon challenge here for the side of Geek Fam as well as INSOMNIAX. See, the Geek Fam does have a little bit of the positioning advantage here. None of that is going to turn over, but look at that though. What was Linez doing? Deciding to go for the flag and drag, but oh my god, the turnaround there is definitely going to work out. Could be an opportunity for them to turn it in a way. Oh no, the dunk is going to come down. There goes the Shang right now, very aggressive indeed. There goes another Noxian Guillotine. There goes the 3, a 2, a 1. We do see a very beautiful Glacial Fissure to follow up, as well as Haki being able to close out. The Shang were able to turn it up, but for the price of 69 and Nyx.
Definitely a mistake from Linez. There was no real objective to go for the flag and drag. And if he wanted to go for that, it has to land. the fact that the flag and drag did not connect, there's no hero's entrance from Wadu. INSOMNIAX is fighting a very messy fight right there without the proper resources. So Geek Fam took advantage of that. And once more, you just cannot underestimate Geek Fam. The Shang, he did so much work once more in that situation. But INSOMNIAX now have the hero's entrance but no Cataclysm nor Dominus. They don't have the ultimates for 4 of their champions, so it's definitely unwise to try and take the fight. And Geek Fam, they can always poke them out with the Ziggs. The INSOMNIAX will have to be a bit more cautious. As you can see, the Cyrus being forced right back with the rocket jump. Geek Fam continue to poke INSOMNIAX down.
Siege potential definitely working out in favor of Geek Fam, mostly because of the Yordle bomb crew that they got with the Daring Bombardier as well as Haki here. I'm thinking that they will be able to do quite a bit of damage from a tremendous amount of range that INSOMNIAX is starting to have a bit of problem adapting to. But it seems that INSOMNIAX still has quite a bit of a slight advantage in terms of kills though. Eliminations are slightly going to give a bit of favor towards the side of INSOMNIAX. But Geek Fam right now may actually be able to score the first turret. It's going to open up the top side and open up more objectives skewing towards the top side of the map for Geek Fam. INSOMNIAX here going to go for a very much a bit of a scuttle bop here. Going to score a little bit of vision onto the river, and they are going to be focusing back their attention towards the lanes.
INSOMNIAX will need to take out turrets first. Kind of need to re-establish the map control, and that is the toughest part right now. They might catch Nyx if he oversteps. Nyx being really cautious with that. So unfortunately, no can do for INSOMNIAX. Grand Entrance does connect, but the Braum is not the target that you want to go on. And meanwhile, on the other side of the map, a killing spree. I mean, the Shang solo killing Raph again, even forcing out the hero's entrance. So Geek Fam knows that in their mind, they already have the advantage because of that kill and the expenditure of the hero's entrance. The Shang is so... Man, the Shang... Like, someone needs to ban Darius. His Darius performance has been exemplary. And Wadu's gonna be pulled back, but apprehend. Again, Shang about to go for the execute, but thankfully it was on cooldown. Meanwhile, bottom lane as well, INSOMNIAX being forced right back. Wadu almost bled to death. Geek Fam forcing INSOMNIAX to deal with this Rift Herald. And Lina is gonna use the Cataclysm to trap 69. They're gonna try and go in. Sarah's looking for the kill, does get it. He does have the reset as well. The Shang will also go down. Double kill for Sarah's. Not too bad for INSOMNIAX at the end of the day, but Sarah's once more. What are you doing? What are you doing? And Sarah's leaps to his death. And I take back whatever I said. Sarah's dies. Geek Fam again with the advantage.
Very interesting indeed that INSOMNIAX's Ceres decided to jump in like that. I guess that if he didn't die in that sense, that could have been a really strong problem. There could have been a really strong problem for the side of Geek Fam here. Rampaging is going to be Ceres. Looking at Geek Fam, they are going to be focusing, rather than the kills, focusing more on the turrets that are going to at least turn the advantage in their favor here on the macro level. Looking at how INSOMNIAX is going to go for the objective of the Drake. We look to see Geek Fam actually contest this here, Husky.
Ooh, this is going to be again very tough. All the pokes coming up from Haki. Hero's entrance used preemptively, and the Saturn Charge is going to go for displace. Good quickness onto dual Cataclysm as well. This is going to be the fight that INSOMNIAX needs to win. Sarah's completely out of position, gets the barrier off. They lose the Mountain Drake. The Shang chasing everyone down. INSOMNIAX is going to lose 3 right off the bat. They stood no chance. Wadu tries to hide from Geek Fam, but they know where he is. There's 4 for Geek Fam, and INSOMNIAX, they are falling apart.
Alright, so we're going to be seeing here from the side of Geek Fam, they are going to be knocking down the turrets that are going to be serving the defensive line of INSOMNIAX here. Another turret opened up. That means that there is going to be more control exercise from the side of INSOMNIAX compared to Geek Fam. Another turret broken down onto the bottom side. So we do see that Geek Fam right now very methodical in their approach here, not wanting to give even a little bit of breathing space towards the side of INSOMNIAX.
Yeah, oh boy, it is such so unfortunate for INSOMNIAX because they were looking so good. They were looking so good, and that one fight where they did not have all of their ultimates, it costed them. And right after that, it started going downhill. I mean, Geek Fam, you give them an inch, they take it a mile. Baron Nashor will be the next objective that both teams will be looking at. But INSOMNIAX, they're losing these contests time and time again. So much work on the Ziggs. Every time INSOMNIAX starts a fight, they don't have, you know, they are not at full health. They are forced to use their ultimates defensively when the whole intention of the draft is you dive onto Geek Fam and you keep Ceres alive. But Geek Fam's draft, the Ziggs pick is denying all of that. And look at Wadu. Again, another defensive hero's entrance. INSOMNIAX, they can't take fights. Station Phases to connect onto Rab. The Cataclysm traps Linus into it. Rab really wants to chase down the Shang, but the Shang, he does not die. He just does not die. INSOMNIAX loses too.
Alright, we do see the INSOMNIAX right now in a lot of bother here. Oh, beautifully done there onto the side of Momo. Going to be able to do a lot of damage from a crazy amount of range. And you see that Ceres right now in a lot of trouble here. Gets dangerously low, doesn't have the amount of damage that the amount of range that he has to be able to sustain it. But we do see that Momo has been taken down beautifully from the side of Wadu, and it is going to be another satchel charge to take him down of the mid lane turret. We do see that it is going to be a total of 8 turrets for nothing in favor of Geek Fam.
Such a controlled game by Geek Fam. Evolution almost dies to the Mega Inferno Bomb. And INSOMNIAX, they are feeling desperate. They are feeling the stress. You know, you can see that the movements of INSOMNIAX, they want to make something happen. They want to take those fights, but you cannot do so when you are so far behind. It is just impossible for INSOMNIAX in their current condition to throw their bodies in Geek Fam and expect to win. The whole idea of the draft has completely fallen apart simply because INSOMNIAX are so far behind. We're looking at a 15k goal lead for Geek Fam. Linus already flashed out of the way, no flag and drag. He's gonna be punished, but INSOMNIAX, they have to take this fight. Quickness onto 4, that's Hero's entrance as well. They need to keep Ceres alive, but he just dies. 69 runs at Ceres and he beats this Yoro to oblivion. Raph becomes the remaining survivor, but he will also be the only person alive to watch this Nexus get demolished. Geek Fam, they have 100 deaths certainly locked in that series point.
Very interesting indeed here. 18 to 9, double the amount of kills on the side of Geek Fam, and almost a substantial amount of goal in favor of the side of Geek Fam. Shows that it's only a matter of time before the game comes to an end here. INSOMNIAX has quite a bit of work cut out for them. I'm thinking that I'm going to parrot exactly what you said verbatim in game number 1. Gotta focus on the next game here for the side of INSOMNIAX. It is going to be an uphill battle, but we have seen crazier things. But looking at all hope being lost in favor of the side of INSOMNIAX. Oh wait, Raph now gonna flash onto Haki, and then look at that amount of damage that comes in onto Evolution. The Shang right now has the Proto Belt away,
and Evolution ends up using his heal as well. Oh boy, you know, all these resources used by INSOMNIAX, it's just panic mode. They are taking these fights, you know, without summoner spells or without ultimates. It feels like you go on a road trip, but your tank is always half full, and there's no gas station during the journey. That is what Geek Fam, that is what INSOMNIAX is experiencing right now. They are never fully prepared, but they have no choice. Geek Fam knows that this Baron Nashor is their ticket to that 2-0, and INSOMNIAX, they can't even get close to Shang. He's taking on 4 guys, and he's still alive. He's on fire, but he's not gonna go down. Geek Fam already took the Baron Nashor. Brad TP Sin loses 60% of his health from the get-go, and Geek Fam just gonna go straight for the juggler. Evolution throwing his body in front, but Geek Fam will just take on the challenge and literally beat INSOMNIAX into submission. This is going to be series point for Geek Fam. They will break the Nexus, they will break INSOMNIAX, and they will put them one step closer to that playoff slot.
Beautifully done here, coming in from the side of Geek Fam. 2-0 in their favor already. 2 games caught in the crossfire is INSOMNIAX here. INSOMNIAX seems to be just an obstacle in the eyes of Geek Fam here in their attempts to get back into the playoffs. And I'm thinking that there is just so much of aggression that Geek Fam is throwing towards the face of INSOMNIAX that they just can't keep their guard up.
Man, I don't know where to start. It's a good thing, you know. Geek Fam, they play an even more impressive game too, but you know, in game one, INSOMNIAX still pretty composed, but this game INSOMNIAX, they were just all over the place. The Linus not landing his spells, Ceres committing suicide. All of these factors gave Geek Fam kind of that morale boost, that confidence push that they need. But I must say, Geek Fam at the strongest so far.
I think I really feel that INSOMNIAX is playing reactively to Geek Fam compared to proactively, and I feel that this is definitely working in favor of Geek Fam here. If Geek Fam is able to get the third game in their favor by securing the tempo and making sure that they play to the tune that they want to play at and not in the tune, it's very, very much a very bad spot for them to be at. I don't know about you, but this could be doom for the side of INSOMNIAX if they don't wrestle away control from the side of Geek Fam here, Husky.
Yeah, I remember, you know, during the mid-season shuffle, we did, we did gave our thoughts on what we expect to see, you know, from all the teams, right? And for me personally, I looked at Geek Fam and I said that Geek Fam probably would go through a bit of a change because they need a leader. So it seems like they have found that leader. It seems like they have found that voice that commands them and tells them what to do, where to go, how to close out the game. And INSOMNIAX, they're in a completely opposite circumstance. And just like you said, INSOMNIAX, they need to buckle up. This is potentially their last game, and if they don't make it, this is going to be the second time this organization failed to qualify for playoffs. But it's not over yet. There's still a chance. We'll go on a short break. We'll be back for game 3.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Wow! Wow, bakal! Itu petangkap alam mata. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
Never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hearing none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. How you know the flow, got him coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aye.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move.
3, 2,
Bringing summer
1,
to
drop.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round. Yo, hold up, let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone will show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide in with the rhymes that make the dimes. I'll close their eyes and fantasize. Young divine calling their phone number. Yeah. No, you know I love it. What's up, babe? And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats on stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young black successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon.
Yeah.
You said that you want it, so I got
Dia tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro. Itu petangkan alamat. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
It's your intro,
Welcome back.
Husky. You're supposed to do the intro.
No, it's your intro. What?
Oh
we-
no!
Yeah, what a disappointment. I this was supposed to be the perfect ending. Come on, how could you mess this up? Anyways,
oh my
we're
goodness,
back.
this is so
For the,
bad. Oh no.
We're back for the League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series Malaysia Fall Season, presented to you guys by ESL Mobile Open, alongside our official tournament partners Maggie Hot Cup, I am Husky, and this is my partner The Hound. Y'all seen it, and we are going to continue bringing you guys the rest of this best of 5. It's going to be Game 3 between Geek Fam and INSOMNIAX.
Oh man, some crazy stuff here. Spicier than your average, than your more than average cup of Chili Fiesta, brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup. Man, oh man, it was a crazy one indeed. And it seems that members of Geek Fam have been eating their vitamins and their vegetables, bro, because it's been a crazy one indeed, hasn't it? All members of Geek Fam just all pistons fired up. I mean, all cylinders go. You know, it's crazy as to how much a team can improve in 4 days. And you know, you can some people can say that it's going to be very indicative of the amount of hard work the Geek Fam has put in, but man, it was a crazy one indeed to see that in the span of 4 days they're dumpstering everybody that this has set sights on.
Yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised as well, but you can definitely see that Geek Fam stepped up their game. You know, they were taking the right supplements. INSOMNIAX though, it does feel like they are slightly under the weather. I'm not sure what is the communication, you know, between the players in INSOMNIAX, but we definitely saw some cracks in game 2 where INSOMNIAX just could not keep it together. They were making very basic mistakes. They're making very reckless decisions, which led to that defeat. Hopefully game 3 will be different, but man, I must say that Geek Fam is now in full control.
I feel that that's going to be the case here for Geek Fam. I think that looking at how they have been in very much a strong position of power in terms of how they've been controlling the overall movements of the team, the overall macro as well as the micro of the entire matchup, I'm thinking that Geek Fam definitely is going to be enjoying quite a bit of a lead here compared to INSOMNIAX. We're not going to count out INSOMNIAX yet, but it seems like INSOMNIAX has quite a bit of work cut out for them. They need to take double the vitamins and eat way more vegetables here in this short span of time between games number 2 and game number 3 here, potentially the last game, if Geek Fam is able to win this out. Because if they're not able to win this out, then it's goodbye to Spladzone to INSOMNIAX. They will be relegated to be booted out of the entire tournament, and they have to better luck next time. But Geek Fam, as well as INSOMNIAX, Champion Select, brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup. Let's go, Husky.
Potentially the last game of the night. INSOMNIAX really backs against the wall this time. I mean, we all came in expecting INSOMNIAX to go head to head against Geek Fam. You look at the previous record, INSOMNIAX, you know, they are. Even though I say Geek Fam is a slightly more consistent team, but you know, to give a bit of context, INSOMNIAX is not too far behind Geek Fam. It shouldn't have been a stomp theoretically, but these past 2 games have been just that. I mean, Geek Fam making a lot of us eat our words in a good way, but for INSOMNIAX, they need to kind of find a solution quickly. You know, Ziggs, Corki, Senna banned out by INSOMNIAX. Geek Fam, they banned out the Lucian, Camille, and the Lulu.
Yeah, no surprises there coming in from the side of Geek Fam. They want to be denying the first, I think one of the strongest first picks in the entirety of this tournament, which is the Lucian. And we have seen it time and time again that when the Lucian is picked up, there is a lot of burst damage that you have to consider, right? And the fact that whenever the Essence Reaver gets picked up first by Lucian, it's just going to be a tough time for any team to be able to score. And what's important here is the fact that Shang is going to go for the Twisted Fate pickup, which I think was banned out a couple of times from the side of INSOMNIAX towards Geek Fam, and they don't want to allow Geek Fam to be able to take it away. So I'm thinking that looking at how Geek Fam as well as INSOMNIAX have been going up against each other, I'm thinking that Haki is going to be a global presence here whenever INSOMNIAX decides to fight it out. But Wadu gonna go with the hover and lock onto the Ahri, which I guess is one of the best Swiss Army knife mid laners in the game thus far. A lot of mobility, quite a bit of burst, quite a bit of utility as well. And finally, I love this. I love the fact that Momo is going to be picking out the Kai'Sa. I always love seeing a Kai'Sa in the game. Quite rare to see her. We only saw her picked out, I think, twice, for the entirety of this last chance qualifier. Ceres again with the Tristana to round it all off. Nami being picked up for the side of INSOMNIAX Evolution. And next, most likely going to go with the Braum to round it all out. What do you think about these two pickups here and the overall composition for both these teams, Husky?
I mean, I'm looking at two Braum, so I don't know what to feel.
Hey, wait a minute. What?
Geek Fam has discovered. I thought I was tripping, but apparently not. So we will find out what the last pick is going to be. I'm guessing it's most likely a Renekton for Geek Fam. Like, we've been seeing Renekton Darius all the time, so I'm guessing like the last pick is the Renekton. But
yeah,
for I don't know. I mean, INSOMNIAX, the draft is too much different from the previous one. I mean, you have the Gragas, everything else is almost the same. The Gragas, RV being the difference, so you don't have that full ultimate reliant team comp, which I do prefer a bit more, because if you want to go for a wombo combo, you miss a beat, suddenly your whole composition falls apart. So there's a more margin for error for INSOMNIAX in game 3. Geek Fam, though, I think their draft is a bit more solid overall.
Yeah, a lot of opportunities for them, and oh no, it was not a Braum, a double Braum. It's something worse than it's something worse than a Renekton. It's an Akali on the Shang. So I don't know about you, Haki, right now, very, very early on, immediately here is going to get a lot of this early damage onto Wadu. Very interesting indeed here. Over to the bot side though, we'll be seeing Momo as well as Nyx and Ceres and Evolution. Both of them, all four of them, exchanging taps.
Oh man, Geek Fam, they in the potentially deciding game of this best of 5, they pulled out a draft that we have not seen them done so for the entire evening. I mean, how crazy is that? And you get a Twisted Fate. I mean, Haki does play a Twisted Fate, but you know, this is Haki's 6th unique hero this evening alone. He played Galio, he played Diana, Fizz, Ahri, Ziggs, and now Twisted Fate.
A lot of opportunities for him to be able to give a lot of diversity in the mid lane for sure. We do see that sometimes the mid lane gets quite stale in terms of the champion pickups. It's always glad to see more and more diversity as the game progresses. So I don't know about you, but I'm looking at how Geek Fam as well as INSOMNIAX are playing the early game here. We're going to give it a slight little lead towards Geek Fam here, as I think all lanes are starting to build priority in favor of Geek Fam here. Wrath right now taking a little bit of damage from the Shang as he disappears. Oh, the Shang right now gets hit with the Decimate, goes for the barrier as well. Lots of bleed damage there being built up for the side of Wrath on towards the Shang.
Yeah. Akali against Darius is always going to be interesting. You know, it's a very skill-based matchup. Then is gonna come and try and join and take out the Shang. But unfortunately, both of them under level, don't have the ultimates, and the Shang has the Shuriken flip, so he just gets away. You can see, like, 2 minutes in, Geek Fam, 1k go ahead. So these are the small things that Geek Fam are good at. They do it very subtly, you don't realize it. And once you do, it's already accumulated to a point where Geek Fam are in firm control. So INSOMNIAX, in order to break out of that, you have to make those early moves. And look at that, Shang really trying to push his luck. Destiny being used as well. Haki is about to join in. Flash forced up from Linus. Here comes the Ragnarok from 69. First blood for the Shang, and he's also going to take out Linus as well. That one goes to 69. 2 for Geek Fam.
Very nicely done there from the side of Geek Fam 2 kills in their pocket. Wrath and Linus are going to be the casualties indeed for the side of... Oh wait, Aqua Prison gets hit there. Nice Unbreakable comes out from the side of Nyx to block out that damage. Done here from the side of Geek Fam to be able to negate that damage. As I was saying already, Geek Fam definitely working on their coordinated drops onto the top side, which definitely work wonders for the side of Geek Fam. But then again, I think that how both these teams are definitely working out is definitely yet to be seen. The advantages building up for the side of Geek Fam. Oh wait, the jump in from the side of Ceres. Glacial Fissure has come out. Oh, very nicely done. The tidal wave was immediately cancelled here. Momo goes in for the barrier, but it's not going to be enough as Ceres will be able to get that last hit in.
A good one for Ceres. Is one last tap to take out Momo. Definitely a valuable exchange. But for Geek Fam, well, still pretty much in the lead, okay? Good apprehend, but there's no way you can take out the Shang. Shang is a level ahead, and obviously he has the lead right now, so Rap needs a +1 to take down Sakali.
Alright, so going to be seeing here from the side of Geek Fam. I do like to see that they are at least holding on towards quite a bit of the pressure, at least despite the fact that they did lose out on one member. It's going to be Shelly for the win here. Oh, the belly flop. Very, very ill-advised though from the side of Linus. Don't know what he was thinking. It is going to be a kill going over to Haki as well as the Shelly. A 2-4-1 here in terms of objective and kill for the side of Geek Fam. Over to the bot side though. Seems that it is going to be a very aggressive push there. Wow, beautifully done. The Destiny comes out onto the tidal wave as well. Momo is off a little bit of bad positioning here. You see the Evolution is going to flash over the wall, but not enough. He's going to flash into the hands of other members of Geek Fam. 2-4-1.
I mean, if you just tune in to Game 3 and you're looking at INSOMNIAX and you wonder why is INSOMNIAX even in this position in the first place, let me just say that Geek Fam played an impressive Game 1 and 2. INSOMNIAX, I think they are breaking. I think they are actually breaking. You can see the communication breakdown. INSOMNIAX unsure of their decisions. They are... all these small losses is really starting to show, you know, that INSOMNIAX are experiencing this communication breakdown and they're not recovering from it.
As we do see here coming in from INSOMNIAX, the shakedown as you aforementioned from the side of Geek Fam towards INSOMNIAX is starting to take effect here, as we're going to be seeing more and more of the pressure being built up from the side of Geek Fam. Could be a bit of a it could be a bit of a top lane focus from the side of Geek Fam. Going to be opening up the top side of the turret, mainly because the Baron is going to come into play really soon, as we do see that it is going to be a bit of a swap here, and mainly because that they want to be playing around the top side objectives for the side of Geek Fam. Don't know whether or not there is going to be a mirror here. Oh, very nicely done that. Decimate onto the apprehend, but you see that 69 is going to be in the back of it all. Ragnarok has been popped up. Look at that, a beautiful Predator there coming in from the side. Killer Instinct, excuse me, coming in from the side of Momo, as they were able to go for it. 69 gets dangerously low, 10% HP left, but will be able to get away. Shelly comes into play as well.
Complete dispatch. I mean, I don't know if people would believe me, but I'm just gonna say that this game is 70% over for INSOMNIAX. I mean, Geek Fam, surgical dispatch of INSOMNIAX. I mean, you look at the past few minutes of INSOMNIAX's movement. Always late, always reactive. They're being pulled all over the map. This is the Geek Fam that back in Summer Icon series. This was the Geek Fam. No, it resembles closely to the Geek Fam during Summer, where they just play such a textbook Wild Rift that when they get control, you would just feel like you're chasing an objective that you're never going to catch. And INSOMNIAX, they're running around after a ball that is gonna keep rolling farther and farther away from them until they realize that that ball has rolled down a cliff, and they jump out of the cliff to follow it, and they fall to their death. I mean, INSOMNIAX, it's so hard to recover.
it is a very tough spot for them to recover. However, INSOMNIAX have been put in a very interesting spot here, as we do see Alco Blizzard will be able to run onto Nyx. None of them is going to come through though. Card tosser with the pick a card on towards Linez, puts him quite back in terms of the stun, but won't be putting him too dangerously behind or setting up any opportunities. But they seems that for the side of Geek Fam, they want to be opening up a window here in terms of the opportunities that could come. Gotta be careful here. Ceres is out of position. Luckily enough, doesn't get hit with the Winter's Bite. Undertow comes down, puts Ceres very, very low indeed. Heal has been used by Evolution. And over to the bot side though, Shuriken Toss does not land out. Destiny has been popped out. There goes the tidal wave on towards Haki as well. Haki gets pulled in into that spot, has to flash away as Wadu comes in with Spirit Rush. Will be able to get the charm, but does not get enough damage on towards Nyx. Will not be able to execute him, as we do see that at least 3 ultimates have been used in that exchange here. Oh, beautifully done there, coming in from the side of Linez to come in with a Wrath as well, but it's going to be a turnaround here. Perfect execution could be set up from the side of Shang. Shang gets taken down. Linez almost gets taken down. Look at that. Momo comes in with a very, very risky Killer Instinct there. Will be able to take down one. Ceres almost there. It comes down to the quad! But no, will be shut down beautifully from Ceres. 3-4 exchange in favor of Geek Fam.
Team lost a turret.
Momo went down, but I say that's a huge win for Geek Fam regardless. Oh my goodness, 8,000 gold lead, 9.5 minutes in. Let's look at the Maggie Hodka replay right here. It all started with Raph. They wanted to take out 69. He dies. Ceres gets a good reset, but everyone was so low on the side of INSOMNIAX that Momo just said, you know what? Yo, low goes in. Just good target prioritization. That apprehend and explosive charge kill him, but it doesn't really matter. He has done his duty, and now Geek Fam are in the driver's seat. They are literally through the door of that playoff bracket.
Very, very interesting here coming in from the side of Geek Fam, looking to show INSOMNIAX that they don't need a third game. They don't need a 4th or 5th game. They want to be closing it out at a 3-0 here. And I'm thinking that from the side of Geek Fam, they just want to be able to just close this out as best as they can. Another opportunity for them to open this up is very simple. It's for them to take the Baron, but they have to push out a lot of these lanes here to give members of INSOMNIAX quite a bit to think about. Because if INSOMNIAX decides to go for the contest, it could actually put them off behind, in disgustingly behind here, if Geek Fam are able to if they're able to actually push them back farther and farther behind. Because if the priority picks up, but over to the top side though, we might see Shang in a bit of trouble. Destiny has been popped up there. Perfect execution has been done, as we do see Destiny has been popped as well as pick a card. The yellow card has come out. Linez right now is going to be able to walk away, but Nyx is going to be at least in a spot of bother here, as he is going to be able to be very much the interruption for the side of INSOMNIAX here, as disruption was very much the case for the side of Geek Fam. They have their window of opportunity here. INSOMNIAX may have it a hard time to be able to contest this.
Geek Fam is going to get this for sure. They want to go onto the Shang, but he does have the barrier, and look at that. The attempt to steal from Linez did not work out. Savage is just going to be run down. They will chew through him. They will slice Evolution up with the twin axes. 15-5 is the score. Is the kill count for Geek Fam over INSOMNIAX, with the Baron buff in hand and a 12.4k net worth lead. I mean, INSOMNIAX, like, what can you do? Like, realistically, it is almost impossible for INSOMNIAX to come back. Like, Geek Fam needs to make a critical mistake, give away the next Baron and Elder for INSOMNIAX to have a chance. But judging by how the game has been going so far, Geek Fam is not going to wait until that time comes.
Yeah, this is going to be a very big opportunity for them. Linez right now caught in the middle of the action here, as we do see the Glacial Vision has been popped up. We do see Momo is going to go for the retreat here. Dill has his Killer Instinct up and running, but look from behind that Shang comes in with a beautiful Killer Instinct, with a beautiful perfect execution. Again, goes up in the middle of the fight. It is going to be a clean sweep. This is going to be the game.
This is actually it. Geek Fam with the ace. They finally took revenge on INSOMNIAX in the most important series. They will slay everyone. Geek Fam through to the playoffs.
Oh man, this is just insane here coming in from the side of Geek Fam. We said during a few days ago that Geek Fam has looked very different during the transfer window, but it seems that against Platzone Insomniacs, they have found their groove and are able to get a second chance here to the playoffs. Congratulations to Geek Fam.
I'm actually speechless. I cannot believe this. It's not that I cannot believe Geek Fam won. And there's I mean, Geek Fam is a good team. 100% they have a chance to win, but I just cannot believe that this is how it ended. You know, Geek Fam with one of the most dominating victories we have ever seen. You look back at the group stage, you look back at all the series that they played, Geek Fam has not won a series this clean. That 4 days of training, maybe Geek Fam finally found the groove, and when it mattered the most, they just stepped up and they completely dominated INSOMNIAX.
Yeah, this is going to be a story that Geek Fam is definitely going to be enjoying for the next few days for sure. Relegated towards a last chance qualifier to beg for to so to speak fight for another chance of surviving into the playoffs. They were able to not only fight it out and win big, but thrive in the chaos of the last chance qualifier here, steadily being able to defeat everyone that has come their way. And Geek Fam have been able to score big in terms of closing it out 20-5 in terms of KDA, in terms of eliminations, and almost a perfect game for at least the two members of the side of Geek Fam.
Oh yeah, I mean, a day to remember, right? We have spent the entire group stage talking about how Geek Fam just a skeleton of what they were, a shadow of their former selves. And in the most important best of 5, they stepped up the game and they proved to everyone that they are still in the running. It is not going to be an easy journey in the playoff brackets. You know, their next opponent is going to be 7-9 in the lower bracket, according to the seeding. But man, this is one huge step forward for Geek Fam.
Beautiful step in the right direction for Geek Fam. However, the playoffs are definitely going to be telling a different story indeed, and I can't wait to see how much more Geek Fam can potentially win for themselves here. It's definitely going to be big smiles in the Geek Fam house for sure, as we're going to actually get ready for the interview with Haki. So why don't you take it away here, Husky, for this interview?
Alright, here we have it. Haki, mid laner for Geek Fam. First of all, congratulations on finally making it to the playoffs. It's not been an easy journey, so I want to start it off easy. How do you and the rest of the team feel?
I mean, definitely the rest of the team is quite happy because
Yeah, you gotta speak a bit louder. It's a bit soft. There we
Are
go.
you able to hear me now?
Yep. Loud and
So
clear.
basically, the rest of the team is actually happy as well, like to be able to make it out of the qualifiers to the group stages. Yeah.
It has been a bit of a challenging run here for Geek Fam, Haki, and I'm thinking that a lot of it was, we were saying a lot of it basically revolved around the fact that there was a little bit of growing pains for the team because of the transfer windows. There were a lot of changes towards the team. Does that ring true, or do you feel that you guys were just having a little bit of a harder time adapting towards how good some of the other teams are?
I mean, I don't think it's about how good the other teams are playing. It's more towards like how the team is actually adapting to the new players by itself. Yeah. I mean, like, definitely the roster change would actually affect like player chemistries and how they like play and react to one another. So definitely like there'll be a lot of conflicts and misunderstandings between games. So it will result in like pretty inconsistent games. Yeah.
All right. So this is a final question before before we sign off. Is I just want to quickly ask, so Geek Fan previously through the roster change, right? Obviously, Vecchi is no longer with the roster. You had to step into his shoes to kind of fill in the role. Do you feel like it is hard for Geek Fam, at least for the first few weeks, to find that one voice to lead the team, or it is something that you guys was able to work out throughout the entire group stage?
I mean, wasn't much of a. It wasn't that hard to actually adapt without. I think without Ozora Vecchi around the team, because like even without him, I think the team is still able to cope pretty well. But definitely, to cope, even now, I think we still need quite some time to cope. Like without that player actually, because like the core. I would say like the core of the team is actually already left the team, and then I stepped in. So like definitely uh it requires time for the team to like adapt together, and then make proper calls, and yeah, and not make uh indecisive calls. Yeah.
Awesome, I understand. But nonetheless, thank you very much for your input, and once again, congratulations to Geek Fam for qualifying to the playoffs. We definitely wish to see more of you guys in the following journey. So rest well, good night, and thank you for joining us.
All right, thank you.
All right, and there you have it there, Haki, with very, I guess, a very not to say off the cuff, but very honest, I think a very honest interview there. In the most, I think there were no mincing words about it. When Vecchi left, there definitely was a bit of a huge gap that needed to be filled up, and Haki, I think, Haki was able to step into those shoes and was able to basically bridge the gap between what Vecchi provided for the team and his own particular input into the team in terms of his overall performance, as well as guiding the team as well. So I don't know about you guys, but we have a graphic for you showing who is the MVP from that game. Let us take a look, Husky. Who is that particular MVP?
I would say Momo. It's gonna be Momo again, right? Oh no, it's Haki. But either way, I think everyone from the side of Geek Fam played a phenomenal game. Haki, man, stepped up big time. And it really shows something about, I would say, Geek Fam as an organization. And it really shows a lot about Ozora Vecchi as a player, right? Even though he's not around, but people look at him and think of him as kind of the core, the pillar, the foundation, the center point, and just a big part of Geek Fam's legacy in the competitive scene. And obviously now he's with a different roster, but his name kind of comes out of everyone's lips every once in a while, and that itself is a very commendable status to have. But man, Haki, being really honest, it was not an easy question, and it's not an easy role to adapt to, but he said that he's doing well, is growing in it, and that's what we want to hear from the new captain, the new leader of Geek Fam, at least for this roster. They still made it through, the journey continues, but at least we know that Geek Fam are making progress.
It has been a rather turbulent journey for Geek Fam. It isn't too much of how to say, it isn't a question of no chemistry. It's just a question of the time it takes to be able to adapt themselves moving forward. And I think that how they've been able to do so has definitely brought them in favor of Haki's leadership. And I'm thinking that with a bit of more time, with more time and maybe a little bit more experience, I think the Geek Fam that was once revered with their silver medal is definitely going to be the biggest winner thus far, if they're able to at least overcome the obstacles that stand in their way in SEM 9, in BJD, in underrank, some of these teams that have handily been able to defeat Geek Fam leading forward.
Yeah, this is definitely kind of a story in itself, right? It's safe to say that Now, from this point onwards, people will look at Geek Fam and obviously expect this team, or at least this organization, to go forward and challenge Berjaya Dragons for the throne once more to kind of relive that rivalry from Summer Cup. But I would argue that regardless of where the journey ends for Geek Fam, whether it's before the grand finals or whether they make it to the grand finals, it is kind of a new path for the team. And the fact that they were able to show the improvement during the most crucial moments is something that they should be proud of. Going forward, like you mentioned, right? Semnai Underrank, Saudaga E-Blaze, and Berjaya Dragon, these are all not easy teams, and these are the teams that have beaten Geek Fam, at least for the new roster. So they are kind of embarking on this uphill climb.
And I feel that's going to be the case here, Husky, because if they're not actually very wary of the fact that the amount of leadership and chemistry that Geek Fam needs to build, I'm thinking that they do have quite a bit of time from now until the playoffs to be able to actually work on those little things. And with those caveats out of the way, right, I'm thinking that Geek Fam could be very much a sustained threat across the board here. This last chance qualifier, it's kind of like a godsend to its members of Geek Fam, especially to the Geek Fam fans out there that are definitely cheering them on for sure, because there has been a lot of challenges, a lot of issues in terms of how far, in terms of how they wanted to get here. I mean, you could see it in hockey, right? There was definitely a lot of miscommunication errors here, a lot of opportunities for them to be able to build on those chemistries. And I think that here in the last chance qualifier was where the amount of hard work that they put in for the past 4 days definitely proves it.
Yeah, and just look at the brackets for the last chance qualifier for one final time. We started off with INSOMNIAX against Assassin's Academy. INSOMNIAX takes a 3-0, followed by Silent Killer against Geek Fam. Silent Killer drew blood, but Geek Fam slayed their prey. And just now we witnessed the qualifying match. Geek Fam winning the best of 5, 3-0 in one of the cleanest fashions ever. And they have secured that last spot into the playoffs. So this is going to pit Geek Fam up against Semnai, based on the seedings of the top 4 teams, starting from the lower bracket. So interesting, you know, because you are literally, there's no chance for error. You qualify from the last chance qualifier. It's kind of a single elim. You reach the playoffs, it will remain a single elim all the way. So Geek Fam needs to stay perfect until the very end.
Yeah, I'm thinking there's going to be a lot of challenges for them, especially with Sem9 as well, being quite a bit of a performer here, but not even counting out some of the other bigger titans, so to speak, in Underrank, in BJD, and of course some of the other teams as well that have been very much Saudaga E-Blaze, very much the strong suits moving forward. I do think that Geek Fam does have the potential to be quite a bit of a dark horse here, a little bit of a wildcard pick in my opinion across this entire tournament, but whether or not they'll be able to live up to that prediction, we shall have to wait and see. Anyway, from me, Hound, and Husky, do you have any closing words before we close out the show here today, Husky?
For me, yes, I'm looking forward to playoffs. You know, we are going to take a more than 1 week break, and then we'll be back in 2 weeks time for the playoffs. This is where it all begins, and I'm just excited to see what these teams have in store and who is going to be the new kings of fall season. So it's been a long night, but it's been a very fruitful and productive night. It's time for us to sign up as well. But before that, thank you once more to our official tournament partners, Maggie Hot Cup, and for everyone behind the scenes. Thank you for your hard work, and we could not have done it without you guys. So on behalf of all of them and my partner, Hao, I'm Husky, we'll bid you guys farewell. We'll see you guys for the playoff. Good night, goodbye.
When the world burns down, we will stand together. We fight forever. We fight forever. We fight forever.
go, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
Carpe diem, I know I got only one life. Don't wanna spend it, listen to your bitch one. It's a little mean, I know, well, apologies. But my New Year resolutions and my honesty. Trust me, it ain't nobody makes it. Nobody makes it. None of my business. It ain't none of your business. Nobody makes it. Nobody makes it. None of my business. It ain't none of your business. Okay, stuck on the same excuses. I think it's getting old. I ain't your therapist, I ain't your magic 8 ball. Can't really tell you anything you don't already know. No one said it was easy. Don't even bother, cause I'm in a secure location. I turned off my phone and my patience. I wanna help you, but you ain't even trying. You made your own bed, now you gotta fucking lie. Ain't nobody makes it. Ain't nobody makes it. Ain't none of my business. It ain't none of my business. Nobody makes it. Nobody makes it. Ain't none of my business. It ain't none of your Nobody makes it. And nobody makes it. And none of my business. It ain't none of my business. I can't pretend to like